요즘 내 얘기가 재미없어진 이유를 찾았어.
Thank you for joining us here on NATV Network. I believe we cranked up everything and got it ready for you. Appreciate you joining us. We are going to talk about a few things most of the day here on NATV Live Streaming Network.
Waiting for changes, wondering for the right time. 'Cause I noticed we came to a pavement that crumbled. It's just a
Getting ready for 2025.
I don't think it's you, might be me.
Hope you join us. Stick around. You're going to enjoy the way we end this year. I'm quite sure of it. A number of things lined up for you. Let's get to it. Toxic people can drain your energy. Each and every one of us can have our spirits dampened by those who are self-absorbed. What are we going to do about it? What can we do about it? What will we do about it? Well, one thing is for sure, toxic people can make you question your own self-worth, disrupt your journey, cloud your insights and your ability to make decisions. What we can learn today may prove to be beneficial. But right now, let's take a look at what exactly are the characteristics of a toxic individual. Many of you reached out to us a long time ago and let us know that you have journals, you have books, you take notes. Feel free to do so today as well. A toxic individual can be extremely, consistently negative. Sometimes even in a passive-aggressive way, they can be negative, manipulative, controlling, above all, extremely self-centered, often hidden as if they need help or they're trying to help you. The types of toxic relationships can go from, of course, romantic partners, often talked about, but even work relationship, colleagues, family members, and friendships. Signs you're dealing with toxicity can be feeling, as we talked about a little bit before now, feeling drained. It's very important to recognize how you're feeling when you're dealing with that individual. You may have to consistently deal with them in a work scenario and in other aspects of life. But that doesn't mean they have to capitalize on your positive or encouraging positive energy. Being belittled after interacting with them. Subtle jabs towards your dignity and self-esteem can come into play. Anxiousness can start to build. Make sure that you're staying focused on where you're headed, what you're trying to achieve, keeping the conversation short and businesslike, as professional as possible. In a work scenario within the family, how can you approach it? The more you deal with them unnecessarily or extended conversations that don't need to be had, the more you're going to feel drained, anxious, or belittled. Remember, the goal isn't to put them down, label them, diagnose them. That's not your job. That's not my job. That's not our job. The goal isn't to demonize individuals, but to recognize patterns. By recognizing patterns, we put ourselves in a position of peace and purpose. Recognizing patterns, it allows us to be emotionally mature and not give in to the childlike attitudes and demeanors that they have. Recognizing patterns that harm our well-being is top priority. Putting them down, gossiping about them, spending unnecessary time with them renting space in our head, well, that is going to get us nowhere. It's to our advantage to spend more time on our goals and what we're trying to achieve for us and our loved ones than focusing on the narcissist, toxic person, self-absorbed person. Being aware, making a game plan, strategizing your success, now that's a winning program. That is a winning pattern. If you attempted a 30-day experiment that would begin with identifying and setting boundaries, that is also a winning pattern. Identify, for example, toxic individuals by making a list of individuals who brought negativity into your life. Literally seeing on paper who actually is creating an atmosphere that brings anxiousness and tension. And then making a strategic plan to navigate through humor, navigate through music, navigate through whatever needs work for you. Setting boundaries, politely distancing oneself, saying no, prioritizing your own mental health. Saying no can be extremely powerful. Find varying ways to say no that work for you. Be aware that your creativity in protecting your mental health is a winning pattern. Alternatives and coping strategies can vary. Engaging with positive influences, finding videos, programs, music, destinations that bring about positive influences upon you. Practicing regular, consistent, and systematic self-care. Systematic self-care involves, you making a point to find out what gives you and your nervous system a break. Seeking support from non-toxic individuals and relationships, colleagues, in moments in which you can find peace, and then interacting with someone who is toxic may give you a perfect balance to your day. So that you recognize the toxicity, you're aware of it, you may have to engage with it, but it doesn't dominate your day or your conversations. You dominate your day. Now, this wasn't a matter of just cutting people out entirely. That's not what we're talking about today. That is not what we're focusing on. What are we focusing on? We're focusing on creating a healthier balance for your nervous system, for our nervous system, so that we can have a pattern of success and not wake up stressing about the toxic person. You're in control. You dictate the pace. You determine the outcome, not the other individual, because it is your life. Consider this. The first week you began to maybe set aside a pattern of success and try to work toward it, you may feel mixed emotions. Some of you may not. You may be ready to jump on board and throw down the gauntlet of boundaries. Others may have mixed emotions, initially starting with guilt and anxiety about setting boundaries. Feedback from others, reactions may range from understanding what you're trying to achieve and outright hostility. Hold your ground, stand firm, be strong, stay grounded. Self-reflection may be to your advantage. Journaling, walks in nature, music, a playlist that makes you feel alive again, can truly offset, and that's just a few things, that can truly offset dealing with the hostility or the range of emotions you may feel inside when you began to set peaceful boundaries, firm boundaries, consistent boundaries for success. It is not to your advantage to let someone else dominate your mental space. To spark, trigger, control your nervous system. It belongs to you. So despite the difficulties, you will begin to notice subtle shifts in your energy levels, in your mood, because that person who is always unstable, not knowing what they're doing, where they're going, is either contained or out of your life. They'll recognize you're not giving them what they want, what they've always had. That's not your problem. That's your mission, is to remove yourself. Adjusting to change can be challenging. Mixed emotions can seem overwhelming. Initial guilt can seem, and anxiety can seem to be the rule of the day, but it is not the rule of the day. It is just moving and creating a path for the peace that follows. Let the peace come in by letting the anxiety eventually fade away. Let's say in the second week of trying this, things begin to stabilize, and they will. May not notice it, but they will. Your boss or colleague will begin to recognize a shift in energy. You're not the same person. You don't respond the same way because you're recognizing that their demands are inconsiderate or pushy, disrespectful. So you must disengage. Positive reinforcement, increased focus on positive relations will work to your advantage. These positive relationships, these nips and tucks of encouragement may give you the positive reinforcement necessary to get stronger for the third week. New activities, new adventures, new experiences, exploring hobbies, interests, all of those are just exciting to step into because you're not focusing on the toxic person anymore. You're focusing on what you want to feel, and you want to feel good about your life. Mental clarity, reduced anxiety, and a clearer mind opens the way for better relationships with the ones that love you and don't see you always on the edge. You don't feel the strong urge to chase money, chase people, or chase a relationship, chase a job, or chase something outside of yourself. A balance in your emotions will start to take place. The benefits of reducing toxicity will become more apparent in your pattern of success. You are now seeking to be successful instead of stressful. Let's say we step into week number 3. Major breakthroughs start to take place. It's almost as if you have a specialized doctor looking after you so that you make the necessary right step every step of the way. What are we talking about? Major breakthroughs. What in the world does that mean? Well, the third week brings about significant adjustments in your emotional well-being. That's success that we want to delve into right now. you begin the path of empowerment. The experience of empowerment is not just a word or a hashtag that you see on videos or on Instagram, here in YouTube, or other places. It's an actual thing of empowerment. Emotional empowerment comes not by always pointing out what's wrong, but by recognizing the positive feelings you get when you're not dealing with toxic people. Dissect that, rewind this later. Right now, let's talk about empowerment. It's the feeling you get when you're not dealing with toxic people. That is empowerment. Feeling more in control of your own life and decisions. That is off the charts empowering. Don't throw it away. Hold on to it, cherish it. Make it the special thing that no one can take from you. Improved self-esteem starts to kick in because you feel empowered. There's a bounce in your step that you are not willing to give up just because of someone outside of you thinks less of you. Increased confidence, increased self-worth. They begin to clothe you, and others can tell that you're not the same. Deeper connections start to happen when you meet individuals. Whether it's you're pumping your gas to paying a bill, people see you differently. They can see it in your eyes. They can feel it when you're next to them. When you're in the room, something's different about you. You're happier because you're now choosing to be happy. It's not breadcrumbs that you find on the floor. Deeper connections, strengthening bonds with supportive individuals start to be the rule of the day, the thing that makes you tick. On NATV network, on SZTV, and Crystal T's TV, we want you to be successful. And everyone who has ever been on NATV and all of our other channels want you to be successful. That's nice, but how can you? Consider this. Let's say in week 4, you began to reflect on long-term impact of you making these adjustments. You're not looking for just to make it through that day with that difficult boss, but you are looking at a long-term solution to this lifestyle that someone tries to put on you. You are rejecting that, but what are you replacing it with? Replace it with empowerment, improved self-esteem, deeper connections with individuals who are supportive to you. Consider this. Reflect on the journey. See it for what it is. It's a multiple set of moments in time. These multiple set of moments in time are not a whim. They're not something thrown off into space. You're living it. We are living these moments. Reflect on them. The importance of boundaries. Reflect on it. Reflect on the journey of boundaries, the journey of self-care, the journey of the positive influences that are affecting and influencing your life. Sustain the change. Sustain what is taking place. Yes, there will be distractions. Yes, there will be bumps in the road. Don't focus on the imperfections. Recognize your successes. Strategies for maintaining healthy relationships that you put into play that work for you, they may not work for me. And mine may not work without a doubt for you. But you know certain things make you feel successful, make you feel handsome, beautiful, make you feel pretty, make you feel special. Double, triple, quadruple down on those. Focus on future plans to maintain the success. A trip here, a weekend here, a few hours at a coffee shop here. Whatever works for you. A 30-minute walk, a 10-minute walk. Jumping jacks, hula hoop, whatever it may be. A trampoline. Make it work. Continue to prioritize your mental well-being and personal growth. Toxic people don't need to be the focus. Narcissistic people don't need to be the focus. You have to be the focus. Hold on to your power. Hold on to your peace. NATV Network. We'll be right back. Time for us to get started again. We take a little break there for a moment. Toxic people are everywhere. Everywhere. Let's see what I got over here. Ooh, look, I got this. That's as close as we're gonna get, because that's the intro this lady's gonna get as she joins me. She is a very busy person, and now his SZTV network has joined us. And I know she's out there somewhere. Let's see here. Let's do this. I see her doing that. Hey, what are you doing over there? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have some fun. Hey, everybody, what's going on out there? What's going on? What's going on? Got that. Put that up there. Do that. Hey, you guys want to see something? I know you're sitting out there. I can see you. So I'm gonna do this. Check this out, everybody. Watch this. Boom, boom, boom. Where's that other thing at there? Let's do that. Watch this. Everybody, just keep looking. She's gonna look up and be surprised. Watch. Do, 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 do. Free entertainment right here, everybody. Do, 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 do. Told you. I told you. She can't even hear me. Can't even hear me.
Hi.
Can you hear me or no? Yeah.
How's everybody?
Ace, can you hear me?
Welcome to the power.
She
of
can't hear
letting
me.
Go.
Check it out.
I'm Susie Cosbin.
Hold on
and
one second.
Today, I want to
This
talk
is
about
good.
something we all experience, but often struggle to navigate: the power of letting go. Life gets overwhelming.
Hold on one
Sometimes
second,
it
everybody.
feels like we're carrying so much that the weight of it all just breaks us. Have you been there?
All right, everybody. Hold on one second here, everybody. We're live streaming here. I'm going to do something here. We're going to have some fun. We're going to check on her because her sound didn't sound right. So that means you guys get to hear this.
요즘 내 일기가 재미없어진 이유를 찾았어. I've been wasting all this time finding words to let go. Cause I'm looking for Neverland, backtracking on memory lanes, hoping it's not just a wonder. I can't be watching, waiting for changes, wondering for the right time. Cause I noticed we came to a pavement that crumbles. It's just a merry-go-round. I don't think it's you, might be me. There's just so many things going on. But when I'm with you, it feels so new. Cause I'm honestly right, I'm all alone falling. I've been off and on with you. Tell me why it's so hard to choose. Going in circles, running round. Cause I'm looking for Neverland, backtracking on memory lanes, hoping it's not just the wonder. I can't be watching, waiting for changes, wondering for the right time. Cause I noticed we came to a pavement that crumbles.
Just when you thought we took a long extended break, we are back. Without a doubt, we are back. Susie, I know you're out there somewhere. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. All right. I knew your thumb was there somewhere. Let me bring you into the show. You're not in the show yet. Oh, I got 2 thumbs up. Look at that. All right, everybody. We are going to march forward into the next part of the show. No telling who's going to stop by today, but I'm going to get out of the way as the TV network is going to take over. Give me just a moment. I'm going to switch everything over to her and her channel. Everybody hang tight. She's got something for you, and I'm quite sure you're going to enjoy it. I saw you shaking your head when I did that. I just found that one, so I had to push the button. All right, everybody. Here we go. I'm going to step out of the way. I like that one. It's funny. I see you.
Hi. I have new windows, so don't mind the sunlight coming through. It's the time of day, but it's kind of cool, huh?
You're not in the same place anymore. It all looks different.
No. Oh my God. Welcome to New York.
Yeah, that's right.
To my humble abode, my new room, my next stop in the process of transitioning. Yeah.
I love it. Okay, everything sounds good in my ear, in all 7 of my ears. Everything looks good. We're all good. Everybody, we are back live streaming again. We initially talked about Susie, just in case you just popped in. Of course, you just popped in and you were here for a little bit. We got some technical glitches out of the way because we love doing things live. And so far, YouTube loves us for doing that. If we do anything different, they tell us that. They love it when we go live. So we talked about toxic people initially here. I was answering a few questions, took some show notes out, and now you're here. What do you want to talk about? So
yeah, I kind of want to talk about something I'm going through right now,
okay,
you
all
know,
right.
in
What's
real
that?
time, like real time healing in real time. It's the power of letting go.
Ooh,
Mm, yeah.
snazzy. Okay, all right. Look, I'm out of the way. Go ahead and do your thing.
Thanks. Okay, cool. So I wanted to talk about something we all experience, but often struggle to navigate: the power of letting go. Life gets overwhelming. Sometimes it feels like we're carrying so much that the weight of it all just breaks us. It almost broke me. Have you been there? Because I sure have. And let me tell you, those moments, as painful as they are, often end up being the ones that change everything. Today, I want to have a real conversation with you about this. A conversation about meltdowns, you know, the real, raw, unfiltered moments when everything feels too much. And how about letting go isn't just okay, It's necessary. It's so necessary. And how, in the aftermath of all those breakdowns, there's an incredible opportunity for growth. This isn't about perfection or having it all figured out. It's about learning to embrace the messy human process of falling apart so we can rebuild ourselves stronger, regain our self-worth and dignity in the process. So relax, take a deep breath. That always helps me. And let's talk about breaking down to break through. Let's start with the truth. Meltdowns happen to everyone. They're not a weakness, not at all. They're a natural reaction to stress, overwhelm, or even suppressed emotion, finally bubbling to the surface. Think about a dam under too much pressure. It cracks or even bursts. In much the same way, our minds and bodies have limits. And sometimes the only way to release that pressure is to break. What's interesting is how society often stigmatizes this process. We're told to stay strong, push through, or keep it together. But in reality, emotional breakdowns are not the end of the story. They're a crucial chapter. They clear out what no longer serves us and create space for new growth. So if you've had a meltdown recently, or even if you feel one brewing, I want to remind you, it's okay. You're not broken, you're processing. And there's nothing more human than that. Now let's talk about letting go. Why is it so hard? For starters, letting go often means confronting the fear of losing control. We hold on to routines, expectations, and even relationships because they feel safe, even when they're not helping us. But here's the thing. Sometimes letting go also means saying goodbye to people we care about. Maybe it's taking a break from a friendship that feels one-sided, or stepping back from family dynamics that drain our energy. This doesn't mean you love the people any less. It means you're choosing to prioritize your well-being. Letting go in these situations is an act of self-respect. It's saying, I deserve relationships that uplift me, not the ones that diminish me. It's about protecting your self-worth and recognizing that your time and emotional energy are valuable. Think of it like pruning a tree. You have to cut back the dead branches to make room for new growth. Letting go is the same. It feels like a loss, but it's actually a gain in disguise. And when we let go, we give ourselves permission to rebuild, not just to patch over the cracks, but to create something stronger and more aligned with our values. That's how we regain our self-worth and dignity, by choosing ourselves even when it's hard. So what does letting go look like in real life? Maybe it's finally admitting that you need help. Maybe it's walking away from a toxic relationship or situation. Or maybe it's just letting yourself cry instead of holding it all in. It's not about perfection. It's about progress. Letting go isn't a one-time event. It's a practice. And every time you do it, you're building resilience and making space for something better. Here's where it all comes together. Meltdowns and letting go are deeply connected to our personal growth. When you think about your own life, what were the moments that truly changed you? Chances are they were the messy, challenging ones. A meltdown is like hitting the reset button. It forces us to confront what's not working and gives us a chance to realign with what truly matters. And sometimes that process means letting go of relationships that no longer serve us. Whether it's a friend who always takes and never gives, or a family member who repeatedly crosses your boundaries, stepping back doesn't mean you're selfish. It means you value yourself enough to protect your peace. But growth isn't automatic. It's a choice. You can let a meltdown define you, or you can let it refine you. Here's a powerful exercise to try. The next time you feel yourself breaking down, don't fight it. Sit with your emotions. Let them flow without judgment. Once the storm is past, ask yourself, what is this trying to teach me? Maybe it's time to set boundaries, take a break, or prioritize your mental health. Finally, commit to one small action that honors what you've learned. That's where all the growth happens. So here's the takeaway. Meltdowns are not the enemy. They're a signal that something needs your attention. Letting go is not a weakness. It's a strength that leads to clarity and growth. And remember, letting go isn't always easy. Sometimes it means saying goodbye or stepping back from people you love. But when you protect your self-worth and honor your needs, you create space for healthier, more fulfilling relationships, including the one you have with yourself. It's the process of falling apart, yes, but also of rebuilding. And in that rebuilding, you reclaim your self-worth, your dignity, and your sense of who you truly are. If you're in the middle of a storm right now, just know it's okay to feel all the feelings. And please remember, this moment is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of a new chapter. thank you for letting me talk about this today, the power of letting go. If this episode resonated with you, please share it with someone who needs to hear it. And remember, breaking down is often the first step to breaking through. Until next time, take good care of yourself and keep growing.
All right, I think there is more that we can talk about here on NATV Network. I know you have a ton of information, Susie.
Yes.
And the same for us here. I know your network has a lot. We have a lot. And we're going to see who else is going to join us today. But one thing is for sure, coercive control has been something you've been looking into.
Yes.
Your thoughts?
Yes. Well, I picked up the book Framed by Dr. Christine Cocachola and Amy Polacco. And I actually went to a workshop that they had in Manhattan last week, in the middle of moving, may I add. So,
Yeah. That's a full plate.
yeah. And it was pouring rain that day. Of course, we hadn't had rain in 3 months. And so, but it was wonderful. Oh my gosh, I learned so much. A lot of it really hit home for me because I had just gone through the court system, not with child custody, but with the divorce,
Mm-hmm.
and how, coercive control, and how when you divorce an abusive person, or a controlling person, a manipulative person, how and what they do, and how the court system behaves, and how they're trying to change laws to protect women, children, um, people who are in these situations. And I really learned a lot. They're wonderful women. I hope to be having them on SCTV network soon. More to come on that.
Awesome.
Mm.
So much in the works here at NATV Network and SZTV Network. We are looking forward to you spending some more time with us. I have some information I want to share. If there's any other information you may have, great. We're just spending time with our subscribers, our viewers, and members of the channel. That's what we're doing today. So if you're passing through, of course, we're always going to encourage you to be a part of what we're doing by coming back. You don't have to subscribe, but if you do, fantastic. Don't feel the pressure of subscribing. We want you to feel relaxed enough to be able to come back and just let me see if I have it here. Yeah, here we go. 10 minutes a week. Just spend time on our channels and on videos that you see. We're looking to make sure to put up enough content so that 10 minutes a week will make you feel a lot better. I want to share a couple of things, and I want your opinion. And if you have some more, you can do the same with me. Let me move some things around over here. I want to ask you about this. When it comes to toxic individuals, red flags to know when you're dealing with someone who is not a healthy person for you to deal with or for us to deal with, what are some things you look for?
Hmm. Yeah. Well, now that I'm out of it, I can see a lot clearer. I I don't want to say like I've become paranoid, but I've become more cautious. I really listen to what people say. I watch their behavior, I watch their actions. Where I used
Mm-hmm.
to make a lot of excuses, like if something just didn't feel right, a lot of it is like go with your gut. I think we all have it in us to know when something's not right or someone isn't being their real self. And it's the first signs, the first things they show us about themselves. If we really look at them and listen to them, they tell us who they are. So it could be just stupid little lies. It could
Mm-hmm.
be the way they treat others, the way they speak of others, you know? There's so many things now looking back that I wish I would have not ignored. I think don't ignore.
Yeah. Don't ignore. I like that.
Don't ignore. Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to have to get with Bree on that one. That might be a coffee mug. So, SCTV Network.
It's really that simple. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we try to overcomplicate things and overexplain things and use all these big words and all these no, it's simple. You know, just pay attention. Pay
I love
attention to
it.
how we feel and how others make us feel.
Mm-hmm. Because
Yeah.
often we'll set our feelings aside to try to figure out their feelings and what they're thinking. Where in actuality, what we really need to do is look at what you just said. Don't ignore our feelings and what we're actually feeling and seeing. I'm going through show notes, which I've been doing, oh my goodness, that's pretty much all this year. And I keep finding more information. And you just said something that I found a while back. Um, I'll go ahead and put it in the show now. You said it's really simple. It's as simple as blah, 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 as you just mentioned. And I found a phrase just like that from one of my show preps with someone who was a psychologist. And they were highlighting that it's really not complicated. It's just good people with good intentions and bad people with bad intentions. Or you can have a good person who all of a sudden decides to have some bad intentions, but they're aiming it at you.
Yeah.
You can spend time focusing on that, or you could spend time keeping it really simple. This doesn't work for me. That doesn't work for me. And one of the
Yeah.
telltale signs, a part of that description that they were giving me was, well, be careful with people who can't keep their word
Mm-hmm.
on a consistent, regular basis. And that's easy, to kind of see. But she went a little bit further. She mentioned individuals who have a consistent pattern of always changing up.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like just they thought of a creative idea that's different. They're not consistent toward growth.
Yeah, that's a key. That's a key thing. And I
I'm
know
probably
we
saying it
talked.
wrong. I should have just had the notes here and just read it. It probably sounded a lot better.
Mhm.
But go ahead. You were going to say.
Well, what I've noticed, now that I'm out of my situation completely, right? I've totally taken myself out of the state, away from the people, away from everything that made me feel unsafe, not respected, all the things that weren't working for me. And I realized that I was with this person. I mean, it goes back a lot further. I think what happens in our childhood, or certain
Mm, mm,
traumatic things that we go through that we don't
mm,
work through, set us up for these relationships. But I realized that I had no personal growth, nothing in the whole 25 years I was with this person. But him, the world, the stars, the moon, everything
mm.
revolved around this man. Everything was him making him feel better, oh gosh, I think about the time, the energy that I can't say I did waste it, but it had to teach me something, right? It brought me to where I am now. I wouldn't be here if I didn't go through all of that. So I have to take that as a plus. I wouldn't have I wouldn't have truly been in the position I am in now, transitioning into finding out exactly who was I supposed to be? Who am I supposed to become? Who do I want to become? Who am I becoming?
Mm.
So there's a lot. There's a lot to these relationships, and we always hear about the negative, what they do, how they hurt us, how they disrespect us, but we have to start looking once we're out of these situations, we have to start finding the positive. We're not what they did to us.
Mm.
We have, like, I'm not my story.
Mm-hmm.
I'm becoming a whole person for the first time, and it really feels good. Dr. Mack said to me, my psychiatrist, he said on Wednesday, he said, I have to be careful going out of this because I'm like, what's next, right? What do I have to look out for? How do I not repeat these patterns? And how do I know I'm really out of this mindset to tolerate this kind of behavior towards myself from other people? And he said that what I was doing was I was devaluing myself by the way that I was treated by others. So I had learned behavior because of the way I allowed people to treat me. Does that make sense?
I Totally get that.
Mm.
Um, Now, while you were devaluing yourself, you didn't know you were doing it, be safe to say. But now looking back, how does that make you feel knowing you did that to
Hurts.
yourself?
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. Um, it hurts, but I didn't know any better, you know? I was never taught the tools. I didn't mature in that way. I accepted things, I tolerated things, I made excuses for people, and then I people pleased. I figured if I could make everybody else happy, I showed them, I was to them what I needed all along. So it's sad, I mean, I go through every emotion. I've gone through every emotion. Um, it's guilt, it's shame, it's embarrassment. But then it's pride, it's joy, it's excitement. And it's like I have a new love for life. I have feelings that I've never had for myself. And it's pretty amazing that I made it.
You look
Dr.
back.
Max.
You look back at
Yeah.
the things you've experienced with Dr. Mack
Hmm.
and the adventures you've experienced by embarking on this journey to help others. Um, you've put yourself in a position to not just heal in real time, as the expression can be said, but you're recovering in real time.
Yeah. You're
Y-
watching in real time.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Tell me about this.
Mhm.
Um, when it comes to this emotional and psychological impact of toxic individuals on a person's life, there is a real challenge of actually having an identity of personal growth. It's hard to make any of those things come into play. What is personal growth meant to you? Since you're no longer in a toxic relationship, what is personal growth meant to you?
It's it's something I never experienced. I mean, I did when I was younger, but I put it on the back burner, like I I I had my kids young and then my grandchildren and all that. So now I get a chance to I feel like a kid. I feel like I can learn new things. I'm learning new things. I'm helping people. I mean, I've always helped people and volunteered and this and that, but now I'm excited. I have an excitement about life. It's not just, I'm not going through the motions any longer. I'm not just making sure everyone is happy. I'm not walking on eggshells. I'm doing what makes me feel good. And it's not like I planned this. I've evolved into this. This last year, even the last couple months, I I sometimes sit back and I'm like, "Whoa, I went through what I went through just a month ago, just 2 weeks ago." And I can't believe the process and the growth, the personal growth I've personally experienced, just say in the last 6 months. It's fascinating. And I get so excited now because I'm like, there's so many people that are stuck that are where I was. And if I could do this and the longer I go and the more I'm learning and the more I'm helping and the more I'm, understanding what I just went through, the more I can help others and the more excited I get and the more opportunities are opening up for me. Um, it's I don't even know how to explain it, to be honest with you, because I've never experienced it before. I'm
Yeah,
experiencing it in real
yeah,
time.
yeah.
So it's kind of hard for me to explain right now.
Hmm.
Ask me in
Hmm.
a month
Yeah, I was going to say
when I'm a
it may
little
be something
further
we have
out.
to delve into
Revisit.
another day. Yeah,
Yeah,
another day.
thank you.
Okay, so I'll say manipulation. I'll say the word manipulation. What are some
Mhm.
red flags to watch out for when it comes to manipulation from a toxic person?
Mm.
What would you say?
Oh my goodness. Um, hmm. Someone who I'm trying to think of like situations I've been in, like personal experience. Manipulation when somebody, takes all your attention, when somebody makes it about them, when someone tells you, you're doing wrong, when someone is lying,
Mm-hmm.
they're manipulating you. They're using you, they're gaslighting you, all the terms. That's a major red flag when you're being manipulated. And usually we know, something's off when you,
Yeah.
I think so. I knew if I even years ago when I first met this last abusive man,
Mm-hmm.
I knew and I ignored it.
Hmm.
I did.
How could you say you knew?
I knew. I knew. I think we know down deep. We know something's off.
Mm-hmm.
We know something doesn't feel right. I
So
knew.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
I
You were going to
knew.
say. Go ahead.
No, I like something doesn't feel right. Something just isn't right. And then their behaviors just continue and then they get worse. And then it's harder to keep them happy. And then you have to keep them happy. And otherwise, they make life miserable for you and everyone around you. And especially if you have children.
Okay, so
It's,
I'm gonna agree with you on something. You said it, beat me to the punch, because you said it before, but in our private conversations, you said it's harder to keep them happy,
Mhm.
and you said it before. I've made a note of it. This is quite a while back. I don't know. You said it before December 2023. It's in one of the notes that I have. We were talking one time, but you brought it up again right now. It's harder to make a manipulative person happy. It gets increasingly more difficult. They keep trying to manipulate to get more out of, let's just say, me. I'm going to use me as an example.
Mhm.
That person will continue to try to get more out of me so they can get the joy of knowing I manipulated them to get another thing out of them, another movement out of them. And
Mhm.
that actually is a huge red flag. Please, our members to the channel here, subscribers on our networks, and viewers that are passing through, all of you, thank you for passing through. We want you to know that is a red flag without a doubt. They constantly, a manipulative person is not satisfied. They need to continue to use manipulation. What does manipulation mean? Manipulation means a person is a schemer. They are looking not for you or I to have autonomy or to be a free moral agent to make decisions. They are finding ways to move you around for their pleasure, that they have an upper hand. They're a controlling or controller. Please be mindful of that red flag from a toxic person. Or if you want to go down the road of saying they have narcissistic characteristics or traits, um, be careful with the labels. One label that is clear is when a person is being manipulative, they are scheming for their benefit. Another thing to keep in mind is if a person is a critic all the time. A consistent critic is different than a person who systematically scrutinizes situations and circumstances. Some people like to scrutinize or tear something apart like an engineer so they can find a better way to make it work better for everybody. But a critic is different. How did you hold up under the criticism of living with someone who had strong and violent narcissistic behavior, Susie?
It was very difficult because at first I would have reactive abuse. I would try to defend myself,
Mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm,
Like, what are you
mm-hmm.
talking about? I would argue. What do you, I know what I know. Don't accuse me of things.
I could just,
you know,
I could imagine you saying that at the beginning. I could
the
just
free,
see Susie like, hold on a second.
hold up, hold up.
Hold
He
up.
used to he used to
Hold
say
up.
to me, you're no shrinking violet." But I'll
Wow.
tell you something.
Wow.
What he did was because I was so strong, he amped up his verbal, physical, emotional, financial, and then obviously, yeah, physical abuse. But and he broke me.
Hmm.
That man it took him years, but I got to the point where I couldn't defend myself anymore. I couldn't argue anymore. I was drained, and he would make life so miserable, and then it would affect my children and my family, anyone who was around. It would affect the neighbors.
Oh.
He would cause problems and drama and situations that were just incomprehensible. I think back, I'm like, what in the world? I have, now that I'm reconnecting with family and friends, everyone in New York, they remind me of situations and certain scenarios, and we just like, what was that? Like, I look back now like, what in the world did I just literally escape from?
You can really see it now, huh? I'm just curious.
Gosh.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's not like you just stepped away from it and your emotions are mixed. Do you
No.
feel you can really see that behavior more from 3,000
Yes.
feet up?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I see it. It's magnified. I cannot believe that I allowed what I allowed for so long. It's been 5 years. 2020 was when the physical abuse got so bad that my bones were broken, and I was in those woods for 17 hours. It took me 5 years to get to this point where I am now. It took, I mean, look at all the women's groups, the therapy. I'm still going strong with all of it because I'm at the next level now, but I I don't I don't think I think the reason I stayed for so long is because something in me knew it's not just like, okay, I'm done with him and you get out of the relationship or
Hmm.
you go
Hmm.
through the divorce or whatever. That's when the work starts because you save yourself from the abuse of that person. But what happens is now you have to deal with yourself. And if
Mm.
you really want to heal and recover, we need to look and see, why did we tolerate that? Why were we attracted to these type of people? Why did we make excuses for them? Why did we allow it?
Mm.
Yeah, there's no excuse for abuse. None. Zip. Nada. But we still, like Dr. Mack will remind me, you stayed. I know I couldn't get out. I know it was impossible. It seemed impossible. You have to let things go. You have to let a lot of things go, a lot of people go. Um, it's hard work. It's hard work. So I think now that there's such an open forum and there's so much help and there's so many resources out there, it makes it a little easier. When I was first going through it, I didn't understand any of it. I didn't even realize I was being abused.
Mm.
I didn't realize I was being manipulated.
Was there resistance on your part?
To leave,
Yeah.
I was terrified. I was told daily that I'm worthless, I'm useless, no one will want me, everyone hates me. Oh, I could go on with the insults and the negativity and just knocking me down. I I know we talked about me being able to think, to speak, to write. I was so I don't even know what the words are. I was so abused, neglected, isolated that I couldn't think. I didn't believe my own thoughts. I couldn't write. I hardly could speak. Now I can project my voice and say what I feel. I can feel what I feel. I understand that my feelings are valid. My thoughts are valid. My opinions are valid. Just I matter. I didn't even I didn't even know I mattered. I didn't communicate with anyone. I would play with the kids. I would keep the kids safe, bring the kids to their activities. I would have the holidays. I would pretend everything was okay, but I never communicated. It's the strangest thing. I just went through the motions day by day, hour by hour, month by month, year by year. I just went through the motions. Now, How many women out there are going through the motions? It's a sad thought to me that there's so many people out there going through what I went through.
Well, many are suffering under the weight of criticism.
Mhm.
The weight of criticism is the red flag that we want to point out to everyone today. It is the second one. Manipulation was the first one. The second is criticism. And that's exactly what Susie here is describing. The weight of criticism is the act of passing judgment on an individual to the point that they lose their self-worth and self-esteem. The heavy weight of criticism can happen in any type of relationship, in any type of circumstance. The act of passing this severe judgment or fault finding is a pattern for many. It's the way they live their life. And they look for individuals to do such behavior to. And so when Susie says there are a number of women that may be living in a similar set of circumstances that she went through, this often plays a huge part, this red flag number 2 of criticism. This, coupled with manipulation, becomes a pattern of the abuser. But it doesn't have to be the systematic pattern for your life. You decided that it was, well, Dr. Mack and others, supportive individuals. You said your godmother, as your story goes, there's a number of people who decided they were implementing a different system for success for you, a different set of patterns. Wasn't easy to step into that, as you've often said, but you did. Why did you finally give in toward making this adjustment and moving forward?
I had enough. I had to save my own life. And that's what I did. It wasn't easy. If I didn't have all the support, I don't think I could have done it alone. I don't think anyone should have to do it alone. It's scary. It's really scary. I'm so glad I did it. Honestly, if the physical violence didn't get as horrific as it did, I don't know if I ever would have jumped. I don't know. And I always thought I had to hold on to everything, but I didn't. Letting it all go was the most freeing thing I've ever done. And I didn't realize that was the key. I've had to let go of pretty much everything, but it was worth it. And even though I think I told you I went from, this big house and this big life over the top to a room. And I'm so happy. It doesn't take much. It takes feeling safe for me. It was feeling safe. And I know there's a lot of people out there that don't feel safe besides self-worth, self-dignity, self-love, feeling safe for me and feeling peace. When I first got to New York, I slept for 16 hours. Now, I hadn't slept maybe maybe 6 hours every couple nights if I was lucky. So I just came home and it was like I finally could exhale. I was holding my breath, a nervous wreck, always nervous, always stressed, always full of anxiety. And what's next? What's coming? What's around the corner? Can I protect myself? Do I have to run? Do I have to escape? And it's like the bubble pop and it's over. It's over. I never believed I could get to this point where I can exhale. I'm okay. I made it.
Just like
Now I
that,
want just like that.
it
Just
popped.
like that. Boom. It's like magic. It's a miracle.
Some people think that they need to be in control to make that pop happen. That's not what happened to you. And you're not the first person to ever tell me that. And maybe others have heard it as well. Some people think they're trying to control it to make that pop happen. But it happened. And how much of a hand did you really have in it?
It was all letting go. I held on to every little string, every little morsel of trying to keep it together, trying to keep how about my mental health? I was so stressed and full of anxiety and fear and terror at times that I would go into, me and Dr. Mack were talking about, which because he was trying to see if I had a diagnosis or because your mental health suffers greatly when you're in these relationships. And I
Well,
would
yeah,
go,
heavy manipulation, heavy
oh,
criticism. It's like prison confinement.
yeah, exactly. And I would go into these, uh, I think he coined them, anxiety or stress induced mania. It was terrifying. At one point, I remember being in Dr. Mack's office after what, 3 years now, and it was probably about 6 months ago, and it was like the end, and then I was isolated again, and I needed that in order to truly let go of everything. I see it now. I understand, like, you can't you can't freak out. You have to kinda just, "Okay, this is where I need to be right now, as long as you're safe." And when I got to that point, I remember he looked at me one day and he's like, "Susie, you've gone manic." And I was like, "Okay." And we kinda looked at each other. I'm like, "Okay, am I stuck here? Is that it? Did I, like, go over the edge? Well, can you get me back?" Is what I said. And he's like, "I don't know." And that's when I got serious. I'm like, "That's it. I'm not losing my sanity over this man. I lost enough." So, I had to say, what am I missing? What is the next step? Because it's like you kind of figure one thing out, you move, you divorce, you know, get yourself safe, you work on yourself, you get into therapy, you start, you know, journaling, reflecting, working through your traumas. But the letting go was that next step for me. And it's it's the thing that kind of cut that rubber band and it snapped, it popped. And here I am. So many good things have happened to me and just in the last couple weeks. I always heard that when you know, separate yourself from the negativity and the manipulation and the abuse and the disrespect and all those negative things, right? That I was living in, that so many of us are living in and tolerating. When you separate yourself from all of that, I never believed, I mean, I hoped, but I never truly believed or understood that when people tell you that care, people that are supporting you, people that are helping you, right? When they tell you that the doors open up, and I don't mean materialistic stuff, I mean people that care, people that want good for you, people that are excited for you, people that truly care and want the best for you, just people start showing up and it feels so good. I'm where I am in New York and the people that I surround myself with now, they kind of the most fascinating thing for me right now is I have this big smile on my face right now because like I'm free. Okay. I know I'm free. I made it.
Uh,
But when I
she got a big smile,
watch,
everybody. She got a big
when
smile.
I,
I guarantee you that right now.
when
It's really big. She got a big New York
it
smile.
hurts. I'm smiling so big, like my cheeks hurt. But when I watch people watching me now, they're excited because they can't believe what they're seeing. I couldn't believe it at first. Like, I don't shake. Like I said, I sleep, I can rest, I'm relaxed, I can have a conversation, I can listen. I don't have to I'm not like all over the place. But watching their expressions, watching me is pretty fascinating. It's really cool because
You're
I'm
like
like,
you're
I'm
like a new
finding joy in their joy.
you're like a new cereal in the pantry. You're
Like,
like just, hey, has anybody tried that new Susie Pops? All right, Susie, here we go. I'm
Mhm.
going to ask you about this lack of accountability. That is the third red flag in our show today that we're going to touch on. First one, manipulation. Criticism was second. The abuser has a strong lack of accountability
Mm.
behavior.
Yeah.
It's I want to say it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle of not taking on accountability. Um, what examples do you have of that the audience needs to keep in mind that you went through?
Oh, they're never wrong. Never wrong. Never the blame. They just project everything on you. Everything that he ever did was put onto me. Eric is here. Hi, Eric. Eric says, I can do frenzy and I can do fury. I found out that us typical of people who endured prolonged abuse, neglect, and isolation. What is scary is that those people most often are the first to refuse help. Yeah. I remember years and years, I tried to get him to go to therapy. And I think he went like once years and years and years ago. Um, but even with the therapist, they try coercive control. They try to con the therapist. They will blame everything on you. And it gets to the point where it's so exhausting trying to explain yourself, trying to explain yourself, trying to defend yourself that I actually got to the point where I took the blame for everything because it was easier. How pathetic does that sound right now that I just said that? And that's what I did.
Did it work?
No, look where it got me.
So your advice to the to the audience
Don't
today
do it.
is
No, you do
wait.
not take the blame for these people. Hold them accountable. And they're not going to hold themselves accountable, and they're going to so you have to be careful because when you're dealing with an abusive, unhealthy person, it can become dangerous, as it did for me. So you have to make sure, that you have support and that you don't push them over the edge because they're not stable. They're not.
So their lack of accountability as being a number 3 on the list of red flags to look out for when you're dealing with toxic people, toxic circumstances, individuals. This lack of accountability means that they refuse to see the error or the mistakes that they make.
Yep.
They refuse to take blame for something that they played a part in or instigated. So that puts us in a different position because we're not dealing with somebody who is trying to grow together or build together. They're looking to make sure they just don't get the blame. That's kind of hard to have a relationship. No doubt you found that to be true.
Yeah, and thinking about it, just think, why would they do this to themselves? Like, they're not only destroying your life, they're destroying their own lives. It's sad, it's insane. It's just there's no logical explanation for why someone would behave this way. I just don't get it, and it seems like they always get away with it. But I'll tell you, they don't. They're miserable. They're empty, they're miserable, and the reason I mean, I feel like I was drained. He drained all my energy, everything
Hmm.
positive
Hmm.
out of me. they take on your personality, they take on your traits, it's almost like they become you. He became me in ways, like,
What do you mean by that?
okay, so back up.
Yeah, if he
So
start wearing your clothes. No, I'm
no,
just
no, no,
kidding.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no.
So,
Hey,
uh,
so like with the kids, right? So the grandchildren. So I love kids. I had the daycare. Kids are my thing. I've always felt safe with children. Children made me happy. I love to take care of kids. And I would like call them a cute little nickname or something. So he would start like saying the things I said, or just silly little things I would do with them, or whatever, the way I'd hug them, or call them cutie pie or munchkin or whatever, silly little nicknames. And he would just start doing the same thing.
it's like
But he
Susie
would
2.0. Is
yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah, exactly. And then I'd be like, I couldn't do it anymore because I'm like, it would make me like sick. It was like everything was so fake. You could tell
you
it
were
wasn't
being
sincere.
erased
I was
from
being
the planet.
zombie
You
snatched.
were
He snatched my
invasion of the
my
body, invasion of the toxic
yes,
snatchers, the toxic.
exactly.
Whatever. Man. Okay, so
Mhm,
whatever was yours became theirs, his, or
mhm.
so whatever is yours becomes the toxic person's,
Yep.
the toxic bully,
Mhm,
and whatever you enjoyed, they either put down or they take away from you. Okay, so
mhm.
Eric has something to say. Uh, Go ahead, if you would, please
Yep.
read that for the
Eric says,
audience.
tears, he says, victims, survivors of prolonged abuse typically refuse outside help and typically get angry with people best in position to offer assistance. There is something in the dynamic that gets twisted. PhDs, he continues, been making notes on survivors refusing help since the liberation of the concentration camps in World War II. Interesting field of study. Thankful for PhDs on the front lines worldwide. Yes, I think like even when the police were called, I mean, I never even tried to explain myself. I would be blamed for the most ridiculous things, like trying to make the dog eat him alive or something stupid. And so it just none of it made sense to me, and I couldn't understand how anyone could even listen to his nonsense. So think I was I don't think I was resisting help. I just think I was so in it, and it just all seemed so insane that I couldn't even understand it myself. Forget about explaining it to someone else to get help, if that makes sense.
No, it definitely makes sense because the emotional manipulation and all the constant criticism, and this a
Mhm,
whole lack of accountabilities, flag 1, 2, and 3, manipulation,
mhm,
criticism, and lack of accountability. Those are just a few of the toxic traits that a person puts out there. Those are just, no doubt, a few of the things you experienced. But it's almost like there's this slow burning fire that consumed your self worth, consumes our self worth, and it leaves you feeling this anxious, or what you said, Dr. Max said manic. This
mhm,
manic, it can push a person to become manic and uncertain about themselves, feeling drained. Again, lack of self worth, low self worth, no self worth. All of them start to get wrapped up. Now, we're doing really good at pointing out the problem. But what I love about doing shows with you and others is that we start to get into what can we do
mhm,
to recover. I get it, everybody. I've said it, everybody. I understand the heal part. But as you listen to our platform, we really focus on recovery, restoration, and then transformation. People often take you up to that heal part. In some cases, take your money and then move on to the next person. We want everyone who's listening to this to focus on 3 fundamental areas of human behavior. We are into recover, restore, and transform. That's why we watch so many different types of, certain types of movies. We love to see the person that's kicked down not just heal and become aware, but become a champion again. You can be a champion emotionally after being attacked with manipulation, criticism, and a lack of accountability by another person by making sure to focus on what you are trying to achieve. You want peace? Go get it. You want tranquility? Take it. If you want serenity, suck it all in by making certain moves to eliminate the things that create stress. How do you eliminate them? Don't participate in them. Don't participate in them and they will go away. They'll keep coming back, but they just won't reside with you. They will recognize you won't give them energy anymore. Seems simple to toss that out there. We may rationalize, we may rationalize or start to think that their behavior, thinking we're the problem or that we're too sensitive, that we're the issue. Not true, Susie, right?
No,
The truth
not
is,
us.
we're not the ones who need to change. They do. The truth
And
is,
yeah.
we're not the ones who need to change. They do. It's a hard pill to swallow at times, especially when we're emotionally invested in that job, with that company, with a relationship, with a sibling, with your own children, with your parents. Whatever the scenario, we have to give stock to our mental health and emotional well-being. And when that is being attacked, there is no personal growth. And if we're attached to a person like that in business or in anything else, our own business, our own dealings will start to fail because we're picking up on the very vibration that they're putting out and we've absorbed it. But every time we're away from them, Susie, you've mentioned it to
Mhm.
me a number of times. Now that you're away from that person, how many times have you moved since leaving that toxic situation? It's like you're constantly being moved further and further away from that person. And
Thank
it can
God.
seem like I just settled here. I just packed and moved. And how many times?
I counted. I stayed since I left 2 years ago. I've stayed in probably about 10 different locations.
Do you feel at home now?
Yeah, I'm home. I'm
You
back
know,
home.
you know what I be telling you.
Mm.
Yeah, I tell you. Somebody made gravity. Be looking out for people.
Yes. Oh,
Because I tell
yes.
you right now, man can't make gravity. We can't even fix
I
our own
couldn't have.
watches. We can't even, our watches,
I
the batteries
could.
go dead. Gravity
No.
always works. Every morning we get up because somebody made gravity and oxygen and made water.
You have to have faith. You have to keep hope. You can't give up. There's no way that I could have done this without God, the universe, whatever you want to call it. I call it God. But yeah, I couldn't have planned this. It was like divine intervention. It's and I finally got to the point where I just have to trust the process. I don't have fear about it anymore. Like I am where I am right now, and I know I'm not done. I know this isn't it. This is just the beginning. I kinda get excited now, like, what could be next? It's so exciting.
Makes a big difference when we start to recognize that we don't control the process. We are the process.
Mm,
When we are the process and we give into that, we are making just that small part of our neighborhood, of our family dynamics, of the planet a little safer for somebody else that's
mhm,
probably being born that day.
yeah.
We're paving a way for that person to not have to deal with toxic people the way we did because we are now aware and recognizing it's not all about us. It's a community effort in recognizing that toxic individuals can master or can be masters of emotional disguise. Well, not every child being born or that's in school right now knows that. but by us as adults making sure to recognize when people are hiding behind a mask of charm, pretending at times to even be victims themselves, we can now teach a new generation not to fall for toxic bullies. And anybody that spends time with you. And by the way, if you have a podcast show, you should be asking Susie to come on your show. By the way, you should pay her too, because I'm not going to pay her. But what I was going to say is, so I'm just messing with. So her story is not even completely told on our network or on her own network and podcast show.
Not even
But
close.
you can get snippets of her life by asking her to be a guest on your show. But the damage toxic people inflict, that's one thing. It can even be long lasting, but it is not permanent. It can last a while, but it's not permanent. Your peace can be permanent. Your move to another area can end up being permanent. I have a guest that has been on a number of times, and she's going to be back in 2025. And she talks about how she had to leave her place of birth. It really bothered her to move to another place that she thought she'd never live in. And her and her daughters are so happy
Good.
because she recognized she was part of the process for her daughters to have peace. She needed to make certain decisions that seemed like, well, I'm not going to be comfortable in this new place, but actually that's where she needed to be. It may be smaller, it may be tighter, it may be cramped, but it may be only for a while, or it may be permanent. But one thing is for sure, you will own the peace, serenity, and tranquility that is there. It is yours. It is a gift to you. Take it. The damage of stress, anxiety, and depression that others can bring, all because we tolerated their behavior for too long, maybe, that could be true. Let's not put a time stamp on it, or watch, or expiration date. This person should have did this. This person should have did that. Let's do this. How about all of us that may have gone through, if you're going through the process, see it for what it is. That person is going through a vicious cycle of being neglected and disrespected. Support that person. Don't condemn that
Yeah.
person.
I don't think my family realized. They said I was so different. I became so different. They didn't even recognize me anymore. And I don't mean physically recognize me. My personality was gone. And when you see someone or if something's wrong, when you just know something's wrong, people don't just change like that usually. Look, look deeper. I
Mm-hmm.
hid it
Yeah.
so well. I think a lot of
Mm-hmm.
us hide it.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and we're afraid of the repercussions of it because, we're told that everything is a secret. All the abuse is a secret. Don't give up on the person. Look a little deeper. Check in on them and be patient with them because I went back, what, 8 times? There would be a huge blowout and I would have to escape, literally escape. And I would confide in a family member here and there. And then they would say, well, then the next day you were back with them. And that's a part, if you're on the outside looking in, please be understanding that it's hard for the abused person, for the neglected person to let go. We're told, that we are worthless and useless and we can't make it on our own. And sadly, we believe it, a lot of us. So please don't give up on the person, you
And many
know.
times being told that, that's not the first time that individual may have heard that before. There may have been others that told them that. And in the process, the individual, the innocent individual who's being told that, shares that information with the toxic person, with the
Mhm.
abuser. In in full disclosure of being vulnerable with that person, they shared it, not knowing that they were going to use that as a sledgehammer against their emotions and their
Yes.
self-esteem. They never saw it coming. because that person was being manipulative.
That goes along with the coercive control. For me, it was the children. He used my children against me. Like turning the kids against you, slowly making the kids feel you're crazy. And the kids are young and they groom the children. They groom your family. It's such a sick cycle. The energy they waste and use in hurting others. It doesn't make, that's another thing. It doesn't make sense. How could someone, I used to make excuses like, no, he can't be, this can't be, he can't understand what he's doing. They know exactly what they're doing. And it's just so confusing because most of us would never think to hurt someone or use something against them or take their weaknesses and use them against them and break them. It's the whole cycle of abuse is just so disgusting.
Very disgusting.
Disgusting.
If you have been on either side of the spectrum of abuse, having it happen to you, and I will do shows on it in 2025. Many of you who are part of the channel, viewers and subscribers and members, who have been falsely accused of it because a toxic person, similar to what Susie's talking about, she was accused of a lot of things. Correct, Susie? And it
Yes.
was not true. Some of you men have told me, when am I going to do a show about that? We do have a series of shows coming, and individuals that will be stepping up to talk about that next year. But I want to thank you for watching, listening to, and supporting what we're doing, our two networks here. And don't forget to share your experience that you've gone through in dealing with toxic individuals. You could do that on your own YouTube channel, other ways. Be a source of encouragement. Be a part of the process that paves the way for others that are coming behind you. If this process of live streaming and talking to you this way has been beneficial to you, we hope that you will get personal growth and happy and healthy relationships out of it. But that doesn't mean that one toxic person is all that you've dealt with. You know your story. We hear often other stories. It can come in waves. It can come in as if it's a group of them. It could be happening at work.
Oh, there's always a group.
What are you going to do? Go
No.
ahead. You're going to say, go ahead.
Yeah. No, when you just said a group of them, there's always a posse behind these people. Mine he still has them. Family members, mostly family members. I think a lot of them are a little similar, maybe because they grew up and witnessed this as well. But they recruit people to hurt you with them. And that's what happened to me. He had his flying monkeys and as Leon Walker calls them, flying flunkies who help to bring you down, to make you think you're crazy, to be their right-hand man. It's scary. That was another thing. Like I remember certain situations. I would have him on one side and a family member that he was close to on the other side, and they were both just coming at me, telling me all these horrible things about myself. And I'm like, I remember saying one time, like, if I'm that bad, why don't you help me or get me help or do something? And they would just look at me and continue this badgering and berating and just putting me down and all these crazy things they were telling me that I I was like, is that who I really am? It was so confusing to me.
You are one of the most punctual people I've ever met. You're one of the most responsible sharing
Yes.
people I've ever met.
That isn't what I heard.
Hey, you know what? I don't give a hoot what they said about you. I'm just telling you
No,
what
I
I'm
know.
telling you what I know.
Whew.
So, it reminds me, here's a scenario. No, I'm not going to do it. I was going to do it from the top of my head. Hold on, everybody. Got to grab the actual show note because I know where it is. Hold on. Don't go anywhere, people. Okay, here we go. I'm going to read it, though. Here we go. So check this out. Imagine a friend who always forgets their promises. Everybody, go into imaginary land. Okay, see a face. see their clothes, scent, smell, all the above. This imaginary friend, we'll call him Bob. So Bob always forgets his promises. Okay. So Bob promises to meet you at 7 p.m., but shows up 2 hours late.
That's pretty
Okay.
bad.
I'm laughing
I
because
wouldn't be waiting for
I'm
Bob,
reading
though.
it. Every time I read it, I've read it a number of times. I'm reading it and I laugh. It makes me laugh. It's go like, okay, that's not cool. So I was like, all right, so 2 hours late. We got that, right? Expecting you to be understanding about it.
Okay.
That is a red flag, people. Okay?
I would have went home.
Wait,
I wouldn't be
wait,
waiting for
wait.
Bob, but go
If you do that to other people, you are a red flag. Okay? So let's just put it, okay? Let's just, let's be the real on the real, people. Okay? All right. Or consider this. Now, I'm not going to say a name here because it may be somebody's real name, so I'm not going to do that there. Consider you have a long-term relationship, wife, husband, wherever the case may be, business partner, long-term friendship, relationship, who constantly criticizes your appearance. Please take notes. 1, your appearance. 2, your choices. 3, your values. I'll repeat that for the people in the back of the room. Okay? I'll repeat that. Consider you have a long-term, somebody you've been dealing with for a long time, your mama, your daddy, sister's brother, whoever your sibling, whatever it may be. That person constantly finds ways, passive, aggressive, whichever way you want to do it, a joke, whatever way you want to say it, where they need to constantly criticize your appearance, 1, 2, your choices, 3, your values, your personal character is constantly criticized. From my show notes, I'm going to read it exactly what it says. That's not feedback. That's a red flag. Now, when I tell you a lot of our show notes, most of the time, I don't put the person's name on it. But this was like almost 3 years ago, this show. That is some juicy stuff. Far as I'm concerned, that I'm laying out to you as my audience. Take it as you see fit. That's not feedback. That's a red flag. These behaviors may seem trivial, but they can be indicative. They are a true sign, as Jeff Foxworthy would say. By the way, if you haven't, I'll talk about that later, maybe in the show. Very, very funny thing. If you haven't seen it yet, I'll tell you more about it. You saw The Princess Bride already, though, right?
I loved
Okay,
it.
we'll talk about that later too. Okay.
Okay.
Popped into my head. Squirrel
right.
moment. Okay, all right. Hold on a second. I think, do I have something for squirrel? I don't know if I got something for. Yeah. That's my new one. I just love that. Okay, so
It's a crazy squirrel.
Everybody. Hey, that's your sign.
There you go.
Hey, laugh like that. Pack your stuff. All right, so here we go. These
That's
behaviors.
a red flag.
Oh, that's a red flag. That's what I should call it. That's pretty good. All right, so here we go, everybody. That's a deeper toxicity issue that this individual is having if they feel a need to constantly criticize 1, your appearance, 2, your choices, 3, your values. When you are experiencing that, what are you going to say? What are you going to do? One of the things to keep in mind is what I'm going to put up on the screen. This was not planned, everybody. This part wasn't planned. I'm putting it up on the screen. Here we go. Eric says you should, what Eric says? Don't be no red flag.
No red flag. You know, when I was
no red flag, man. Don't you be doing
at
that.
the workshop in Manhattan. Okay, when I was at the workshop in Manhattan with Dr. C and Amy Polacco, they were talking about that a red flag is even, say you're listening to the radio and they make fun of the radio, the music you listen to. It's little things like that. Like, who is anyone to tell you, oh, you listen to, I don't know, country music?
Whatever.
Whatever it is, or rock and roll or rap or whatever. And it's just, I didn't think of it. And he used to do that to me, like, oh my gosh, I couldn't listen to my music, had to be his music because he knew good music.
Your shows had to be his shows.
Yeah, exactly.
Your restaurant had to be his restaurant. Oh, well,
Yeah.
we can say that the other way around, or hers, or whatever the case may be, mom's, dad.
Exactly.
Your autonomy, your ability to be an individual has been wiped off the planet.
Yep.
Okay,
You don't matter.
that's no bueno. That's not good,
No.
because you have an ability to choose. So what you choose now, what you choose when you were 5, there's a pretty good chance you're not doing it right now. Half of it you may not even remember. But some of it you probably can't remember if you're living with an abuser. They want you
Do
to
you
be
remember?
erased. So
I
I'm thinking
remember
of
being a kid.
Abba Zabas right now. I really did.
No,
That's
I'm
what popped
thinking
in
of
my head.
music. I'm
Yo,
thinking of the
what you
Bay
think?
City
What you got?
Rollers. The Bay City
Oh,
Rollers.
you said that before. Isn't that okay?
I
I'm
used
going
to
to have to
listen
look it
to
up in
them
real
at like
time. Were
7
they
years
even
old.
connected to Casey and the Sunshine Band? Because you said that before. I just never looked it up. I know I could do it right
I
now,
don't
everybody, but I'm
know.
not doing. I'm
But
not Googling it.
I remember being in the I think it was
Somebody
like the
can Google it
first
in the
grade,
chat, comment, whatever.
and we had a spelling test, and that what was it?
Roller
Saturday
skaters,
night.
right?
SATURDAY
No,
night.
didn't they roller skate too? No,
Probably everyone roller
I'm gonna
skated
look it
back in
up.
the
All right,
day.
I'm giving in
Remember
on
the
that.
RC and the pizza
Yep.
going down the street?
Everybody's going like, what are they talking about? These old people. What are they? Hey,
Yeah.
we're not
There's
old.
people that remember this.
We are vintage, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Absolutely.
Old is what you throw out sometimes. I got some shirts that could be labeled that.
I threw a lot out, a lot of old stuff.
Would you say
dog.
Bay City?
Bay City Rollers.
Okay. I like to do. I like doing my live show. I will Google it right now. Look at
Okay.
that. It popped right up.
There you
Band.
go.
Pop band. Oh my Lord. Yes, I do
They were
remember.
considered pop.
I'm looking at it now. Okay,
And
so
the
I have.
YMCA.
You
What was
haven't pulled
that?
it up or whatever. So I'm going to do this. Do you remember the lead singer? Do you
No.
think he was cute?
Probably. They were all.
I know. I'm teasing you right now. I'm messing with you.
I probably had the poster in my room.
Oh my goodness.
I
Okay, the Bay City
probably did.
Rollers are a Scottish pop rock band known for their worldwide teen idol popularity in the 1970s. This is from Wikipedia, everybody. The Bay City Rollers were on Saturday Night Live. It looks like
I
that's
didn't
what
know
that says
that.
here. I think that's what it says here. 1976. It looks like that's what it's looking at. I'm gonna pop it open there. So here we go. Now that you mention it, let's see here. They're originally from Edinburgh, the UK. I'm a big UK fan person. That's just for my audience, because you guys often ask, Paxton, we don't tell us more about you. The show's not about me, but I'll tell you that much. The Bay City Rollers are a Scottish pop rock band known for their worldwide teen idol popularity. So you were 18 at the time? Yes.
Younger. 70s, I was, between 2 and 8, 2 and 10, something like that.
Okay.
I
So
was born in 68.
vocals was by Les McKinnon. Guitar, there's this and that. I'm trying to. What was one of their favorite songs? I just don't remember. Bye Bye Baby.
Saturday night.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Saturday Night. I'm wrong on that. Yeah, I remember that. YouTube
Bye Bye
doesn't
Baby.
put me in a position to play that unless I plan on getting a copyright strike. So Saturday Night. Okay. Hey, so how did that song go again? Can you sing a few bars?
Said SATURDAY night. And that's how I
Did it,
spelled it on my spelling test.
She did. Oh my goodness, that's the way you did. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I sang the song and I got
you
it
sang
correct.
the song and you got it right.
Mhm. That's
That should
right.
be something you do the rest of your life now. See,
Yeah, well, honestly,
you just
every
sing
time
it
I
out
spell
instead.
Saturday, I probably do. But I don't know, you just triggered something in me when you were talking about, I don't even remember what you were talking about. Oh, we were talking about music and how you can't have your own
You
identity
can't have
like
your own stuff.
music.
Yeah, yeah.
And you said you probably forget things when you were a kid, but no, I never forgot that one. What do you remember
No, you
when you
forgot.
were a kid?
You were
What's like your
emotionally connected. What to
What's
that?
like your first
Oh,
memory from when
well,
you were
see,
a child?
what? Okay, that's a whole. That I could answer that. Unfortunately, today I'm not going to answer that. I was going to go this other route. That's a great question, though. I'll answer another day,
Okay.
or if it pops in my head. But the main thing I know, one of the main things that I still hold on to from being a kid
Okay.
is my oldest brother and my mom and me, because I was just like a little kid, I'd hang out with them. And every Saturday, they had this tradition with them, and I got to be in on it. They would watch black and white movies. I mean, I say black and white now because, they're old. In other words, I'm saying that's because I'm letting everybody know it's an old movie.
Mm-hmm.
Movies predominantly from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. So down to this day on Saturday, I still do that.
Aw.
At least 3 times out of the month, if not every Saturday. And now my daughters have kind of picked that up too. It's kind of like a family tradition, in which we just watch movies. And of course, I've saw 50 billion old movies. so I got a whole library in my head and know exactly, I'm weird. I know exactly how they're going to end, and I know the movies.
But it
And
must be like soothing and peaceful for you.
it's takes me back to my a
Yeah.
pleasant time in my childhood,
Mm-hmm.
because both of them are dead now. And so when they watched the movies, my dad would make stuff. He'd barbecue. My mother wouldn't have to cook that day,
Aw.
or a certain portion of that day, or we would go out. So
Mhm.
so it's still kind of a thing we do on a Saturday. So if anybody's ever had a meeting with me on a Saturday, I want you to know what you're interrupting. So I'm just kidding. So on a Saturday, that's why I think, well, can we meet on a Saturday? I go like, well, I'm kind of
Oh.
like, well, but if
Kinda
you're
booked.
busy, well,
A little
technically I
booked.
really am booked, because it's my special thing that I do with my daughters to make sure on a Saturday we do
That's
that.
great. Quality
This,
time.
yeah. The second thing is on Fridays. Fridays was a time that my father had that we would all sit together and watch a movie together. Okay. So we still have that as well. So Friday and Saturday, that's it. So when you ask about my childhood, that is something, no matter what I've gone through, whether
Mhm.
self-inflicted or from someone else, I have never let go. And it's always what my dad say, always when you're going through difficult times, everybody you don't have to take this advice. It's just something that was shared with me. Yes, from my dad, but it's just something that was shared with me. When you're going through something, always stop everything and go back to basics. And
Mhm.
so that's what I've trained my children on, and that's what happens with me. No matter what business, no matter who I'm dealing with, I always go back to basics. How did this relationship basically get started? How did this business basically get started? Have we moved away from that in a positive way, or is this chaotic? That's a red flag if it's chaotic. If it's chaotic and we continue, we are now playing the game. Similar to what I started the show on with some of the show notes before. How do we eliminate the toxic person and situation and circumstances? We don't play the game anymore. Just go back to basics. And if it was toxic at the beginning, we know how it's going to turn out at the end. Right, Susie?
Oh, yes. Get out. Get out while you can. The longer you wait, the worse it gets and the harder it gets to remove yourself.
Don't be
That's
no
for
red
sure.
flag. That's what Eric
No.
said. don't, don't you be no red flag. You be part of the red flag. You start agreeing with it. And
Yeah.
Eric said, what did he say? Eric says some of them older movies are straight golden age cinema. I would agree with you 1,000% on that. Let me jump in here real quick and do this. I forgot to do this, and so something about that guy in the background. Yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, this guy is totally into it in that one. Eric, that is for you for being a part of our live stream today. We are always looking for 10 people every time we do anything here on NATV Network, whether it's a video post, whether it's a short, whatever we're posting because we feel it may help you. And whatever it is, we're only looking for 10 people to watch it. We're only looking for 10 people to be affected by it. And we hope that it's positive, informative, and encouraging to you. A little piece of pie, PIE, each time you come through. If you go to SZTV Network, you're going to get information concerning coercive control, women's shelters. You're going to get information that you will find other places, but there's nobody like Susie.
You know, what's exciting? I think I shared a little bit of it with you, but I was in New York all of 2 days, and I got invited to go to, 2 of the biggest women's shelters on Long Island to go and spend some time with the women there. So, I'm planning on doing that the end of this month, and I am so looking forward to it.
Yeah, you touched on that, and I know we were going to talk about it more, but I'm glad you're bringing it up now. If you are in uh, the vicinity of Susie, great. But if you are in any state, New York, of course, but anywhere, reach out to Susie. If you have a shelter, know of a shelter, been in a shelter. If you're a lawyer, doctor, dentist, psychiatrist, any of the above, reach out to Susie. She can help you with the individuals you may be helping. Her coaching may be able to help you as you help others. But more importantly, reach out to her if you're in the New York area. Susie and I will have a number of things coming your way. This is me going shuddy shuddy. I'm not going to say anymore.
Yes.
So yes, be quiet on that. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see people. Okay, so I got to toss some more at you. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take a break for a minute, everybody, and then I have some more coming your way. But I want to touch on this. We talked about the little illustration example of a friend and so forth. Or notice the red signs, everybody. Notice the red flags, the red signs, the red hands. Notice how their hands are red. They've got red all over them. Don't ignore it. It's not feedback when they're trying to criticize you. It's a red flag. It's not them just being late or not keeping their word. It is a pattern that is not to your benefit. It's not good. It could be the same. Maybe they're not late. Maybe they're on time all the time simply because they know you're overloaded, so that they can put you down. There's so many scenarios that that an individual, just say that an individual can do to capture your mind, to capture your thought process so you can't focus on you and your loved ones. You want to be very careful. Um,
Yeah, they're very greedy, huh? My
yeah, that
goodness.
actually is similar. That's a show in itself. I'm funny you just mentioned that. I'm looking over here because I got something that talks about toxic people being greedy. Touch on that a little bit more. Let me see if I find it. Go ahead. Touch on that.
I just feel like not only are they self-centered, but they are greedy. They're 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 gluttons with energy, with attention. Oh my gosh. I don't even like to give them any power anymore. Like I feel like every time I talk about them, I'm like empowering them. I know we need to bring awareness, but these people don't deserve our attention. They don't deserve our us being in their presence. I wonder what they would all do if we could put them on an island somewhere, all of them together. What would they do? Would they take advantage of each other? I wonder if they would allow it or they would just go crazy on each other. Oh, I don't know. Sometimes I just think about it, I get a little overwhelmed. I lived with it for so long and it was draining, very draining. I'm finally recouping my energy, my life force, my sanity, everything. Yeah, they sure are greedy. Greedy, selfish, disingenuine,
What would happen?
pathological
Pathological liars.
liars. Oh,
What would happen if you took all of the
yeah,
toxic people that you
yeah.
have met? Let me make
Hmm.
this a broader question. So,
Okay.
audience, what would happen if you took a piece of paper and started to list number 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever the case may be? Think of the toxic individuals that you have been exposed to in your life. Take a piece of paper, take a notepad, and list them. Maybe you've done it already. Many of you who've been watching us before we ever came to YouTube, when we were on Instagram, um, you've already done this exercise with us. I've never used it before here on YouTube. You take a piece of paper and you
Hmm.
draw a line down the middle. And on one side, you're going to list the toxic people that pop into your head or that you have had experiences with. And you don't write the title of who they are, boss, dad, mom, whatever the case may be, brother, sister. You literally
Right.
write that person's name on one side. On the other side, you write down how they made you feel.
Ooh.
Not with 2 words, not with 3 words, with only 1 word.
Okay.
You force your brain to come up with 1 word. And what you're doing is, this is ghetto speak. Okay? This is not therapist speak. This is not psychologist or psychiatrist speak. This is simply ghetto speak. What you're forcing your brain to do is know how to recognize, to label that person in your brain when you see them. Because your emotions can't come up with a label. Your nervous system doesn't have a label. Your brain will give that emotion a label.
You know, I always had like nicknames for people that I always thought that I was just like disassociating from them, and I would give them a nickname. It was almost like a cold way of not disrespecting them, but in my mind just keeping a like disconnecting from them.
Mhm. A mental, a
Like
mental,
not
a mental
personalizing
disconnection.
them.
Right.
Yeah.
So with this exercise, you can find yourself maybe not disconnecting, but at least remaining at a safe distance.
Yes.
So let's say you can't no contact, but you can safely distance your mental capabilities and fortitude, and you can distance your nervous system and its ability to protect you, but in a controlled way that you can control. How? Take a piece of paper, draw a line down the middle. On the left side, start to list the individuals and their names, and then systematically, it could take you a week, it could take you 2 weeks, it could take you 3 minutes. Start to say how, in one word, how that person makes you feel. How did they make you feel? Forget the situation, forget the moment in time. It will come up, you will process it, but narrow it down just as if you were an emotional detective looking at a movie and only looking at who committed the emotional crime, because these are emotional crimes against your psyche and your emotions. And when you become an emotional detective, the game's afoot. Oh, wait, I got one. I got a new one.
What'd you
I know
find?
I'm such a big kid. I got a
I'm
new one.
trying to think of a
Here
word
we go.
now.
Here we
I'm
go.
trying to think of a
Game
word.
over.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Game over.
The game is over, baby.
That sounds pretty good. I thought
The
that was
game
you.
is over. Man, I wish.
I want that mic.
The
What'd you
game is,
get?
I know. It's my new mic. This is my new mic.
That Rode?
But anyhow, what
Is
I was
that a
going to
new
say
Rode mic?
no. It was a little bit more expensive than that.
I
A
got
little bit more
excited
expensive.
there.
So
Okay.
the game is over.
Yeah.
You have to be the one who says the game is over. How? By eliminating the game. How? I forfeit. I don't play. You win. It's all yours, baby. Go ahead.
Do what you want.
Do your
That's what I say.
thing.
Do what you
Do
want.
it and
Whatever.
enjoy yourself. Why? Because I got this list, you see. I labeled exactly how you make me feel in one word. Why? The human brain loves it if you are succinct and concise. You guys don't mess with me. I read a dictionary for 2 days straight. So what I was going to say is you have to come with one simple word.
Just get
This
to the
doesn't apply to
point.
everybody. This is ghetto therapy. So everybody got to understand this only happens, what we're talking about works in a barbershop. If you're not used to going to a barbershop, you go to a stylist, it's not going to work. That's a different conversation. If you're used to going to a barbershop, they're going to say, let me tell you, boy, this is what you do. You get a piece of paper, you draw a line down the middle, and it's like a recipe. You put on the stuff you know you're not going to put in your body, and on the other side, how it makes you feel. And you keep a track of that because it'll make you sick.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know to stay away from what makes you sick, you got
You won't
everything
get
else
sick.
in front of you.
That's it.
That's true. But let's look at the other side. Let's not look about not getting sick. Let's look at all the beautiful things in front of you that you've been missing out on, that Susie's been talking about. She's been missing out on. You are not a lost cause. You are not lost. You're dealing with people who are lost. Get off the island Hey, wait, I got the thing again.
Game
You're just in
over.
the.
I'm just going to keep wait, I got it in there
It's a
3
good one.
times. Okay, so check this out. This is not going to matter to anybody. I'm just going to do this, everybody, okay? This is just me being a weirdo. I'm a weirdo. So here we go. I got this thing in my machine.
Game over.
That's 1.
Game over.
That's 2.
Game over.
And that's 3. I don't know why. I just put them in there because they all sound different and they're all each one
I like
different.
the
But that's
first
just me.
one.
Anyhow, the first one?
Game
Yeah,
over.
He's
Game
cool.
over. Game over.
Yee.
1 or
Man.
3. I like 1 best.
All right. So
They're
anyhow,
probably all the same.
no, they're not. That's what I did
All
too.
right. No, I get a
I was
little
like at
slight
3 in the
difference.
morning, and I was going like, "Hey man, these are cool." I was going like, "No, they're all the same." And I had to play them really loud because I listened too much music loud music when I was younger. My mother told me I was going to go deaf in one ear, and sure enough, I did pretty much. All right. So everybody, please, you can try the exercise if you wish. I'm telling you, try the exercise. What can you lose? So, just make a list. Now, don't focus on the toxic people is the theme of NATV Network and all of our platforms, no matter what we're doing, whether it's our music channel and a number of other things. But focus on another sheet of paper that you will make a list of people and how they make you feel that, well, fortifies your nervous system, that strengthens your ability to focus and have personal growth. I promise you, the list of the toxic will be extremely short. Why are we giving so much attention to the people that are on a short list? Why?
Good question.
Because if we're not careful, we become a part of a big bubble of how people make money nowadays off of narcissism and toxic people conversations. Be careful. Not everybody wants your growth. Some people just want your money. What we're saying to you is stay focused on honest conversations toward personal growth, not clickbait. And you will be surprised how those conversations will help you readjust your mindset toward growth. Simple? No. Challenging and difficult? Yes. Doing it alone? Not an option. Not an option. You can find somebody that wants to see your personal growth. Because, see, toxic people are greedy. There's greed in their behavior. And that greed, we can point it out. The news can point it out. Segments that we watch can point it out. Everyone is great at pointing out the problem. You need a solution. A long-term solution may be in someone else's hand, but an immediate solution and a day-to-day solution is in your hand. Unmasking toxicity is exactly what you can do. You're good at it. Trust me, you're good at it. You just gotta listen to it. Go with it. When we explore today the challenging characteristics of an individual who's greedy, selfish, self-absorbed, let's not act as if we've never walked that path at moments in our life. But don't get it twisted. It's not your lifestyle. It's theirs. It's their lifestyle. That's dangerous to your children, to your family, to your grandparents. It's dangerous. It's serious. You can be the one, here comes the goofy part, that can say,
Game over.
I'm going to keep doing it. Okay, so you can, there you go.
Yeah,
Like,
we
oh my
have to be
God, I thought he was
careful.
serious for a moment. Go ahead. You're going to say.
We have to be careful because what I noticed is I became angry, frustrated, negative. I was starting to take on his traits. I wasn't abusive, but I just found fault in everyone, probably because I was disappointed in myself, maybe. Um, and everything was negative. I look at things now and I'm like, wow, I had such a distorted view of the world because I was living with someone that was constantly saying negative things and being pessimistic. And I was starting to become that way. You have to be careful. They're very influential on us, and I didn't realize it.
That
Didn't
part is
realize it.
actually very important for people to understand and be mindful of. Now, for you seasoned vets of dealing with toxic people, this is not something that you need to learn, but consider it a reminder. And thank you for stopping by if that's the case, that you hear this moment in time. This is a reminder to you. This is something that those who've never heard it need to acquire. It can be dangerous. You can become one of those stranded on Gilligan's Twisted Island. Not the regular Gilligan, a twisted Gilligan. If you got a twisted Gilligan in your life, then this
Jump
is
ship.
I didn't see you gonna say.
Swim.
Okay, that was a
Swim.
good one. That was a good one. I wish I had a graphic for that. That's pretty good. I may have to pull one up while we're talking. That's pretty good. Jump
Grab
ship.
a piece. That's it.
Get off the Titanic, baby.
Just go.
It's just kind of like
Grab onto a piece of driftwood.
you may find yourself in a situation where jumping ship is not an option. We got you covered. 10 minutes a week is all you need to hang out with us. Let's put it this way. There are 24 hours in a day. Get your notebooks out. There are 24 hours in a day. There are 100. I know my ghetto comes out. There are 24 hours in a day. There are 168 hours in a week. There are 672 hours a month. Let's say that again. 24 in a day, 168 in a week, 672 in a month. You can't take out enough time of 40 minutes a month, plus whatever else you watch, so that you can become firm, strong, grounded in your self-worth, self-esteem, and it's free. You can do this. Don't get distracted and don't go broke. The answer is within you. The long-term answer you will get. It will come your way. Just accept it when it comes. Susie's a prime example. Others are also. But you need to become that example to yourself. Because you're dealing with somebody who is greedy. And greed is an insatiable desire. Whether it be for money, power, sex, recognition, mainly it's three things: money, power, and recognition. A greedy person, a toxic person wants that. It is their hallmark. It is the hallmark trait in many toxic individuals. When we break that down, that hallmark trait, they have no more power. It's hard to break it down. Susie, you may attest to this better than I can. Mm-hmm. It's hard to break that person's behavior down when they're constantly criticizing, manipulating, lack of accountability. They got you on this whirlwind. It's hard to actually go back to basic and say, let me just sit down here and look at what I'm dealing with.
Yeah. It's not until I got out of it and away from it, and then away from it, further away from it, and now even further away from it. And each step of the way, I see more and understand more. But yeah, it's very difficult when you're in it. You kind of know something's not right, but you just can't put your finger on it. And that's part of going through the motions. I went through the motions.
That can become a lifestyle, going through the motions. It may be something you're experiencing. We are highlighting this to you. Get your notepads out. Excessive self-centeredness is a major characteristic of toxic individuals, toxic bullies in the workplace, in the family, and in relationships. Excessive self-centeredness can seem and be subtle at times, but it gets heavier as time goes on. Greedy people often place their needs and desires, their dates, their times, their goals, their projects, whatever it may be, ahead of you. And you have to acquiesce. And they know they're doing it. It's okay. They are disregarding the impact on others. It's okay. They just can't do it with you anymore. Manipulation for gain. That's the second thing that they like to do. Number one, excessive self-centeredness. Number two, manipulation for gain. Manipulate to gain something that they never really worked for. Information, copying someone else's work or content, a number of other things. Susie, you said that, right? When you dealt with the children, they start to copy and mimic, mirror all the terminologies you know. It's all true. They might manipulate situations and people to achieve their goals, saying, I can only pay this much, but they actually spend money all other places and want you to lower your price. They want you to not have that meal because I want this meal over here, and they get their way seemingly every single time. They might manipulate situations and people to achieve their goals, whether it's financial gain, status, or control. They need to make sure that they have sidekicks, even though the person who's helping is really the one who came up with the idea. Some of you wrote me that that's what you're experiencing at work. Let them have it. It's the last time they will ever really feel that happy, because your happiness is more permanent than their manipulation. Don't play the game. Number three, lack of empathy. Number one, excessive self-centeredness. Number two, manipulation for gain. Number three, lack of empathy. Greed can drive a toxic person. We can say narcissist. You can say a number of things. They're not being a good person. Their greed can drive them to exploit others, showing little to no concern for their well-being. You experienced it. You've gone through it. You're going through it now. You're not alone. What are you going to do about it? Don't play the game. Recognize it. Don't expect empathy. Don't stump your feet and want it. They can't give you what you own a lot of. You own a lot of it already. They can't give you what you already own a lot. They want you to get mad and give up your empathy, and then they go to a new person and seem empathetic. Don't give it to them. Don't play the game.
Game over.
Entitlement. Number four. Number one, excessive self-centeredness. Number two, manipulation for gain. Number three, lack of empathy. Number four, entitlement. They believe they deserve special treatment. Yes or no, Susie? Yeah?
Absolutely. Yep. Yep.
Crazy.
It's
They want you to believe you don't get special treatment.
no.
And just for the record, and many of you already know this that are regulars, our platform is not about bashing other people. This is about, it's almost as if Susie and I are grandparents, well, Susie is, grandparents sitting around telling you young people while we're sitting on the porch, okay, Susie, you're not that old. I'm old. I'll be on the porch.
I'm right there with you.
Okay. Listen, keep your mind open and keep your eyes alert and keep your ears ready. Rewind that if you want to remember what it said, because I'm not repeating it. Number four is entitlement. They believe they deserve special treatment and will go to great lengths to ensure they get it. That's what you were describing earlier. That's what Susie was talking about. That's what she lived in. That's what she experienced. That was consuming her to the point Susie didn't exist anymore. The RV, sleeping in your car, living in your car. I'm going to rephrase that. Living in your car. Some of you have experienced the same thing. The women you deal with in the shelter, same thing, correct?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. It's to the point where Eric is saying, be free, little bird, be free. Yes. Being free feels so good. And I think, going to the car, escaping and running and going to the car, even when I wasn't in great danger in the moment, it made me feel safe and it made me feel free because I wasn't being bombarded by the negative talk and the dirty looks. Oh, usually it's not just one thing they do either. It's a little bit of everything or a lot of everything. Depends on their cycle. But they don't.
Becoming aware of what they do is what you're going to find here at YouTube, on this YouTube platform, on Instagram and other places. You will find individuals that are trying to make you aware. Don't confuse those people who are just trying to scare you to buy their products. There are a lot of great people out there that are talking about this. What does Eric say there?
I know. I'm looking at it. Eric, I spent almost $1,200 on cigarettes last month. Eric, can you try a patch or something? That's not funny, but I am dialing in on micro and macro views of my character, sometimes with a telescope, other times with a microscope. Eric continues, porches used to be a point of communion. Nowadays, porches are considered being nosy. Value systems are corrupt. The street corner is my front porch, and I am known as solid among many. Okay. I always had a porch. I like porches. I don't think they're nosy. What do you think, Paxton? Sitting on the front porch?
People can be nosy anywhere, but it's amazing.
I mean, people have
yeah. But
binoculars
porches
on
back
their
in the
window.
day were like he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the same like you. I love having a porch.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much conversation, revitalization, regeneration can happen on a front porch. Especially when you're sitting with somebody who's been through the ringer a few times. Would you consider yourself a person who's been through the ringer? I know it's a weird question, but I'm weird with you. So
Yes. Hello. What do you
I know
think?
you're gonna. Yeah, I know, but I just wanted to put it out there in front of the
Washed
audience.
out.
I know what you would say in private, but actually, you
Hung
didn't.
out to dry.
Hung out to dry.
You
I
know,
knew you were gonna say it.
beating on a couple rocks. Stains.
Hey, but you're here to tell the story.
That's
and
right.
that's why I asked the question to everyone, is because you have your story. You may have been through the ringer more times than not. I love that expression. But you get to decide.
Game over.
I will always use it. Always use it. I will always. I should have never put it in there. I'm addicted to it. So you will decide when this game is over. They don't get to decide. The toxic person is waiting for you to tell them when the game is over, trying to anticipate when you're close to the end so they can jump and beat you to it. They will never be able to win, because when the game is over, we can call it a discard. We can call it a lot of things, medical terms, social media terms. It doesn't matter. Consider it what Eric said, and I'll put it up on the screen. That's what it is.
Be free, little bird. Be free. Yeah, it's our choice.
You can call it a discard. You can call it a breakup. You can call it whatever you want. But isn't that what you've experienced to be now back home in New York, where people know you and love you, and not, with all due respect to that state, I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to get sued by the state because they were your friends. You love them.
Beautiful place.
But this is the home that you have now.
This was always my home.
It's always there you go. Go ahead.
I was taken from my home. I was convinced that I needed to move. I cried. I didn't want to move. I did not want to leave my home state of New York. And I did it for him. And if I didn't do it, I would have never heard the end of it. And he just made my life miserable until I finally agreed to go. And I went and I tried my best. I was there 23 years and I met wonderful people. I did wonderful things. I got to work with wonderful volunteering places, and I have a lot of great memories, but it wasn't home. It wasn't home. So coming back, I'm so grateful. It's like I have a new lease on life. And I was saying that if I wasn't gone for those 23 years, and I didn't go through what I went through for those 23 years, I wouldn't have the appreciation I do now for every little thing. Everything is exciting. Everything is fresh. Everything is new. It's just been wonderful. It's been wonderful. It feels so good to be home. It really does. I hope everyone
So
gets to go home,
people
you know?
recognize you,
Yeah.
kind of, per se. I mean, people know you, I'm saying, and
Yeah. They
you
know
don't have
me
to
and
reintroduce yourself and who you are.
no.
That's a lot of stress off your back.
Yeah. And I was amazed that everyone is just when I reconnect with people or I'm out and I bump into people, it's like no time passed. It's so wonderful. I can't even express how good it feels
Your
to
nervous
be
system
back.
probably loves you a whole lot more.
Oh my gosh. Can you notice like I can sit still, I can just relax.
Yeah.
I can eat. When I eat now, I'm like enjoying food. I can, like I was saying earlier in the show,
Hmm.
I can
Hmm.
communicate and sit and have a conversation. I'm not on edge. I'm not looking around. I'm not, where am I going next? What am I doing? Or, okay, this is great right now. I'm with friends or family, but then I have to go back home and I'm so isolated.
Yeah.
There was so many aspects of just things that just were not working for me. And like I was saying, I got out of the abusive relationship, but I still didn't know where I was still like in limbo. It didn't fix everything. It was the
Hmm.
beginning of me, letting go and all that. And it was me understanding what was best for me. I never did what was best for me
Hmm.
until now.
What
I
was
really did.
best for you?
Letting everything and everyone go that didn't have my best interest at hand, that didn't respect me.
Hmm.
Um, I even had resentment for people that knew what was going on or after the fact
Mm. Hmm.
learned what was going on
Interesting.
and didn't communicate or seem to care or
Hmm.
help. And not that people had to go out of the way and help me, but it's just confusing to me. It was everything was confusing because just such injustices were done to me. And it just doesn't make sense. Nothing made sense. Now that I'm home and I'm reconnecting with family and friends, people are asking me or saying, I can't, wow, you
Yeah.
made it. Or if you need anything,
Hmm.
it's not like I need people to do anything. Just validate that you understand. Because I always felt like kind of like an animal in a cage that everyone was looking at because
Hmm.
I didn't know what the heck I was looking at. I was still out of place,
Hmm.
you know? I didn't belong.
Uh, I don't
I
even
don't
know
know if
what I'm
that's
looking.
the
I don't
I
even
don't
know what
even
I'm looking at.
I didn't even know
What
what
am
the
I
heck I
looking
was
at?
looking at. What am I doing? What the heck am I living in? No
Yeah.
clue. It's very confusing. They make it that way purposely,
Hmm.
because then you doubt yourself,
Oh.
you doubt your thoughts, you shut down your feelings. Nothing made sense. You go through the motions. Keep the peace.
So, how much peace did you actually keep?
I had nothing. No peace. He had peace. I Everything was about defusing the next explosion or the next argument or the next blow up. So I was in constant fight or flight mode, constant waiting for the next shoe to drop, walking on eggshells all the time. I hardly slept. And if I did fall asleep, I'd be, well, they wake you up. That's another thing they do. Another red flag when people are deliberately rude and don't have respect for if you're resting or even if the children are resting. He would wake up the children, wake up the whole house, keep everyone on edge. It's very calculating. They're very calculating. Hmm. Was that
That was
you?
weird. I'm doing stuff. Everybody's going like, what was
Uh,
that? That's because
Hitting
I'm
with
over here
these
doing
buttons.
stuff, people. I'm pushing buttons. All right. So I got something else, but I'm doing something for everybody here in just a second. This is going to probably
Okay.
just hold on, everybody. Doing it in real time here. That one didn't do it. Okay. Good there. Set this aside for a second. I just got a message from somebody that you know that may be joining us.
Awesome.
So everybody, we're going to have some company pretty soon at some point. But for right now, I want to share this with everybody. The impact of what happens when you're dealing with toxic people is intense. It's an intense impact on you. It puts you in a position of having to choose survival or self-esteem. Many give up their self-esteem and self-worth simply to survive. Did you walk that path, Susie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Of course I did. I gave
But the other
up,
person is actually greedy. That's what's so interesting about it.
Well, they drain you. They take your identity. They take your self-worth, your respect. They take everything. They really just drain your soul. I felt like I was a shell of the person I was. And then I just gave up. I just gave up. I was done. I was done. I didn't socialize. Even if the family came over, I would just stay in the kitchen or go upstairs. It was like, what's the use? He would just, if I started a conversation or something, he would just butt in, take over. And it was easier for me just to let him have all the attention and do his thing because I would have to suffer for it, pay the consequences later. Eric is saying, my wife was violent. A couple times she straight smacked my face to wake me up. That kind of thing sends horror to the dark recesses of personal safety. Yes, I'm sorry you had to go through that. And I'm glad you say was. So I assume you're away from her, thank God. Yeah, I think they also like to alarm us, like by waking you up. I would be woken up in out of a deep sleep. Same thing, caught off guard, keeps your anxiety up, keeps your nervous system off kilter. It's amazing. I often well, not often, once in a while, I wonder now, like can they go on and not take advantage of and abuse and manipulate and coerce another person? Like, do they always need someone to do this to? Do they always need, another supply? Because I remember he would always wake up and like leave the house, right? So I assume he would always go out and look for new supply to get his recognition and his entertainment for himself and people that would he would walk in the store and just like talk to everyone and try to get people to admire him or think he was so wonderful or tell them what he did for a living and made it like all grandiose and whatnot. So, yeah, I wonder, did someone take my place? And I feel bad for that person. I truly do.
Well, one thing is for sure, you've moved forward and you are now looking for people who are like-minded and encouraging so you can build them up.
Yes.
They were looking for people that they could tear down.
Yeah.
So it's very unlikely they're going to choose a different course now.
I don't believe so. I don't believe um I mean, I can't speak for all of them, but I don't believe mine I know will never change. I truly doubt it.
Well, he's not yours anymore.
No. My
So
ex.
you said mine.
Ex.
So
Oh, you can have
okay,
them.
well,
My old situation.
after a while, they stop being an ex. They're just another person. They go from
Yeah,
being
he's
yours. They go
nothing.
from being abuser to yours to.
So
I
I
no,
don't even
that's
know
in
what
a.
to call him anymore. I'm just
Well,
yeah.
that's the whole name exercise. You say the name, and then that gets a person recentered back to what to actually call that person. You call that
The
person
nickname.
you call them an emotion instead of a
Yeah.
nickname. When you're able to call that individual who, here we go. Let's try this together, everybody.
Okay.
Let's try this. Here we go.
Thinking of a word.
Think of a
an
person.
emotion.
Think of a person.
Okay.
And now we're going to say a behavior. So I'm going to say a behavior, everybody.
Okay.
Let's try this together because we can. It's YouTube. This is free TV. You don't like it, you can change the channel. But if you like it, write it down. No, I'm not going to say subscribe. I just said it. Listen, write it down so you can remember it. Write it down, please. I beg of you. Write it down. You will need to go back and take a look later. So think of a person's name who, quote unquote, was toxic in your life. Or still is, whatever the case may be. Boss. Their name, their first name, not their last name, not their surname, whatever. Their first name, whatever it is. We're going to attach a behavior to that name. Now, I'll say some behaviors or different labels, and feel free to grab the one that works for you. You'll need paper and you'll need something to write on. If you don't have that, play this back later and go through the process of this exercise. Recognizing these behaviors can help you identify greedy, toxic individuals in your life. Think of that person's name. Write it down.
Okay.
If you have that name, let's try 4 things. I'm going to say 4 things to you right now.
Okay.
And feel free to attach either one or all of them to that person's name. 1, trust erosion. You have lost trust in that person. See the name. That's the first one. Here's the second one. Emotional drain. They emotionally drain you. See the name. See the person. See the name. Write the name down and attach it. See the person. Write the name down and attach it if it so fits. Number 3, there's an imbalance in give and take. There's a strong imbalance. You're always on the giving end and they're always on the taking end. If that applies, attach it to that name. Number 4, conflict and resentment. There's always a strong, deep-rooted sense of conflict and resentment when you're dealing or around on the phone in a text message with that person. What are the 4 again? Now you know the name, you know the face, you know the person. 4 behaviors. Lack of trust, trust erosion. Number 2, emotionally draining. Number 3, imbalance in give and take. Number 4, conflict and resentment seems to be deep-rooted and always thrown and put in your face, and you can feel there's conflict coming and there's resentment. It's one thing for there to be conflict. There's another thing where there's moments of lack of trust. And there's moments where we all, trust me, I can be draining on you. You can be draining on me. There can be an imbalance when we do things together, maybe. You're giving more than I'm giving to you, or vice versa. That's called imperfection. What we're talking about now is a greedy relationship. A one-sided greedy relationship, often labeled as toxic and the individual as toxic. Or we go the other levels of narcissistic and so forth. Common terms today. If you see that person and they fit one of the 4, one of the 3, one or whatever, let's narrow it down to one word that you could use to describe that person. That's your word. It doesn't have to be for social media. It doesn't have to be for right now. That one word should be an emotion that you feel that surmises your feeling when you're with that person. Now, you know the facts. That's the behavior. You can systematically look at a person's behavior and know the facts. I know exactly what I'm dealing with right here because they do this. You can make a list. But the feeling can be almost overwhelmingly confusing that it leads to frustration when you try to talk about it, to the point that you just want to shut down. You'd rather label them than list the feeling that they give you. List the feeling. What is the feeling when you go to pay your gas and that person behind the counter gives you? What's the feeling that they could list about you that you give them? If not, we will be so consumed with trying to let me tell you how bad they are, we look crazy. But when we can list it, we are empowered. Hashtag empowerment. Hashtag empower women. Hashtag empower this. Hashtag empower the dog. Hashtag empower the cat. Everyone's empowered. But what does it mean? The ability to, from within, describe your world that is outside, yes, psychologically, but emotionally, can empower you. Susie makes me feel happy when she does this. That's easy to say for me, maybe not for you. But when Susie speaks her mind, she brings me joy. Because that's the way I see the world. Now, I've tortured Susie many times, and there are a number of words she probably wants to say to me she's never said to me, and has called me when we were done. That's why she's smiling right now. You guys can't all see her.
Never.
But she
I'm
goes like,
grateful
never.
for you.
She goes, never.
I am grateful.
But just remember, Susie and I both feel a certain way about somebody, and I'm going to do it right now. I'll put it up on the screen, Susan. Eric, we feel a certain way about Eric. But you see what he says right here?
He says, I got a brand new mattress in place. I've had it for 5 years. I do not and have not slept in a bed for over a decade. I sleep on the couch. My life has been altered in significant ways. So do you have a mattress on the floor now? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, you gotta. I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Wait,
you gotta
am I
read the
reading
next
this
one. Wait, you gotta read the next one he puts up.
He's got a
But check
mattress,
this out.
but he sleeps on the couch. Okay.
Okay, you got that right?
What you
Right.
got?
So here we
Yeah.
go.
He says, I'm so insulted right now. As messed up as my outside world is, my emotional life is validated by some most dear and beloved extraordinary people.
And then
Hi,
there's
Paxton.
Mama
Hi,
Bear.
Susie. Hi, Mama Bear.
Okay, Eric.
Hold on, Eric.
I want you to know, you get one of these for being insulted.
Okay, why is he insulted? Or is that his word? Is that his word when he thinks of someone? Or is this an inside joke?
This is no inside to him. He loves us so much. We are validating his world, and we are dear and beloved to him.
Insulted part.
And if that's not correct, he will correct us. But Mama Bear,
okay,
you get this. Strategies to cope with the greedy and toxic people. We can touch on that in a little bit. But one of the strategies that we can implement right away is attach a behavior to that person that is a factual behavior, and then establish what emotional feeling we get from that person in one word.
Would you like to hear mine? I've been working on it since you've been talking about
yes, without a doubt. Mama Bear gives us a happy face for that. Thank you, Mama Bear. And Eric, I love you so much. Go ahead. You were saying?
So when I think of, what was it, an emotion and then a word? I forgot
The person's
the order.
name,
Person's
a
name, I
factual
got
behavior that they have,
Okay.
and then that one labeled emotion for your nervous system and your brain to work together.
So the person is my ex, and the first word that comes to my mind when I think of him is rage, and the emotion that I think of is disgust.
Interesting. What would you say that 90 days ago, what would have been then? The same?
Probably more confusion. I'm trying to think if I could put other words in there. Yeah, because I keep evolving as I get further out. It would probably have been confusion. Confusion would have been the feeling. And if I was to describe him, I don't even know. I think I'm so far out now, I can't go back.
How
It
did you
was
get far out? How did you get far out? Let me explain that question.
okay.
How did you get to be where you are far out?
I
What did
started
Dr. Mack do? Did he get you to continue to focus on him or yourself?
on myself, and
So how does a
I
person get to where you are right now? In very short words, how does a person get to you are with no quote unquote Dr. Mack? Maybe it's their own therapist, whatever it may be, blah, 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 blah. How do you
okay.
get out?
How do you get
Focusing
out?
on the cell and the guards or the escape plan?
You look at the horizon. You educate yourself about the narcissist or the unhealthy person or the situation you're in. Set boundaries, right? Start to protect yourself. Start not to, like you were saying before, don't play the game. Don't feed them, don't fuel them. Seek some kind of therapy or counseling for sure. The women's group for me, and therapy. Start rebuilding your self-worth. Absolutely. That was a game changer for me. Game changer. Reconnecting with supportive people, family, and friends changed my world. Practicing self-care, avoiding self-blame, um, the guilt and the shame and the embarrassment. It's over. I'm out of it. It was okay to feel those feelings and go through those emotions, but there comes a time when you have to stop. Stop blaming yourself. Stop feeling guilty. Stop feeling shameful. Stop feeling embarrassed.
Game over.
Exactly. And then yeah, I had to grieve. You have to grieve, grieve the loss, grieve the years, grieve the fake relationship that probably was never real in the first place, at least on their end, right? Um,
So
and
let's consider this before you go any more, before you give
mhm,
any more, because everybody you can get some more in just a little bit or on SZTV network. We don't give away the whole kitchen sink here because there'll be other
the
videos
last
that you
one's
I
the
know you're going to be
best.
making. Yes, I know. So just hold that thought for a second.
Okay.
Going to tease them a little bit. So what I was going to say is everybody, let's do this. I'm going to type something and put it on the screen.
Okay.
Okay. And I want everybody consider this. We've never done this before. I don't think I've ever done this in 5 years, but I'm going to do it right now. So just everybody hold on one second. Let me move around here. I'm going to do a couple of a little things on bam, you do that. Okay. So everybody, here we go. I'm going to type something on the screen and I want you to give serious consideration to this as homework. I can't believe I said that. Okay. So here we go. T. Oh man, I'm so gonna mess this up. I should really look at it first.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dude, I think I just. Oh, hold on a second.
Hi.
Okay, now I just typed that in. I'm gonna go ahead and send it to everybody here. Everybody watching, you can get it. Coming and popping up in just a moment. Okay, I'll correct my spelling. If it's not, I'll look it up in a moment. So everybody can see that on the screen there.
Count of Monte Cristo? Is that a movie?
Okay, so I want everybody to go watch this movie. Man, Eric, you are so on it. Eric is the bomb. Okay, seriously. I'm going to put it up, Eric, in a minute. If you have not seen this movie, you have not come to understand the inner workings of narcissism.
I have to
You
check
can
it out.
focus on the cell. You can focus on the guards. You can focus on the rats that are running through the cell. Or you can focus on your escape. Now, what does that mean? Well, just coming from me to you as our audience. Escape, if I put the definition up, and I might do it a little bit later, on the screen, It doesn't mean what you may think it means in the moment it needs to have meaning. It may not mean what you think it means in the moment it has a meaning. It's just a blanketed word that's often used like narcissism. But when we say someone is toxic, that's different. When we say we need an escape plan, that's different. What are you escaping from? Toxicity. Well, how do you do that? Susie just listed a few ways that you can implement as a part of a plan or a process. Watch the movie. Watch the main character. Your feelings may never go away from the hurt, but you'll be able to manage them to be successful and make positive choice decisions that lead to your peace, serenity, and tranquility in that moment of escape. Now, when you wake up tomorrow, there may be a different moment of escape waiting for you. Roll with it. Go with it. Don't predict it. Don't dictate it. And don't dismiss it. You will find some really interesting things start to take place when you deal with a greedy person whose trust has eroded. They're emotionally draining. The imbalance of give and take is there. The conflict and resentment is there. Well, that's just us pointing out a problem. The car has a flat tire. Okay, we all know that. What are you going to do about it? What is your escape plan? How often will you talk about that flat tire you had 5 years ago? Your life is not a flat tire. It should not be dismissed or lowered. This happened to you. It's real. But if we take the tactic of approaching a flat tire with the precision of the words Susie just said to us, did you not, Susie, just lay out to us, this is what you need to do? Okay, you open the trunk, you get the key. That's what you just did.
You get the jack.
You just
You set up a little flare.
You want to go have some fun, everybody? Go to anywhere on the internet and type in, especially on YouTube, how to fix a flat tire. Whatever that technique is, that's the same technique, no matter how you want to take it, no matter who's insulted, no matter how many books somebody makes, no matter how many televisions they go on. They're telling you how to fix a flat tire, an emotional flat tire. You can get that for free on the internet. How to fix a flat tire. Go try it. You can go do it right now. It'll blow your mind, and you go like, okay, well, this is just like doing that. That's like doing that. Oh my goodness, it's almost the same exact process of fixing a flat tire. Get back on the road again. You deserve to get back on the road again. There's someone, something, job, person waiting for you. Get on the road again.
Focus on your future.
So Eric goes, Eric, you're funny. I like you, Eric. Eric said, prison escape. That's where you are right now. In lockdown, if you're experiencing this. And when it's all said and done, you can't see Susie right now. I can, but I'm telling you right now, you will be smiling because you go like, I got out. You listen to the people when they're saying this. Listen to what they're saying. What did he tell us earlier? Yes, this is not an ordinary channel you guys go to where you can just beat up the narc and get your anger out. That's a stage you're going through. Eventually, you'll pass that stage, or you'll get stuck in that stage. One or the other. When you're done, we'll be sitting here waiting for you. When you're done with that stage of grief, we'll be right here waiting for you on our networks. But Eric said it earlier. He said it almost, a couple hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Be free, little bird.
Be free, little bird. Be
free. I get to do it. I get to do it again.
Game over.
When you call it game, baby, it's over. It's over, bro. It's done. Oh, yeah, there may be some dangling participles and all those things and dangling Chad and other things that need to still take place to cross the I's and dot the T's in real time. But it's already done. You're just waiting for that part to be signed and completed. But it's done. And you didn't call it to quits. They did. They can blame you for something, but it's your growth that gobbles them up. It's your growth that gobbles them up. That's why we are a personal development network. We are a TV network that is focusing on your personal growth, not what the narc did. That's a waste of our time to focus on the temporary person in your life when you have a permanent person, you, that we rather focus on. Eric, what Eric says here. Eric, you going way back. You go watch this movie that I put up there for you guys. That was my movie recommendation that popped in my head for you. We may have some more later. But The Count of Monte Cristo, if you've never seen that movie, you got to get the right one. I'm sorry, I can't tell you which one. I'm not going to even go search and pull the picture up. But just, you can watch the original one. There's like a black and white one and a number of other ones. That's not what I'm talking about. Oh, I almost said the guy's name, the star. I know, because when he comes on, I can't say a word because my daughter's, he's so awesome and handsome looking, so I got to be quiet. But so it's a really great movie, but it's his approach of dealing with a narcissist that is mind-blowing. It is a really beautiful romantic story within it as well, but you got to see it. But as you look at the movie, take what you want and what you need and what you see fit. But more importantly, give yourself the instruction template you need to put into place. Understanding that these impacts of toxicity are crucial to your emotional well-being. They attack your well-being. Strategies that you need to cope with in dealing with a greedy and toxic person, it's easy to recognize the red flags. You can get enough practice and there's enough people talking about them. But what's the solution? What is it that you need to do? Stop chasing it. Start writing it down. 1, get your notebooks out. 1, set firm boundaries. 2, limit interactions. 3, stay grounded. 4, seek support. 5, communicate assertively. I mean what I say, and I said what I meant. That doesn't work for us. That doesn't work for me. That doesn't work for the children. Do you have another option? I'm all ears. If not, let me tell you 3 things that do work for us. Provide a solution. Don't choose a decision for them. Number 6, focus on, and this is where I hope Susie will jump in here and take over. Focus on self-care. Again, 6 of them. Number 1, set firm boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors are acceptable. And no matter what, don't play around, y'all. Don't play around. Mean what you're saying, say what you mean. I'm not playing around. I'm willing to let it all go because I'm not playing. This is my boundary. If you want to go that route, that is not acceptable around my children and around me or my family name. I'm not playing. I don't even have to tell you I'm not playing. My action shows you. I see you smiling, Susie. You know what I'm going to say. You've had enough private conversation with me. I'm giving a private today. I'm giving a private. This is the way you. Hey, look, I'm not playing. You can take it any way you want, but I'm not playing. I'm protecting my family name, my spirituality, my money, my children, my sanity for old age. When I'm in old age, I don't want to be fooling around with somebody who thinks they can still play with my boundaries. Number 2, limit interactions. What does that mean? What are you talking about? Reduce your exposure. There's only so much toxic sun our skin and eyes can take. But our organs inside are safe and sound. Protect your outside. That leads to your inside world. Protect the outside so that your children are protected. It's easy for me to say that as a dad of 3. But there comes a point that they have to protect themselves. It is better for them to see an example than us telling them always about the narcissist or the toxic person. They should see us more and how we deal and adjust to others than to always be yapping about the narc. Reduce your exposure to the toxic person to minimize their influence on your beautiful life. Number 3, stay grounded. What are you talking about? They shift the ground underneath you all the time. Don't be on the same ground or level they are. Level up, level back, level around, level right through, but don't be on the same ground they're on. It's always shifting. And if you're shifting in business because this person's always shifting, that's a bad business deal. If they can't live up to what was committed at the beginning, let them go. Let them say whatever they want to say, but they know what they did. Let them go. Because something else is something juicy is going to be good is trying to get in. Stay grounded. Don't let their greed sway your values. Don't let their illegal behavior sway your values and principles. Hold on to your life principles, your godly principles, your financial principles. Your family principles will be seen by your children, if not now, in the long run. Coercive control has an expiration date. You have to stay grounded and fight for your rights to protect your children. Stay true to your own integrity. Your children will thank you later. You'll be leaving a legacy because you are the process, not what they're doing. They want what they do to be the process for you and your loved ones. You know what I say about that, Susie?
Game over.
Like it.
Number 4, seek support. How? Nobody believes me, someone once told me on a show. And right now she's got a really great podcast. I'm just thinking of somebody, this was like back in 2020. And I was like, I was trying to be encouraging, and her podcast is really doing well.
Awesome.
Because she began to see that she was not alone. The area you were taken to, moved to, if this happened to you, may be isolated, but someone else there was taken there also. You got to find that person. Because when you connect with those people, you're not isolated. You are empowered. Happened to you, Susie?
Oh, yes.
It took Connecticut for us to connect.
It did. It took
I
for
almost
me.
made a joke.
Yeah. Right? It took for me to be isolated and taken away. And then I found the women's center there, the women's group and the shelter. And I found all these women that were going through similar situations.
There it is.
And I realized I wasn't alone.
But in the moment, it could feel and seem you were living out of your car, even other things that Marianne talked about. There was so much happening, it could seem like there are no others that will help me, respect me, that can see the dignity that I need to regain.
Yeah.
Susie has her own channel now, and a lot of things you've done along the way that we haven't even told everybody. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was even though I had the connections of other people that so I knew I wasn't alone, I was still alone for a little while. I still had to work things out in my own mind, but knowing I could just make a phone call or reach out to one of these other people that understood, right? They understood what I was going through. It definitely helped, and little by little I came around, and I think I was self-isolating myself. So I realized that keeping a connection with others was a big thing, even if I didn't feel like being social, or just knowing that I could sign on to one of these groups, these support groups, and even if I didn't feel like talking, just being there made me feel not alone.
Yeah.
So
Get a copy of the book Framed. Tell people a little bit more about that. I'm saying that to everybody. Get a copy of that book if you want to read more of others, more about others. Excuse me, I said that wrong. More about others in this and what they're going through, whether it be legally or just their stories. Get a publication from Tracy A. Malone that talks about divorcing a narcissist. There are publications out there with stories that are in there of success and stress. You're gonna have to be that pearl that goes through a little stress before you finally get to the success. It's gonna be okay. No matter what, reach out to Susie. If you need somebody to talk to, reach out to us here at NATV Network. A little bit about Framed and what you experienced again, for those that may have come a little bit later when you went to the
Yes.
event.
The event in New York City with Dr. Christine Cocachola and Amy Polacco. They held a workshop in Manhattan for their book Framed. New York bestseller, New York Times bestselling author. Dr. Romney wrote the foreword to the book, and it's all about coercive control and the court system. I'm just going to read a little bit off the back cover. It says, "This could be you or your sister, mother, child, or friend. These stories are 5-alarm warnings from real women around the world, just like you, perhaps. They had no idea what was happening in the gender-biased family court underworld until they found themselves in a divorce or custody fight." Dr. Christine Cocachola and Amy Polacco are both survivors of domestic abuse who work with family court victims daily. This exposes, not only validates the experiences of millions of women, but also warns about what mothers are up against in these battles. The harms inflicted on children, red flags to watch for while dating, and ways to protect yourself during marriage. If you're a female and you can't afford not to read this book, we hope you gift a copy to the women you care about. I actually bought an extra copy and gifted it already. It was very informative. They're very informative women. I just started reading it, so check back with me in a week or so I can tell you more. I'm looking through it quickly. I believe 21 stories of women. Some are pretty graphic, pretty horrific stories of things that happened to them and their children. And it's definitely a book to read. Young women who are in relationships, the red flags. I want to look more into that. And hopefully we'll be having them on SCTV Network in the near future.
Yep.
2025.
There it is.
So-
Everybody will be able to get to see them. If you haven't seen them yet, Google it, YouTube it, enjoy it, check them out, follow, subscribe, all the above to both of those ladies on Instagram as well. Everyone, please keep these points that we were discussing in mind. Setting firm boundaries, number 1. Number 2, limit interactions. Number 3, stay grounded. Number 4, seek support. Keep your notebooks open. Number 5, communicate assertively. When necessary, communicate your needs and limits or boundaries firmly, assertively, without being aggressive. Never be the aggressor. Be a protector, not an aggressor. Protect with your behavior, with your actions, with your words, preventing situations and circumstances of danger. When in doubt, seek the help of professionals. Seek the help of those who can help you if you are experiencing aggression from a toxic, narcissistic behaved person, including your boss. Harassment is disgusting. It is not acceptable. Communicate assertively was number 5. Number 6, focus on self-care. I really want Susie to kind of highlight a few things to you, everyone, but let me say this before I hand it over to her. Focus on self-care. Prioritize your mental and emotional health through activities that recharge and nourish you. Our entire channel is geared toward this particular area, number 6. Focus on self-care. common term. So let me reshape it with a word from NATV. Focus on you. Period. Focus on you. Prioritize your mental and emotional health through activities that recharge and nourish you. That's why we tell you 10 minutes a week with us. What did I say earlier? I'll repeat it. 24 hours in a day, 168 hours in a week, 672 hours in a month. We're only asking 40 minutes a month for you to recharge, nourish yourself, and move along. When that becomes a pattern for you as you go through social media, you'll have more time to experience what it really means to focus on self-care. What does focusing on self-care mean to you, Susie?
For me, it meant taking my life back. It meant knowing that I mattered, understanding that I was important, that I wasn't, we're not what they tell us we are. You're not what they say you are. Dr. Max said to me, he said that I was a remarkable person. And when he said that, I was like, I was kind of fascinated. And then I was proud. I was like, I guess I am. It's like becoming aware again of who you are, who you were meant to be, and taking action and taking control back. Take control back of your life, knowing that you have, you are worth. You have to regain your self-worth. That was a big one for me. That was something I didn't see coming. And doing the things you like to do again, going around the people that make you happy, make you feel good. All these little things that I just ignored for so long, things that I enjoyed doing, and looking forward to my future. While you're with an abusive person, we really don't see the future. We live in the moment and we stay safe and we diffuse all the situations and have to deal with them and their nonsense. And I think we just let ourselves go, which is understandable. So for me, self-worth and self-care are not only, taking care of myself and doing the basics that I didn't do for a while. How many of us, in these abusive relationships stop doing basic hygienic needs for ourselves, bathing, brushing our teeth? I didn't do those things every day. I was just I don't even want to say lazy. I was just so empty and just so lifeless and exhausted, physically, mentally, emotionally exhausted. So starting to take care of myself in those ways and then starting to set little goals. I started to, say, okay, I'm going to just do the little basic things again, just organize my things or, throw away things that just took up room just to clean out the old and make room for the new. I also, started to rediscover like what made me feel good, what made me happy. It could be like I used to listen to the depressing songs. Then I started realizing this is getting me nowhere. It's keeping me stuck in this cycle of feeling sorry for myself and all these ridiculous songs that would just bring me down. So I started to listen to songs that made me feel good and happy and watching things in movies that were funny instead of depressing. Little things like that helped me. And, you take one step at a time. I had to be patient with myself. I had to understand that I was healing. I was going through, you know, healing and recovery and all the feelings. And it wasn't easy all the time. And I allowed myself to be sad. Self care is allowing yourself to be sad. And then regaining my sense of self and reclaiming your life. Reclaim your life. Take control back. Take action. find support, stay around people that make you feel good. It's all in the little things. You're not going to do this overnight, and that's fine. And it takes as long as it takes. Take care of yourself, be patient with yourself, and just enjoy the good moments, because the further out you get, the further out I got, the more I could appreciate the little moments of peace. It's like little glimmers of hope. And then those little glimmers turn into hours, and then days, and then weeks. And now I'm getting months. So don't ever think you can't get out, or don't ever think it won't get better, because it will. I promise you it'll get better. It gets better. And once you get to this other side, it's like the whole world opens up. And it feels so good to be free, to feel peace, to have self-respect, self-dignity, and to put yourself first. Just put yourself first. It's okay. And you're worth it.
I agree 1,000%. We've never met you personally, whether it be in person, over the phone, through messaging. We have not met you. But Susie is correct. You are worth it. Feeling guilty because you're taking care of yourself is exactly the game. That is the game. That is the tactic, the strategy of a toxic person. You standing up for yourself is the game. It is the tactic. It is the strategy. It is what they want you to submit to. Stop it. Stop taking care of yourself. They want you to fall for it, to play it. It gives them a sense of superiority, a sense of ego. Let it go. Let it go. These strategies that Susie just outlined, rewind them, play them back, listen to them, get your notebooks out. These strategies can help you manage your interactions and protect your peace of mind when dealing with a toxic person. The bitterness, the resentment, all of them can be on the tip of your tongue and you're upset. Honor that. Recognize it. Be aware of it. There'll be moments that you will lean into them. The grief, the anger, the frustration, feeling disoriented, feeling abandoned, abused, and angry. It will pass. Don't be shamed away into a corner, guilted into a group. Stand alone. Focus on what you're looking at. Seek support from the ones you see can support you. Not sure they can support you? Put your toe in, check it out. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, let it go. Sometimes, despite your best efforts, the best course of action might be to distance yourself from the toxic individual. You can't leave that job. You can't leave this or that situation, circumstance. Understandable. You're not to be shamed or guilted one way or the other. Make the choice to stand firm, strong, and grounded with your boundaries. Learn how to create a new atmosphere for your children and yourself, even if you cannot shift the ground underneath your feet. Greed in toxic individuals can be incredibly challenging to deal with. But by recognizing the signs and setting boundaries, you set in motion something that you can control. You can only control yourself. You can't even control your children. I can't control my children. There are things we just can't control. I see you laughing, Susie. We're not gonna go down that road
Real
right now. We could do it maybe after we take a commercial break. But I know I hit something, everybody. You can't see it, but she got something she want to say. But we're gonna save it for the commercial break. That's coming up in just a moment. Prioritizing your well-being and making sure that you set firm boundaries that others may seem or call out as being unreasonable, that's on them. You know who you are and what you're dealing with from the past to the present and what your children have been exposed to. You can navigate these difficult relationships more effectively by leaning toward personal development and personal growth than constantly being angry. It's not going to go away right away. Honor it, but it will begin to subside. The waves of resentment and anger will subside, but they will have moments where they will peak. Yes, Susie?
Yes.
They'll come back.
Yeah, it comes back. You do gain your life back. You know what else I wanted to add is when we set boundaries, okay, we set boundaries so that people won't disrespect us and abuse us. But we also have to learn healthy boundaries, right? We need to protect our time and our energy when we move into healthier relationships, new relationships. And a thing that I'm working on now is trusting people again, learning how to trust people again. That's a big one. That's something else that I didn't see coming and I didn't realize I would have to work on. Something I wish I would have known. It's hard because you don't want to put the blame of what someone else has done onto somebody new coming into your life or the people that have been there the whole time that may be in the sidelines, like waiting for you to come back. My family is like, we've been waiting for you. And embrace the change, you know, understand it takes as long as it takes. Be open to new opportunities and relationships. And view these setbacks, view these wasted years as I seem to feel right now. I'm in that stage that I wasted all this time, decades actually. You know what? They were lessons. It was a lesson. Obviously, it's never okay for someone to be abusive, but I'm not there anymore. I'm safe now. And it was all a part of my growth. I now understand I would never, ever get into a situation like that again. There's no way. And if I did find myself in a situation like that again, I know, first of all, I know everyone around me wouldn't sit there and, just let it happen. I would take the steps and I would get the help and I would get out. And if I see someone else that I know that I love or someone comes to me, I'm going to do everything I can to help them, to help you get out. Um, I'm just thinking, rebuilding my life is exciting. The thought of rebuilding my life, the thought of the future is exciting. Rediscovering things I used to like to do, surrounding myself with positive people. It feels so good to now be around people who are uplifting. I'm not embarrassed anymore to ask for help for things, even just basic things. And when you when you start working on your self-worth and your self-love again and changing your life and finding a new life, right? You have to celebrate each milestone. No matter how small, it's all a sign of progress. Yeah. And don't get overwhelmed with the future because I got a little overwhelmed like, oh my gosh, I have to do this and I have to do that. And where am I going to live? And all those things. And I realized that it's just one little step at a time. You know, I went from the car, right? The shelter, the ERs, emergency rooms, to the shelters, my truck, to the RV. Then I went to the studio, then the farmhouse, and now I'm back in New York. So it's like all little steps. It's all taking action, one step at a time. And reflect on what matters, journal. If you meditate, take a walk. Now that I'm back on Long Island, I can go to the ocean. It centers me, makes me feel good. Do things that make you feel good. Even if it's just sitting outside, just sitting by the window and letting the sun hit your face, reading a book, whatever brings you joy. Eating well, resting, and practice gratitude. There's so much for me to be grateful for, so much for all of us to be grateful for. And remove toxic people. Yeah, Mama Bear saying a trip to Georgia. Soon, Mama Bear, soon. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, I haven't taken, when you're in these relationships, you stop doing the things you love. Eric says, when I grow up, I want to be a highwayman for real. I grew up with punko ethos, and that worked for a while, but I'm going back to the age of chivalry. The road to Jericho type stuff, old world. Yeah. My grandfather always said, people always go back to what they know. And here I am back home. So maybe there's something to be said about that. And healing begins, right? Our healing begins when we confront our reality and we're honest about it. It is what it is. Like I always say, my story is my story. It's not who I am. What happened to me happened. It's horrific and horrible and unjust. But you know what? It doesn't define me and it's not my future. Now I get to choose my future. And don't judge. Don't judge yourself. I can't judge myself. I can't have, regret, remorse. Yeah, you could feel grief and all that, but I can't beat myself up forever. We can't beat ourselves up. I had a lot of mom guilt for what I put my children through, what they had to witness, how it's affected them. But I think now I just have to focus on my recovery, my future, taking care of myself and setting a good example. And eventually I know a lot of women and men, their kids and family members kind of separate. It's got to be very difficult for family members to watch us go through this, and just know they'll come around. They will. Connecting with others has been a big part of my healing and recovery. It's definitely helped me. Probably one of the most helpful things was knowing that people did care. And be patient. Be patient with yourself.
Most of the time, we can get impatient. Your words really mean a lot by saying, as a reminder to everyone, for each one of us to be patient with ourselves.
Yeah.
We may have already been in situations, you may have already been in a situation with somebody on a daily basis. You are waking up with someone who was impatient with you. You are dealing with a boss that's impatient with you. Don't become the toxic person to yourself by you
That's
now
it.
being impatient. Go ahead, Susie.
Yeah, no, that's it right there. I think I've said this in previous shows, is I feel like once I was out of the situation, I took over the role of I don't want to say abusing myself, neglecting myself maybe is better, and not taking care of myself. Like I took over that role. I didn't know what to do to take care of myself. And it was just, I guess I just had to, like be patient with yourself. Be patient. It comes. Allow yourself to just be still. Sometimes it's very confusing, it's hurtful, and just knowing and giving myself permission, we have to give ourselves permission to just be. Sometimes it takes hours, days, weeks. For me, it took weeks. And little by little, the next step would appear or show up, or I would just know what to do, or I would get a little more energy and I would just go through the next phase of getting better, feeling whole, getting stronger. It's a process for sure. It's a process.
Didn't happen overnight. Will not
No.
happen overnight. Don't
But I'll tell you one
don't put
thing.
yourself in a position then to start feeling it's got to happen soon because I don't want to feel this way anymore. The feeling the feeling that you may feel is the process so that it doesn't happen again. Let your body absorb it so that it will warn you. Your warning system will be better the next time around. Your onboard dash lights will be better the next time around. Susie?
Yeah, it will happen, is what I was going to say. It will happen. Be patient. Be patient. It will get better. It will get easier. Life will get happier. You will find joy again. You will feel peaceful again. It will happen.
Some of that toxicity that you've been exposed to, we can be exposed to, it's not just in the obvious places where our organs are, our mind and our heart, our kidneys. It's even deeper and below and into other crevices of our body. Maybe in your pinky, in your little toe. Give it time. Give your body time to excavate the garbage. Don't rush it. In order to recover, you have to go through healing. Healing is not the final step. Transformation is. And in order for there to be a complete transformation and for you to move on and enjoy happiness and not live a life in paranoia, that person's a narc. There's toxic. And just constantly doing that, let your body excavate the toxicity that you've been through. Whether it be a boss, mama, daddy, family, friends, siblings, whatever it may be, your body's trying to find a way to get you to the best place possible of safety. Cry it out. Get yourself some ice cream. Okay, you're diabetic, don't get the ice cream. Get yogurt instead. Whatever it may be. I see you laughing. You know
They
I
have
say
sugar
weird. You
free.
know I say weird
They have
stuff.
sugar
They have
free.
sugar free. Okay, all right.
Sugar
I
free.
don't know. I'm joking.
There you
So
go.
whatever it is, get yourself something that's gonna get
Something that
yourself
makes you
to a
happy.
transformation. Yeah, thank you. Get yourself to that transformation destination. You reach the point of no return. You keep hanging around the healing zone, somebody gonna make a lot of money off of you because you're constantly in a state of healing. Get to the state of recovery. The thing that you hear less being said today is recovery. Be careful. Some people scam on this topic. You don't have to fall for that when you recognize that recovery, restoration, and transformation is where you want to go. Yes, you will hear other things. I didn't come up with this. This is from my guests. Professionals who actually really work with people talk about this. There's a whole nother set of stages to go outside of healing. You're on the right path. What lessons have we learned? We're going to take a commercial break in a moment, but before we do that and then come back with some other subjects and topics that we will share with you, thank you for being here for our live stream. You have to give yourself X amount of days. Your days are different than mine, than Susie's. Find X amount of days. Let's pick 21, 30, whatever you want to pick. There's 672 hours in a month. How many hours will you designate for growth in recovery? Recovery is a heavier process than just healing. Recovery means you see the importance and take the steps necessary to set firm, unnegotiable boundaries. You see the importance of self-care, or focusing, as the expression goes, on you and what you need to do to protect those under your care. You see the importance of positive influence. Not all association is good association. They can spoil a lot of your good habits. So draw close to individuals that help you reflect and continue to grow on your journey. The importance of boundaries, self-care, and positive influences. As you do that, you will begin to recognize that you will be able to sustain this lifestyle. The lifestyle you probably always had, it was just interrupted by toxic people. Maybe you had this as a little child. Maybe it was interrupted as a little child. Whatever it is, go get you some lifestyle. Go get your lifestyle. Strategies for maintaining healthy relationships will become sustainable. People will try to interrupt it, distract you, condemn you, shame you, guilt you. Let it ride. Because you get to dictate, you get to determine.
Game over.
No one else. Your future plans will become clear. You don't have to shout it on Instagram or on YouTube and tell everybody. They will see your future plans. Continuing to prioritize mental well-being and personal growth, that's the win, baby. That's the win. The win is not revenge. The win is not calling them out. The win is not constantly attacking narcissists that are online. Let it go. Susie told you that over an hour ago. Let it and them go. There are more people who will love you and love you now than ever hated you. 1, stay focused on the lessons learned. Boundaries, self-care, positive influences. Get your notebooks out. Point 2, sustain the change. Strategies for maintaining healthy relationships, make them firm. See the momentum of recovery kicking in. Healing is a process that leads you up the mountain. Recovery is standing on top, spreading your arms out and going like, I made it. What do you do from there? Start making solid future plans for yourself and the loved ones under your care. Continuing to prioritize mental well-being and personal growth. You must grow. Plants do it. Baby chicks do it. I was going to say birds do it. You know the song. I almost started singing a song that popped in my head. All right, everybody. You know what I mean. NATV Network. Personal growth. Mental well-being. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll be back in just a little bit. Everybody hang in there. We got some other stuff happening on the other side of our live stream. And do we know when it's going to end? No, we don't. We're just doing it until we're going to stop. We really, at least I don't know when it's going to end. But one thing is for sure, we appreciate you being here. We really, really do. I really, really do. Right, Susie? We do, right?
Yes. Thanks for being here.
All right, let's see what we got here. Everybody, we'll be back in a little bit, I think. I don't know what I got going on here. What do I got going on? I don't know.
See you in a little bit.
Game over.
We are back. I know it says we're going to be right back, but I'm telling you, we back. Okie dokie, boys and girls. Okie dokie, as they used to say. Groucho Marx who used to say, okie dokie, boys and girls. Time for another session with Susie Cosman as the TV network, NATV network. We love you. Let's get to it. What are we going to do? I'll put it on the screen. I'm going to let you know right now what direction the show will be taking. I sure will. The monkeys are flying. Flying monkeys. Next subject. Ladies and gents, welcome to another portion of our live stream today. We've enjoyed those that were able to stay. We enjoyed all of you who were able to catch us at the beginning. What's more important is that you fast forward and rewind to where you pull out what you need, dump the rest, move on to the next show. Susie, you're out there somewhere.
Hey, I'm back.
Got a little bite to eat, I did, and some other stuff. I got some energy for another session, another round here on YouTube. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Flying monkeys is what we're going to touch on right now, and a bunch of other things. If you're wondering, is this all scripted and put together? This is all on the improv. Yes, Susie? I mean, there's a few things we have planned to talk about, but
For the
It's not
most
what you
part,
think,
yeah.
people. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like we just be
You just
doing
go with the
stuff, people.
flow.
There it is. That's all we be doing, people. Dictated by the audience. Now, look, let's clear the deck here, everybody. If you're first time through, everybody that's a regular, just hear me out here. If first time through, the audience dictates this channel. Technically, all of the channels that we do as REMG Media Group, we are heavily research based. We delve into what the audience wants. We put it together, and that's what you're seeing. That's what you're experiencing. With the flair of Susie's personality, mine, and whoever else comes on the show. So each one is like a session. We lovingly share some information with you. Feel free to share with others. We're not chasing numbers, ego metrics. We don't buy ads. We don't buy likes and all that stuff. You told us, our audience has told us what they don't want. So if you see something here and you go like, I've never seen that before, it's because the audience says they're tired of the whole talking heads, zoom, people talking as if they really don't care. I have a list of stuff. We researched just about everybody that's come through the channel as a guest or otherwise. So this is constantly growing. We're constantly creating shows for you that are on purpose, but 75% of it is improv. Okay, let's get to it. Flying monkeys. Everybody knows them that's in this world of mental health, as they say. Had a really great discussion with Sam Vaknin about flying monkeys. If you have not checked out Professor Sam Vaknin, feel free to go take a look at what he says about it. There's enough information out there. Susie mentioned it earlier. I'm so glad that you did, my friend. Flying monkeys in narcissistic dynamics is a real thing for a number of people. This is not a matter of whether this is true or not, whether it's believable or not. People experience this terminology or what happens to them this way. The real life examples are there if we listen to them. Practical exercises are also there if we want to implement them so that we can stop these enablers of the narcissist or a toxic person. Your idea, thoughts, experience when it comes to that terminology, flying monkeys, or people that are just abusers by proxy, as it were, if I say that correctly. Your thoughts, Susie?
I think they're just as dangerous as the narcissist or the main monkey, we should call him, right? My
I
experience
like that. I'm
is
sorry. I was trying to hold you back. The main monkey? Is that what you, I've never heard you say that. The main monkey.
the
I
main
like that.
monkey. And
I gotta
those
ask
little
Bree. I gotta ask
lackeys.
Bree if she can make something for us for that, for the show. The main monkey. Go ahead. I like that. Go
Oh
ahead.
my goodness. Yeah. My big thing is I didn't understand what was happening when it was happening to me, and family members would jump on the bandwagon, or if he wasn't around. You know what I noticed the most about flying monkeys is it's like it's like gang stalking, gang bullying. There's more than one. And they kind of feed off each other to keep you down, keep you low. Um keep you off your game. It's really it's confusing because while it's happening, it's bad enough you have your main monkey, right? That's being abusive. But then when they recruit the other ones, it's it kept me like in a paralyzed state. I didn't know who to trust. I didn't know who was going back and telling him things or who was asking me questions. They kind of find out information. It was like, "What are you up to today?" Or, people I used to have to hide everything. I used to have to hide going to church. I used to have to hide my volunteering. I used to have to hide my friends. So the flying monkeys would pretend to be my friend, pretend to be the good guy, and then they'd go back and tell him everything. So they would just fuel him to abuse me more, which is really sad because I believe they know what they're doing. And how do you do that to someone. It's bad enough to have one person do it, but to have more than one is just, it's just so, it's, I don't even have words for this stuff any longer because
I'm
it's
going with pathetic.
pathetic,
Yeah.
disturbing,
Yeah.
disgusting, like just it's horrific. But the main thing I think that we can do to protect ourselves from these people, right? Because that's the main objective here, is to educate ourselves about obviously narcissistic abuse and the manipulation and the triangulation and them recruiting these people to do dirty work and to fuel them up and to hurt you even more and keep you off your game. The only thing we can do is I learned who these people were. I started to put the pieces together. And when information started to get back to him, and I'm not talking anything bad, it's just basic things. When I was going to be out of the house, so they could do whatever they wanted to do or make their phone calls or all their sneaky little behavior. And what I had to do is just cut them off. You have to cut these people off. You can't trust them. Limit contact if you can't cut them off, right? At least limit contact. Don't tell them things. Keep your private life private as much as you can, your plans private. Don't tell them, don't answer questions because usually they ask the questions for the main abuser. Obviously, we want to set boundaries, but sometimes it's really difficult. Sometimes they get more aggressive when we try to do that. So
And
something
when you say more aggressive, just for the record, you're talking about the flying monkeys
I'm talking about
as
the
well,
flying monkeys and the
as
main
well
monkey.
as
Yes,
got it.
yes, they get
Yeah.
aggressive. They get angry. It's almost like if you don't bow down to them and feed into them and give them the information so they can abuse you more, basically, they get angry. And then for me, I just fell more off my game and I just went inside more and just became a shell of myself. And it was so disturbing to me because it was like they enjoyed it. They enjoyed watching me deteriorate. I would lay in my bed day after day after day. I was more depressed day after day after day. And they would just feed off that. It's very disturbing. Very disturbing. And then when I started going to therapy and starting the women's group, they didn't like it. They don't like when you start helping yourself because they can't control you. That's the whole thing. They want to control you. Um, Definitely working on myself helped me because the stronger I got, the more I could protect myself from them. I realized like it wasn't my fault because I kept thinking, what's wrong with me? Why why are they doing this to me? I didn't understand it. So when I realized it wasn't me, I started to empower myself. I started to educate myself. I started to get support and that helped. Um I'm trying to think like things that would have helped me when I was dealing with flying monkeys. Definitely the whole gray rocking or pretending like just be boring. Be boring. Have nothing to say, no new news to share, nothing going on in your life, good, bad, or indifferent. Just be boring. Don't feed them any kind of information. Um,
They're a very harmful influence. They are.
mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
What else you got?
I'm thinking what else I would have needed or what would have helped me.
If
Flying
you're in the chat or anything like that, feel free to put in something that has helped you in dealing with flying monkeys or anything like that.
I realized there's certain people that were the main monkeys, right? That kind of, I believe, knew what they were doing, like
Mhm,
family members. Okay. They would just fuel him. And
mhm.
I don't know, maybe it justified what he did to them when they were younger or something like that. I don't know. I can't get in their head. But flying monkeys may not always know they're being used by the narcissist or
Hmm,
the unhealthy person.
hmm.
They could be, manipulated into believing the narcissist version of events and
Yeah.
definitely, he lies. The smear campaign and everything else. he would say all these horrible things. So maybe they believe it. Maybe they don't realize it.
Hmm.
They believe his version of the story or the events, right? Because they flip everything. I was the blame for everything. So maybe they think they're helping the situation or helping him because everyone thought I was the bad one or I was the problem. I was the crazy one.
They weave this web of stories
Web of
and lies to the point that others are thinking we've got to save him from her or her from
Yes.
him or whatever the case may be, because
Yes.
they've laid out this diabolical behind your back plan with these other individuals who truly are enabling, either willingly or blindly. They're still enabling to attack an innocent person and cause more distress.
Yeah. I mean, it could be friends, it could be family members, acquaintances, neighbors. They
Colleagues at
side with,
work. I mean, you may have
yeah,
said
that
that
colleagues at
if I missed
work.
that. Yeah.
They side with the narcissist, right? And they undermine our boundaries. The only thing that I did at the end when I realized what was going on is I reduced my contact with these people. Um, I kept my conversations as brief as I could, didn't give them any personal information. And, flying monkeys often rely on the narcissist. They feel empowered. A lot of times they're kind of weak type people.
Mhm.
So maybe they don't have a lot of friends or they're not very well liked. And one in particular that I could think of was this type of person. And I think she
Mhm.
felt empowered by it, important by it, because the narcissist will make them feel like they're so important. They boost them up. They
There-
often rely
Go ahead.
on the
I'm sorry.
narcissist narrative to provoke a reaction or to gain information. I remember being like literally cornered. And it was almost as if they would poke and poke and poke and accuse and do all these horrific things. And then I would react back. So it was more justification like, see, she is crazy. She doesn't just do this to me, she's doing it to so and so. I got to the point where I just refused to explain or defend myself. I just became neutral. I gray rocked. I became very boring. And like you said, game over. Stop playing the game. I don't care how many monkeys he brought around. I was over it. I was done. Think what you want, do what you want. I don't have any part in this game any longer.
Hey, I have to ask you this question then. They brought the monkeys around you? I'm
Oh,
asking
yeah.
that in a weird way, everybody. I'm sorry. Let me do this again. I've heard that that's the case. Is that what happened to you? That they would
Yeah.
literally bring them even in front of you?
Yeah. Um, I had it at the end, it was really bad.
So that
He
is like ganging up on you then.
I had a whole family. I would get phone
Oh, that's
calls
crazy.
from one that was pretending to be my friend. Oh, we can't stand him. Agreed with everything.
And it was
Told
totally,
me,
totally the opposite of,
let me tell you something.
wait.
They would tell me
You
things
guys in
about
trouble. She
him.
said, let me tell you something. Whenever she said, let me tell you
Oh,
something, I'm letting the audience
oh.
know. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
They would tell me stuff about this man. They would throw him under the bus just to earn I
Get on
thought,
your good side.
to
Get
get on
on.
my good side. So I would just,
Oh, boy.
throw tell them stuff or what am I planning to do? Or, when I was selling the
What you gonna
house
do,
and this
girl?
and
What
that.
you gonna do?
Yeah, what are
And
you
you tell
doing?
them, huh?
Oh, good. You better get rid of
And they
everything.
run right
You
back
better
over
sell
there.
the house. You better not go near that man. This and they go
Uh,
run and tell him. And then they would call and tell me things that he did that he didn't do just to make me freak out. So it was like a constant emotional nightmare of them manipulating me and poking me and trying to get a reaction out of me, trying to get information from me. What a mess. I forgot about all that. You're just like, this is all coming back as we're talking now. Mm. It was only, I guess, like a month ago that I got a call from one of these monkeys. I was like, I was really
She took
like,
a call from a monkey. Film at 11.
I have to laugh now
Film at
because
11.
it's so obvious now, and it's disturbing. Like, wow, you're just as pathological. You are a liar, just like he was. And once they know you're onto them, then they finally leave you alone. And it's best not even to tell them you're onto them. Just don't take the calls. If you do pick up like a caller ID, whatever, they block the call. Just hang up. I'm busy. Gotta go. That's what I do now. Sorry. Yeah,
Access denied.
that's it. There's
When
really
it
no other way. Just don't
there's no other way,
engage.
people.
Just don't engage.
No other way.
Yeah, stay calm. Avoid debates with them. Disengage. And then build a trusted, trusted network of people. When you start realizing there are good people and people that care, and you spend more time with those people, whether it's a therapist, a friend, a neighbor, old family members like me that you disconnected with, then you realize just how dysfunctional these people are. And it's easier to stay away. It's easier not to engage. It's easier not to get involved and play.
But
There
monkeys
you
are
go.
so playful. They're so
Okay.
playful.
You ready for this? When I was a kid, we
What?
we
What you
had,
got? What you got, sister? What you got,
you're
sister?
not gonna get. We had 2 monkeys.
No way.
Woolly. Oh yes, we did. Woolly and
Wait,
useless.
flying narcissistic type
No, we
monkeys
had
or
real monkeys.
okay? All
Real
right, go ahead.
monkeys.
Go ahead.
So I have some. Yeah.
Is that from your Facebook pages? You're gonna have to send the monkey pictures in.
We really had monkeys. I'm gonna
I'll make
see.
a video.
I'm gonna find a couple. Useless and Willie were their names.
Useless and Willie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
everybody.
I grew up with monkeys.
Write
monkeys
these
and
names
horses.
down. Useless and Willie. So when you're dealing with flying monkeys, you got to see which category
what you
that
name
person
them.
is in. You can name them that. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Thanks,
That's it.
Susie. Appreciate it.
There you go.
There you
I
go.
figured
That's
you
it.
liked it.
Useless, right? Useless
and Willie.
and Willie.
No, Woolly.
Oh, Woolly.
Did I?
Oh,
I think
I kind of like Willie too, but that's not
I'm
bad.
thinking of the horse. I'm thinking.
Okay.
I'm back in horse farm.
So
days.
useless and Woolly. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See?
They didn't look like these 2 monkeys on the screen, right?
No, Woolly did. Woolly looked like the smaller, dark one.
Okay.
Useless was a capstation. Capstation. I think that's saying it correctly.
I told you about using big words on my ghetto program.
I'm not pronouncing it correctly.
Okay. Send all hate mail about monkeys to
me,
Susie
about
at
monkeys.
ZTV Network. Just
I had one as a pet, so I'm not partial, but they're really cute. They really
So
are.
you can personally answer the phone if a flying monkey calls you and just say, "Hi, useless," or you go, "Hi, Woolly."
Hey, Wooly. That's it. What you want?
What you want? What
I'm
you
not
want
gonna
to
tell
know
you
now?
nothing. What you want?
Oh man,
Access denied. That's it.
I want to say somebody's name, but I don't want to say the wrong person's name. So somebody mentioned to me on a show that you should start a rumor. The flying monkey calls you. You start a rumor that's not true, and then you see how much traction it
I've
gets.
done that
So
many
you
times.
find out who the flying monkey
I
is.
would.
And I'm gonna be moving to Barbados, and I'm gonna be just leave it, just lay it out there and give it. See how long? 3 days, 72 hours, a week or whatever.
How long till it gets back to you?
It gets-
Twisted, turned,
Hey,
flipped,
I didn't
flopped.
know you were moving to. What are you talking about? Yeah, so and so told me.
They don't even have to
Yeah.
say so and so told me. You know who told them. That's it. You just tell that
Absolutely.
one person. That's
When-
the test.
When they say so and so told me, you just know how big the range is of the flying monkeys.
Yeah.
People start
Exactly.
believing all kind of
Oh,
weird
that
stuff.
one's gone. There's another one.
He said, "You got a big old dry erase board. You got
That's it.
flying monkeys list."
Wipe
I'm
them
like,
off.
cross that one. Oh, okay.
That's it. Can't
Check.
trust him. Can't
Check.
trust her.
Okay, so it sounds like we're talking about flying monkeys. You're absolutely correct, Watson. Absolutely. We are talking about flying monkeys. The harmful influence that flying monkeys can embark on with a person can send your head spinning, make you go crazy, because they're always seeking information. 1, get your notebooks out, everybody. Here we go. 1, Susie covered these, but we're going to recap. Here we go. 1, recognize the signs. Flying monkeys are individuals who knowingly or unknowingly look to get information from you. What purpose? Why would someone want to do that? Because they care? No. They're focusing on what the narcissist wants. They're aiding the narcissist in their manipulation, as well as their toxic abuse of the target. We'll call it that. So in this mission, if you choose to accept it, you have to protect your peace. It's not a game. No matter the connection that the person may have to you, how many margaritas you had together, how many times you played cards, how many times you arm wrestled, it doesn't matter. They're looking to gather information about you that can disrupt the life of your loved ones as well as yourself. They might gather information about you, pressure you to reconcile with the narcissist, downplay the narcissist's abusive, destructive behavior. Don't fall for it. Number 1, again, get your notebooks out. Number 1 was recognize the signs. Number 2, set boundaries. Clearly define what you find as acceptable behavior from this individual who is talking to you, texting you, saying, hey, let's go out for a few drinks or let me buy you dinner, whatever it may be. You have to know that everything else is a distraction. What is their motive? If it's the peace of you and your loved ones, it's a win. It's a win-win for you and even for that person. Set boundaries. Number 2, clearly define what behaviors are acceptable to you and stick to your boundaries. Be firm. Be firm and consistent in enforcing those safety guidelines. Those emotional safety guidelines, better known today in the world we live in as boundaries, those guardrails, those emotional guardrails will keep you on the right highway. Number 3, limit contact. Something Susie alluded to. Limit contact. You don't have to answer that call or that message if you're not emotionally ready, capable, or even want to. Reduce your interactions with the narcissist? Yes. And their flying monkeys, without a doubt, to minimize their influence on your well-being. Number 4, seek support. This is something that Susie just touched on. Please make sure you keep an eye on number 4. If you're feeling isolated, if you're feeling isolated and you think the flying monkeys are your friends and you go back and now you say, I can't even be with them, I'm so alone, the narcissist wins. Replace what you can't reuse. If you can't use that friendship, reestablish it or make it strong again, then you're going to need a new set of friends. When you seek support, surround yourself with trusted individuals, family members, therapists, professional, whatever it may be, that you see can help you carry through your day, through your week, through your month. And take it literally one step at a time. Who may be there for you today as support may be replaced by a bigger support system in the process. Surround yourself with trusted friends, family members, professionals that provide emotional support and a very healthy perspective as you move forward. I'm going to ask Susie to give me her thoughts. Everybody, let's listen to Susie. Susie, give me your thoughts on, I'm going to say 2 of them. 1 is stay grounded. 2, the next one is educate yourself. So everybody, if you're taking notes, that's number 5 and 6. So let's clarify that. I'm going to clarify it and then I'm going to step out of the way and Susie can take over. So, number 1, recognize the signs. Number 2, set boundaries. Number 3, limit contact. Number
Recognize
4,
this.
number
I'm
4,
sorry.
seek support. So again, recognize the signs, set boundaries, limit contact, seek support. Those are the first 4 we just went through. Number 5 and 6, number 5 is stay grounded. Number 6 is educate yourself. Number 7 is protect your information. Number 8 is build a support network. Build a support network. That's number 8. Right now, let's go to number 5, stay grounded. And we're also going to discuss number 6, educate yourself. Those two, Susie, if you could, let's talk about those from your perspective and what you went through. Staying grounded means to keep your sense of reality and self-worth separate from the toxic person, from the flying monkeys, from the narcissists and their tactics. Number 6 was educate yourself. What does that mean? Learn more about narcissistic behavior, but don't become obsessed about it. Learning more about narcissistic behavior can be extremely beneficial, but if you're not careful, it could move you, myself, others to virtually become manic about it. So learn about narcissistic behavior and the role of flying monkeys so that you can better understand and navigate. You want to be able to understand and navigate the dynamics of dealing with those individuals. So number 5, stay grounded. Number 6, educate yourself. Susie, what did you experience when it came to those two?
Staying grounded. What I learned is part of me staying grounded was learning my self-care, right? I had to prioritize my mental health, my emotional, and my physical health. I had to stay strong. It's a battle dealing with these people. I started to do more activities that I enjoy doing, which at the time for me was volunteering. Um, I stayed to myself a lot. When the flying monkey would be around or the abuse was amped up, I would do things to keep myself away from them. It kept me grounded because I didn't have to interact with them. And I reminded myself during this time that it wasn't my fault, right? Their actions were a reflection of their issues, not mine. I had to realize that some of these people were family members, and I had to acknowledge what was going on and process the grief and the loss of these relationships. These are sometimes people we trust, people, we thought were our friends or close family members, but they were toxic and they were being used, whether they did it knowingly or not, to further hurt us. So I had to allow myself to feel the sadness and anger at times, and I had to release them. I had to because it was part of my healing process in the beginning. When I started therapy, um, I started to find out that I wasn't the only one that went through this, and that helped me a lot, knowing we're not alone, knowing that other people understand this, and it's not all in your head. You're not crazy. Sadly, there are people that want to hurt us. And knowing that you're not alone and knowing that you have someone you trust that you can talk to about this is really important in staying grounded and in protecting ourselves. Once I got further along and away from the abuser and I would get the phone calls, right? Because they still come back around. If they can't contact us, they'll send a flying monkey. They'll send someone from the past. Sometimes it's someone new. Be very cautious. Be cautious, especially when you start planning an escape. you're getting away from these people, from the abusive person. Don't give too much information to people you don't trust 100%. Your support system, your main support system, because it will get back to the abusive person, especially when you're setting goals, especially when you're planning your future, when you start making healthy relationships and reconnecting with family and friends and moving forward. You don't want these negative people and these unhealthy people knowing what you have planned for yourself. Because, in all honesty, they want to take you down. They don't want to see you happy. They will do anything to keep you under their control. And when they realize they're losing control, then they sometimes, and in my case, they get angrier and it gets more difficult. They make life more difficult. They'll start rumors. Sometimes they contact your job. They'll contact friends. They will make up stories. They will blame you for things they're doing. The best thing to do is to protect yourself by not giving out too much information. Take one step at a time. Be patient with yourself. It's hard enough getting away from this kind of relationship, and it's even harder when there's more than one person trying to literally throw a monkey wrench into your plans to trip you up and to set you back.
Did you just say monkey wrench?
Yes, I did.
I can't believe it. Wait,
I
hold
had
on.
to.
I got to have something for that. I don't know what I got.
Where was it?
No,
There you
it's
go.
okay.
Monkey circus. It is like a circus. It's literally like living in a
That is funny.
circus.
Oh, that's not it.
Three-ring circus. They just...
Not that one. No, not that one either. No, not that one either. I don't know. I pushed everybody. It's got a whole bunch. I got too many. I got 64 buttons. I don't know which one I'm pushing. All right. All right. So monkey wrench. Do not accept a monkey wrench. Don't put a wrench in there, right?
No, don't put a wrench in there. They will.
They'll mess you
anything.
up. Yeah. Keep your stuff private. Keep your stuff. Keep your activities private. Number 5 was stay grounded. Number 6 was educate yourself. Number 7, protect your information. Be cautious about what you share with who and whom is actually be cautious about what you share, everybody, and with whom. As these flying monkeys, they want to gather the information and use it against you. Now, your personal, and Susie, you touched on this earlier in the first session of us chatting in this live stream. You highlighted that our psyche doesn't think that way that they're thinking. Right. We don't think like them, but they're thinking to harm you. You don't have to become them. You just need to know, if I play with that, I'm going to get burnt. You ain't got to go play with it and get burnt and go like, oh, now I get it. Unless you're just rolling down that crazy path, then we can't help you. But if you know you don't want to go down that path and have your life turn into General Hospital or One Life to Live, then you say, enough of the drama. Let me just stay out of the way of what they want to do and stay close to your loved ones. Protect your information. Number 8 was build a support network. Now, Susie, you never thought about building a support network when you were beginning that process of understanding what you were dealing with. That wasn't on your mind, was it? Or was it?
No, it wasn't. Back when, what was this? Prior to 2020, I think, when more people were online and and the information was out more. I didn't know what it was. Now we have all this information, and we have more access to it, to understanding it. But I had no clue. I didn't find support until it got really bad. So, and
what do you mean really bad? When you say really bad, what do you mean by that? So that gives a heads up to people.
Okay, I was being physically abused more often,
Mhm.
and it got worse. And the last episode was when my bones were broken, and I was brought to the hospital, and a police officer called the women's group, the women's shelter, the center, and they contacted me, and I was still reluctant to share my story, but I just listened, and I realized that I wasn't alone. And yeah, Eric is saying goodbye. Thanks for hanging out, Susan and Paxton. Fridays are a party somewhere, even out of my comfort zone. I was a social butterfly years ago. A dragonfly appeared and changed my life. Spiritual flights, life. That's pretty cool. Dragonflies are cool. I avoid the entire Cartman triangle with my ex, totally remove myself from that triangulation dynamic online over social media, 6 years removed. I am now beginning to spread my wings. That's awesome. So glad you're
That's
out of that.
really, I don't know what that's really good.
Yeah.
That makes me happy. It's nice to read individuals making progress to look after their well-being and not being told that they're crazy, dragged in to see someone to make them believe that they're crazy, but literally, no. Would you say, Susie? You're not the crazy one.
You're not the crazy one. For
They
sure.
just hope you never figure it out. But Eric, you figured it out. You're not the crazy one. When it comes to building a support network, please keep this in mind, everyone. Create a network of people who validate your experiences and support your well-being. That combination works to your advantage. How so? They're not just agreeing with you because they had the same shared experience. They may have never had that experience, but they're validating your experience. Maybe they're a professional who understands what you're going through, as in the case of Susie, her life experience dealing with Dr. Mack. Maybe it's someone who just wants your well-being. One of the things that can truly show a flying monkey to be not the main monkey, like Susie says, but a side monkey, they're a side monkey, is they often try to give you the impression they're after your well-being, but they could never describe to you what your well-being consists of. Be careful, be mindful, and let's look at what Eric says.
Haha, I married a domestic terrorist. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Yeah,
Ooh, that's
I
one way
think
to
I
look at
married.
somebody.
Mm,
What
I
were you
can
gonna say?
relate. I know mine was,
You can
yeah,
relate.
he
You
was,
quietly go, I can relate.
yeah, he was
Oh
sadistic, I
man.
think. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
pretty bad. Mm, yeah. It's sad because I'm not the same person, you know?
You're not the same.
Today,
Now, when do you mean, what do you mean by you're not the same person? What do you mean by
today,
that?
I don't like, I'm not the same person who I was with that man. I am not that person
How?
that could ever be with someone like that
Like that? How?
ever again. I know I deserve better. I know it's abuse. I know it's unacceptable.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'm not weak. I have more respect for myself now. I know I wouldn't tolerate it. It took me a long time to finally realize this. Thank goodness I did. It's never too late. It's never too late to get out. It's never too late to learn we're worth it. And it's never too late to make a better life for yourself. I didn't
D-
see, yeah, I didn't see anything after. I didn't have an existence. I didn't have a purpose other than taking care of him and tolerating all this nonsense and craziness.
mhm. Always chasing your tail.
Yeah.
Did you see yourself as weak before you met him,
No, no.
but you bought into it because of the environment he created and
Mm.
then essentially put you in?
The future faking, the charming, the fun, the adventure. I fell for it all. Yeah.
I'll toss a few more things out to everybody, and here we go. Here are 9 tips for overcoming narcissistic manipulation. 9 different strategy points, pressure points that can work in your behalf. Got your notebooks out? I hope so. Get your notebooks out, everybody. Here we go, boys and the girls. 9 tips for overcoming narcissistic manipulation. 1, you could probably guess what this one's going to be. Set boundaries. Stand up for yourself. Okay? Establish boundaries and stand up for yourself. There were moments through your life and many of the guests that have been on the show and over 2,100 episodes that we have and more that have outlined that they lost that ability to stand up for themselves, but they had it before they met that person. They chipped away at it so that that person would not stand up for themselves. Fought, argued, went back and forth, made public scenes to wear them down so that the eggshells became comfortable to walk on. Number 2, stay calm. Try to stay calm when the narcissist is trying to upset you. That's kind of obvious. What's the advantage? The advantage is, wait. The advantage is, wrong one. Come on.
Game
I think you should get
over.
labels.
Wait,
You
I
need
actually do have labels. I just don't like
Okay.
using them.
Okay.
Because I just like going for the light. There are certain colors of lights that I choose for it. And for me, I remember what the color is. The only problem is I labeled
Sometimes.
the same button with 2 different buttons with the same color. So you may be right. It actually is. It is digitally labeled. I just don't look at it. You slap me around later in private. Wait, you can do it right now. Okay. I'll label it. All right. So set boundaries is 1. Number 2, stay calm. What's the advantage? The advantage is game over. When you're calm, when we are calm, when we do this together and that calmness permeates, the narcissist knows it's time to move on. Number 3, use phrases that disarm the toxic person. Feel free to Google that. Feel free to follow others that lay out different phrases that you can use. But think of some that fit and customize some that work for you in your situation. You know who you're dealing with to a measured degree now, more than before, and will continue to learn more. There may be certain phrases that will work comfortably for you. Eric says something there on the screen. What you got there,
He
Eric?
says, haha, so funny. The emergency room doctor came up to me. She asked me a series of questions. I answered them, and she said, PTSD. And you're staying with us for a few days. Haha, I love that woman. Yeah, I remember the questions, Eric. No one ever asked me those questions before I ended up with the broken bones in the hospital. The police were called to my house numerous times, and no one ever asked me those questions. And those questions are pretty simple. I remember a couple were like, do you feel safe? I was like, no. Are you yelled at? Are you, afraid? Basic questions that determined that I was I think it goes by numbers on a scale, and I was ranked pretty high up there with someone who was in a domestic violence situation or home. So I wish it was like mandatory when they're called to the house, right? They should ask those questions.
Yeah, because the perpetrator, the abuser, all of a sudden tries to hide their true behavior.
They play the victim a lot of times.
Yeah.
In my case, yeah.
Number 3, again, was use phrases to disarm. Did you end up coming up with something when you talk with them to say, or you don't have to worry about that?
What do you mean?
So when you deal with the narcissistic ex, if that's the case, or you're dealing with someone toxic from the past or current, do you have certain little things you say? to end the conversation or move on or?
I get to the facts.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's my money? If it's not, if you don't put it
I
in the
don't believe
bank,
you just did.
but
I wasn't saying anything. I can't believe you just threw it out there. Okay.
you don't put it in the bank by the
Susie letting
10th,
it all out
you're going to
today.
be held in contempt.
Just gotta-
I'm going to the courthouse.
Get the real
That's
Susie
wh-
for you now.
That's
Now
where
you're
I
getting
am
that
right
Susie.
now.
Susie, that man. Susie ain't playing around.
Any
man.
questions?
So I told you, girl. You like saying,
Yeah.
I tell my daughter, get your money. Better get your money. If it was
Today's
a guy,
the
if it was a guy saying it, nobody say nothing. The woman.
Check back in 5 days. We got 4 days till the deposit.
You gotta,
I'll
hey,
update you.
I better see them zeros and them numbers in my bank.
Mhm. Right.
Way to
Not
go,
my
Susie.
problem.
Stand
And then
up
the
for yourself.
excuses, and then how then the sweet talk, then oh my gosh, the love bombing. They try. That's why you have to keep to the facts and cut them
Just
off. Goodbye.
Dragnet.
Done.
Dragnet.
Mhm.
Go look it up. Google it, you young people. Dragnet. Just the facts, ma'am.
Yeah. Can't play around.
Just the
Just the
facts.
facts.
Just the
I'll
facts.
see you
ma'am.
in court.
That's right. That's what you got to do when you're dealing with toxic people. Just
Yeah.
what's the facts of the situation? Can
Keep
you
it
can you
black
write
and
that?
white.
What happened? Can you write it all out for me? They don't want to do that. No, you just got to believe what I'm
No.
saying so they can change the story. No, I need you to write that out. What actually happened? Or let me write it out. You just keep talking. What are you doing? I'm writing down everything you say because I want to make sure I follow what you're saying. They don't want that. Try
No.
that. Try that at work, friends and family, people. Try that, people. You're at work and it's a toxic situation and you don't have money to hire an executive coach. Try ghetto therapy 101. Just walk around with a pad of paper. And when you're dealing with a toxic person at work, say, hold on one second. I want to remember everything you said so I can follow exactly what you said. So if it doesn't turn out right, I can explain what happened. They're not going to like that. We don't need to write down everything I say. No. I want to make sure I understand what you're
get
saying.
it right.
Yeah. Because see, I'm not too bright. And you're explaining to me how to do this job. I want to make sure they want to tell you something wrong. And the next thing you know, you're fired.
You're the blame.
I've seen it happen too many times. So you got to be very careful. Come up with phrases that are customized for your situation to disarm the narcissist, toxic person, whatever it is. Let's not get focused too much unnecessarily on the labels. Let's focus on the behavior and what we need to do with our behavior. See the signs, see the flags, whatever you want to call them, see the barriers in that relationship and move on. Eric's got something else for us here.
Eric says, "Oh my God, I asked my wife for a ride to the emergency room. She said no. I got on my bike and went. She filed a missing persons report with the police. No lie. Boy,
Dude,
they'll take anything and flip it. Anything.
Oh my goodness.
I'm afraid to ask why you had to go to the emergency room.
At this point, it almost doesn't matter unless she was
No.
poisoning him. But I'm just saying, it'd be like that one guy
That's
that came
another
on the
show.
show. Yes, it is. That I see you. I know what you mean. Yeah, we've talked about that. That's a whole nother show. But we will get into it at some point in 2025, spring of 2025, probably. But when it comes to him going to the emergency, I've heard this aspect with others. And the next thing you know, there's some other problem. They were helping somebody do something else, and then they got a phone call, and the police are showing up looking for them because they did something, and they're going like, "I wasn't even over there." Everybody, you probably got your own stories. I can tell you so much from the guests that have been on to share their stories. You must come up with phrases to disarm them. Staying calm, setting boundaries is a good way to start. Number 4, use or try using we language to get a narcissist on your side. Now, this particular one, some have tried. It's here in my show notes. They have found it successful. I haven't met too many people that have found it successful, but they've been able to find it successful. You may find it successful, speaking as we instead of you or I, or in a combative way, the narcissist can take it. Ultimately, you cannot control what goes on in their mind, the dark crevices of their mind. One thing you do know is they are not looking for your overall long-term well-being. That can be extremely dangerous. Even Susie, you experienced that. You're still suffering some of the consequences of his behavior with doctors and so forth. You still need to see because of him. So everyone, please be careful what tactics you put into play as a strategy. Customize them. Just because you saw it in a video, hear it from us or anybody else, doesn't mean it's going to work for you. Number 5, some have found it beneficial in their behalf, depending on the toxic person that they're dealing with, to give compliments to ease the situation, to neutralize the narcissist. So try giving praise and compliments to neutralize them and then sticking to the facts. Number 6 has to do with taking on the blame. You becoming accountable for their consequences and what happens. Why is it important to say no when a narcissist is trying to get you to say yes?
Because the more you give in to them with things like that, the more they'll think they can get away with. The more I took the blame to keep the peace, the next episode was even worse. And then it became dangerous. They don't stop.
Very important to use the words no, accountability, consequences, empathy. It's kryptonite to the narcissist to a measured degree, depending on the severity of their selfishness and their greed. Toxic individuals don't like to be told no. They don't like to be told that you can't do something that they want you to do. They don't assess accountability. They don't see consequences. They don't care about empathy. The narcissist's sense of superiority is all that they see. The toxic person is not a compassionate person. They're greedy. Pointing out what is wrong with them is not the point we're trying to make here, or the mission of our channel here. The mission is try to practice self-compassion. That's number 7. Focusing on your ability to recognize I'm just another imperfect person doing the best I can for my loved ones is not what the narcissist wants to hear or for you to achieve, but it is your mission to do the best you can for your loved ones and recognize you're not perfect, but you also are not toxic. Did you see yourself as toxic at one time, Susie?
Did I? I thought I
Dealing with
was.
him? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you become toxic. You're in a battlefield. You have to fight. Not physically fight, but fight
Mhm.
for your sanity.
Yeah.
Eric is saying the woman I run my stuff through, that woman is some kind of advocate. Rare woman. Women, indeed. Woman, indeed. That's awesome.
Number 8, keep communication clear. When you're dealing with toxic individuals who are flying monkeys, narcissistic traits, behaviors in an individual, selfishness on steroids, people like that, keep the communication clear, preferably in writing. Try to keep communication clear and concise, right to the point. You may feel like you're cheating yourself or holding back because you're doing it without any major amounts of emotion or passion like you probably normally would speaking to others, but it is an act of safety. It's an act of safety that you're doing it the way you need to do it. Number 9. At what point, Susie, did this happen to you? What year did you seek professional help? Number 9 is seeking professional help.
When it got really bad, when the physical abuse was becoming really dangerous. And that was year 22
Of the marriage.
of the marriage, the
Of the marriage.
relationship.
Okay.
23, yeah.
Hmm.
The end. The end. That was the end. There was no going back.
It was like marking the end when you did that, because for everybody that's listening and for those of you longtime listeners and supporters, appreciate you so much. Without a doubt, you've been there to gather this information and share it with others. Part of our main objective. When you seek professional help, is number 9 is for us here. You consider therapy with a mental health professional who has experience in treating these types of situations and circumstances, individuals who are dealing with narcissistic abuse and trauma. When you go down that road, and that's what happened to you, Susie, therapy can provide a safe space for you then. Give you coping strategies that you can learn so that you'll be able to work through the trauma. Notice the benefit. The benefit is a safe space to process what is taking place. Coping strategies that you can learn. And the ability to be in a position for growth. An ability to be in a position to work through the trauma. Working through the trauma, coping strategies, and a safe space to process. It's not a game. This is your life. More importantly, you don't have time to waste with individuals that are not passionate about your growth and your recovery. Healing is only a phase that leads to the ultimate goal. Recovery, restoration, and transformation. A resetting of your life is what's in front of you. If you cannot move from that situation that you're in, that job and that boss, at the moment, another moment's coming. Be patient. Be a part of the process. Enjoy the journey. It'll pay off. You're in New York right now, my friend. You're in New York.
It's
21
degrees here.
I have to tell everybody. So Susie, I didn't talk to her for a while. We were all doing our thing. And then I go to talk to Susie, and she's in New York. I think almost 22 minutes, I think I was counting, or 21 minutes. I couldn't say a word because she was nonstop talking. She was nonstop. Okay, Susie can do that, but she normally doesn't. Yeah, I said like maybe 6-7 words. And Susie was nonstop. She was giddy like a teenage girl who got to see the, what do you call it? The Bay City Rollers.
The Bay City Rollers.
Let me pull it back up from
Stones.
No, I was going to say that, and then I was like, oh,
yeah.
that's not what it is. Well, it could have been the same thing, but here, now I'm going to pull it up. Doggone it, there it is. Bay City Rollers.
Bay City Rollers.
So she's like a teenage girl ready to see the Bay City Rollers, which was, it's cool with me. It's cool. I got no problem with that. All good. It's all good. It's all good. She was going, and I thought to myself, because I have a lot of these thoughts, everybody. Hey, stop that. Not crazy thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts. And one of them was, I wanted to say, Susie, can I just record this? Because the audience needs to hear this or see this, the way you look right now and the way you're acting, because I have never seen her act that way. I saw her dream about acting that way one day. She was beside herself that she was home. She was home. Yes, that's what she said. Say it again.
Yeah. I said, I made it. I made it. I made it home. I did it.
Let's clarify this. There's love for Connecticut. Let's just get that out the way. Don't send no hate mail over here, people. I don't get hate mail. I don't have trolls. But I'm just telling you.
It wouldn't have mattered where
you were
I
sweet
lived.
about it. Yeah, you were sweet about it. I love the way you said it. You love the people there. Yeah, everything. No. You thoroughly understand it all. But my goodness, you were home and you knew it. Yeah. You felt it. Yeah. And her tone is different now. She was totally different. If you take any concession of what real recovery means, healing, again, and everybody go like, I'm a stickler against the word healing. When I say everybody, I'm talking about like 2 people out of, all the people that watch the channel. But there's a difference when you recover. You feel, when that bone recovers, you go like, okay, I'm ready to go for a run. I can
walk
bend
again.
it.
Yeah,
I can walk it. Wait, she said it better than me. You can walk again.
Yeah.
You don't have to run anymore. They had you running so much. You got to get off them limbs and let them recover. Healing brings a scab. Recovering means you don't even notice the scar anymore. And somebody else points it out.
Yeah. When I was going through the transition of moving my things physically back home, back to New York, Of course I could have gotten help. My family would have helped me, my friends, but I felt it was so important. And my family actually pointed this out to me. They didn't want me to run. They didn't want me to have to escape and flee again. So I did it in stages. I filled up my Jeep. I did a lot of it on my own. And I would come down and then I'd go back and then I'd come down. So I took my time. I didn't just flee. And that was the first time that I did it on my time, my schedule, my decision. And it was what was best for me, which was something I hadn't done probably ever. What was
Mm-hmm.
best for me first.
Yeah. And you know, it's just, here we go. I need a little thing that I say. This is just my thought, in my opinion, everybody. Look, often a woman can be made to feel guilty if she doesn't take care of everybody else and make herself last. And there are nurturing moments that make a person feel that way. But as I often said to my daughters, you know, don't be making something because you're going to just make something for me to eat. I can go get me some food. Learn to take care of yourself first, and you share whatever you have with others. Now, that may make a lot of people go like, well, I'm not marrying his daughter. Trust me, you would never live up as a son-in-law. But what I was going to say is, you got to watch Father of the Bride. Anyhow, 1 and 2. But anyhow, but that's my movie recommendation also, beside Count Monte Cristo. Go watch Father of the Bride, 1 and 2. Good movies. Steve Martin. But anyhow, when it comes to Eric is laughing. Eric, I love your ha 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 ha's.
Did you get them all in there? I think you did.
Ha. I'm sorry, 2 more I missed. Okay, so we're gonna get to the chat, everybody, in just a second. I'm gonna put up what you got, Eric. Everybody, please be mindful that often a woman can feel she needs to make herself last, and then you get to selfishly get some time to go take care of yourself. I'm so glad my mom was not like that. So because others are watching you do that, and they will imitate that.
Mm-hmm.
Take the time, whatever it may be, to give yourself a well-balanced emotional, mental well-being. It'll pay off in the long run. Eric says this, and I'm not reading that. It's too long.
The Hippocratic oath.
Mm-hmm.
After I can't even say it.
After
Hippocrates,
yes,
saw the horror of his uncle poisoning the water supply of a people under siege in the first sacred war. My girl, she is smart as a whip and ethical like few.
So
Awesome.
he got somebody looking out for him. Mama Bear has this for us.
She says flying monkeys want to impress the narc and be on their good side. Yes, they do. They're
I really don't.
seekers
I seriously,
as well.
I don't understand it. I'm sorry. You said
They're attention seekers as well.
I really don't get it, Susie.
In my opinion,
I seriously don't. I really.
That's
I
why
don't.
it's very hard for me to explain it because I lived this.
Crazy.
You know, I can read something and tell you, but when I do it, I think back. I'm like,
yeah.
What was that? It's hard for me to articulate it because I literally lived this stuff, and it wasn't pretty, and it was.
Hey, so if you had a sheet of paper and started writing down some names, you could name the flying monkeys now. You can see who they are in the past. I mean, from the past or whatever, or current.
Sure.
It's easy to see now.
Absolutely. It's frightening.
But not before, right? Because you thought they were your really good friends.
Not when I was in family members, friends, family members.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's insane. It's like I don't know. I was living in a world that was an illusion.
You're not in Kansas anymore.
I'm not in Kansas anymore, baby.
I don't know where that just popped into my head. I wasn't planning it, everybody. That is her number 1 video, by the way, on her channel. And I keep telling her that is such a great line. That is such a when you came up with that title for that video, and you guys go take a look at it on SZTV network on YouTube. But I just love it. You're not in Kansas anymore. That pretty much sums up your life, right?
That's it. Wizard of Oz, Kansas, flying monkeys.
You need some red shoes. You got red shoes by any chance?
No, I'm gonna have
You
to
gotta get
get
some red
some.
shoes. When you come
I
out
gotta
here to
get
the
some red
studio in
shoes.
California, we do
That's
some
it.
work over there. You get that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna film your red shoes. We call it
That's
the
it.
red shoe podcast from California.
I
Anyhow,
like
what
it.
is he? Oh, look at Eric.
Eric says, "Run,
Eric, you're
Tonto,
funny.
run! Don't let them flying monkeys
Toto,
get you."
run,
Toto,
Toto.
Toto. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I gotta.
That's pretty good.
Oh my
That's pretty good.
gosh.
What did he say? What was it?
I'm looking for a heart. Oh, wait, is that the
Wait,
Tin
is that
Man?
the? Oh, was it
Tin
no?
Man? Or is that
Is
the
it
brain?
Tin Man
No.
No, it's the lion. It's the lion, right?
Lion needs courage.
Oh man, I have
Tin
to
Man
Google
needs
it.
a heart.
Oh, that's my
And
daughters
the
when they come
straw
over.
man needs a brain. I think. Yeah, Tin
Eric,
Man
you
needs
guys
a
can
heart.
correct us if we got it wrong. Eric is laughing.
I'm pretty sure.
Hey man, you put an H and it don't have an A after it. So wait, he fixed it. He fixed it. That's
he
funny.
fix it?
That's pretty good. Ha ha. Oh, wait, no, you did. You added an extra H. I can't even
3
speak right now.
H's.
There's 3 H's in a ha ha ha.
That was pretty good.
There is something wrong with me. And I'm not planning on fixing it anytime soon because I like myself just as is. All right, so here we go. It's my God. Okay, Susie.
Yes.
Question. Here we go.
Mhm.
Question. I got an echo in my head here. I got something else on. Probably do. Here we go. If you had to help someone, and I know you already do this, if you had to help someone heal with you, to heal, what does it mean to heal? Everybody, hopefully, I'm gonna give you some more homework. First homework: watch the movie Count of Monte Cristo. You'll thank me. You'll thank me for it. Trust me, you will. And if you don't, I'll accept that. The Count of Monte Cristo. Gotta watch that. Homework. Second homework. Really just look at the basic understanding of the word heal. Just definition-wise, clinically, anything else, the word heal. If you were in a position, Susie,
Mhm.
to have a group of people sit around and work together to heal together, what would be the first 3 things you would tell them that they need to work on in order to heal?
First, I would want to make sure everyone was safe. I would have them working on acknowledging everything that really happened because it's quite shocking when you realize that you were in this kind of relationship and pretty much everything was either a game or a lie or a manipulation tactic. Definitely work on grieving what they thought was, grieving the relationship, grieving the loss of what they thought their future was going to be, grieving the time wasted, surrendering to it all. Then definitely in there, self-care, self-worth, self-love, getting back to their life, getting back to things they like doing. A lot of people are depressed, working on that, getting back into nature, things, things that make them happy, surrounding themselves with people that care, letting them know they're not alone. And then the recovery, transformation process, and moving on and finding their new life, giving them a new lease on life like I'm doing now for myself. I think I would make an outline of what I just went through for the last couple of years and show them the way. And if I can do this, anyone can do it. That is a fact. That is a fact.
Not an easy task to almost ignore past experiences so that you can make new ones or create new ones, but learn from those past experiences in order to move forward and not let those past experiences consume a person to the point that they feel depressed, overwhelmed to the point that they can't even move or get out of bed. But that's the life of some who've been experiencing these toxic, narcissistic individuals. Hard to get out of bed. You remember
Especially
the
at
days?
oh, yes. You remember the days. I knew you then.
And
It
I'm
was
leaving it alone. You remember
it
your moments of night terrors?
night terrors. Oh my gosh, yes.
I remember
Night
talking to you at 1
terrors.
or 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was bad.
Yeah, bad.
Especially when I'm dealing with women in the shelters.
Yeah, I was
It
thinking.
usually
Yeah.
it's gotten to that point where, intervention, it's pretty much like an intervention
Yeah,
and holding their hand and holding them, holding
yeah,
space for them. Look at Mama Bear, monkey. What is it? What is it? See
yeah. I
no
think
evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Those three monkeys on the
she got
screen.
an extra one in there too. She says this too, also. If you could, for the
She
audience,
says,
please.
Mama Bear says, our neighbor, the flying monkey, actually installed a camera on their house to watch our comings and goings and gave the narcissist access to the Blink camera account. That is sad. Okay,
What?
so
All I can
I
say is
remember this
what?
story. Yeah. They see now this neighbor probably heard this man go over there all the time
Mm-hmm,
complaining. His
mm-hmm.
wife is I don't know if they're married or not. She's crazy. She's this. She's that. You got to keep an eye on the kids. Oh my gosh, I'm scared for my family.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know
yeah,
what
yeah,
she's
yeah,
going to do. Da, da, da.
yeah,
They
yeah, yeah,
just
yeah.
so then the
Mm.
people feel like they're helping. So it's not always someone who does it willingly. They're very manipulative. If they can make us believe that they love us and care and are building a family and a future and all that, imagine what they could do to a neighbor or someone they work with or a friend of ours. So it's not always the flying monkey's fault.
They're causing havoc in other
Yes.
people's lives. The innocent party
Mhm.
targeting them, getting others to disrupt, distract, and disable the happiness that they can have by this foolishness.
And they're getting others to do their dirty work.
Yeah.
They're spying.
Eric,
How about my situation? He had his girlfriend watching me on a 24/7 surveillance on her cell phone. So wasn't tied to him, it was tied to her.
hmm.
It's so calculating. Eric is saying, for real, it is like coming out of a coma, which I have done twice. Each day is a gift, and I ain't letting go of that feeling of returning to life. We understand gratitude more intimately than most. Yes, I can totally agree, Eric. I was saying earlier in the show, a couple of hours ago, that if I didn't go through all that, I wouldn't appreciate everything, every day, every minute, every person, every new friend, every old friend, everything I'm experiencing right now would not be as beautiful. Everything is just beautiful. I have so much gratitude. I'm so grateful and thankful. So grateful.
Makes a big difference now. Back then,
Yes.
though, very painful.
Yeah. Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, no, I needed to go through all this last year being away from him in order to, like we say, the first step, right, is healing.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that Band-Aid was ripped off and the scab was kind of healing up a little bit, then I could actually think and feel and process and then appreciate and grow and recover. It's
And
stages. You have to do it in steps.
that thinking, that feeling, and processing is actually the recovery. That's what I love about
Mhm.
when you tell what has happened to you, what you've experienced, because it can't dominate the way it dominated you before.
Right.
You were Dr. C and Amy. I'm going to take from their book, as it were, the title of their book. You were framed.
Absolutely.
You're like oh man, almost said the movie. Come on. You know the show. Oh, this is killing me right now. This is what we do in private, you guys. And I
Wait, not
literally
the one.
they put up with me when I have my senior moments. It's you know the
Wait,
TV
not the
show.
one with the
Ephraim
crazy.
Zimbalist Junior TV. The
Give me
The one
gist of
armed
it.
man killed his wife. Oh, Harrison Ford played it in a remake. Almost said it.
No
Oh man, I can't
idea.
believe this is happening right now. It was
I
there
don't
and
know,
it
but
just went away.
I'm gonna
The
put it
the
on the list.
the
I think I saw it.
oh, this is killing me. Come on, Eric, help me out. It's
Someone set up.
the one armed man killed his wife and he got
Is this
blamed
like a
for
game
it.
of Clue?
And it's like a game of Clue. Every time you talk to me, it's like a game of Clue. That was like that was a really crazy question. You know what it's like talking
What
to
in
me.
the world? I
All
know.
kind of thoughts
As
run through
bad
my.
as it is
Oh
talking
my
to me.
goodness! It's
I have no clue what you're thinking of.
I can't
It was a
even. This is
movie
bad.
or
I
a
can't even Google it.
series?
I almost want to just ask my daughters. Oh my
Hold on,
goodness!
a movie or a series?
It's both. When we were growing up,
Growing up.
it was a
Mm-hmm.
TV show, and it's called. I cannot believe I just
All
went
right, give me
blank.
so it was a one-armed man.
Okay, so the guy is innocent. He's gonna be put in jail. He was really rich. His wife was killed, and he got framed for it. And everyone
Carl
believed.
William.
Oh my goodness, it's almost there, everybody.
Was he an American dancer, actor, stuntman, acting coach?
It's Harrison Ford. I'm just gonna have to type Harrison Ford
Richard
movies.
Kimball.
Richard Kimball. That's it. You remember Dr.
Oh, I
Kimball?
see
Richard,
one arm. No, but I see
the
a
original
one-armed.
show.
Oh, can you see that?
No, I can't. No, you.
Okay.
I can kind of see it. No, I'm gonna Google it with you, everybody. This
One-armed
is what happens.
man.
You know what? This is what happens in our show preps. But it was
1963, 1967 television series, The
Thank you.
Fugitive,
The
as
Fugitive.
well as the second.
You
Is that
win.
what it is?
You
I
win.
don't even know. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Game over.
So you
No,
win.
that's
Game over. Yes, The
no
Fugitive.
more clue. I
The
won.
Fugitive. You are,
Okay.
if you are dealing with a toxic person, your boss, whatever it may be, a colleague at work, whatever the situation and scenario, the situation and scenario is a temporary one. Your recovery, your healing, and a full restoration, that's permanent, baby.
Yeah.
That's permanent.
Oh,
But
that's
you're
not
being
going
treated
away.
right now like a fugitive if you're dealing with flying monkeys.
Yeah, cut them off.
You like being chased, man. See it for what it is. They hate it when you smile. They hate it when you smile. They want to see you cry. They
I
want
wonder
to
what-
see frown lines on your forehead. Don't let them have it.
I wonder how. Not that I care. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say it. You know what I was gonna say.
No, don't even worry about it. Yeah,
I don't even care.
because the fact of the matter
Don't worry.
is,
Don't pay them any mind.
the fact of the matter is, your brain is trying to delete a file.
Mhm.
You got to help your brain out by letting it delete it, not by saying it out loud, and then it's going to go right back in.
Yep.
So your brain our brains will delete something, but it doesn't mean we have to say it out loud. Because if you ever try it, just try it, everybody. They'll go like, well, he ain't a doctor. It's okay. I play one on the internet. So anyway, what I was going to say is, no, I don't. No, that was so weird. I can't even believe I just said that was so lame. That was so lame. I play a doctor on the internet. I have a set of skills. Okay, anyhow. So listen, try it. It's a brain exercise. Whatever pops into your head, if you don't say it out loud, it loses power. It's your brain deleting a file. It's just checking to see if you want this one. And when you go like, nope, I didn't even say it out loud, the brain picks up whatever is said outside and stores it. Yes, it's like and try to see if it comes back around. Try it. It may come back because of set of circumstances or a TV program or a certain time of the night. Switch it up. Don't watch that program. Find something else. Change your
what
night,
I do now?
night routine. Go ahead.
I played Tetris. I play
Do you really?
word games.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Way to go.
Anytime I get a little anxiety or stress, I just spelling.
There you go.
Reprogramming my brain.
You reprogram
Because
you're absolutely correct.
Too cold to go outside and go for a walk. And sometimes if I go for a walk and I'm by myself,
Yeah.
I still think. So if I keep my mind busy with these little games, it really works.
Pockets of movement for the brain, especially if you're over 40.
Mm-hmm.
It changes. It is amazing how it changes so much. And again, a lot of this, everybody, trust me, I didn't come up with it. It's the guests that I've had on the show. The tidbits and pre-show prep, the tidbits I learned from them in other ways. I'm telling you, this stuff works. You don't need a complete overhaul. You just need pockets of moments of time of putting in different positive, informative information. And it's not all on the internet. It's not scrolling related. Sometimes it's just taking a walk. And it's amazing what you will see that your brain will latch onto, and it will delete that other file or that bad experience with that person. Try it. If it doesn't work, go watch The Count of Monte Cristo. Wait, go watch The Princess
Or The
Bride.
Fugitive.
Go watch Oh, you beat me to it. Oh, you're good. You're good. See?
Sorry.
She does that when we were like having private chat. She's way ahead of me, and I go like, oh man, no matter what I say, just tell me what I'm thinking, Susie. Don't even let me think on my own anymore. Just tell me. So it must have been rough. And here we go. Here's an expression that's gonna make everybody get upset. But Susie, you know I love you. But here we go. I'm just gonna say it. It's not shock value. I'm just gonna say it. You must have been hard to live with, huh? If he's a narcissist, you must have drove him crazy at first because he was trying to control you.
Oh,
But
yeah.
he thought you were a dummy, and you're not no dummy. And Susie's not no dummy.
It took him
Everybody.
years to break me. That's why it took so long.
That's what I was gonna lead up to. You were driving him
I was
crazy.
I was like a green horse.
You were like
I
a
was
horse.
green.
Explain
Yeah,
that.
meaning wild, like a feral cat, like a wild horse.
Yeah, I know what that is. Feral cat. Okay, all right.
You know, you have to break a horse.
He had to break you, huh?
Had to break me. It took a long time because I wasn't. I didn't know what it was. So
you knew it was something, but you just didn't know what it was.
Yeah, and then he was so good
on?
at reeling me back in and making everything fun and
to try to break you down again.
To do it again.
Okay, so everybody got to go Google or YouTube it, watch videos on how to break a horse, and that's what's happening to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carrot and stick you to death. They're going to back and forth love bomb you, all those terms that are out there are just, well, they're terms that have already been used and been around for a long time of people who have bad intentions toward good people. You're good people. Stay good people. Don't convert to the dark side. It's not worth it. All right, it's not worth it. Keep this in mind. We're talking about true transformative behavior, not for the other person. You can't fix all the kids in the playground. Focus on your own sandbox. Truly transformative behavior for yourself. For us, learning how to recover from narcissistic abuse, that is the focus. From toxic individuals. The red flags are there. We could go 20 hours and talk about what the other person did. But it's amazing how we won't go 19 hours to talk about how good of a person we are and can continue to be. Give yourself 25 days talking about yourself. Go ahead and give 20 hours if you want to, or whatever it may be, talking about what the other person did. But this journey isn't easy. You know that. We've discussed it. You can go somewhere else and hear that. But I want to remind you, it's also not something you have to face alone. You don't have to face it alone. You have the strength within you, and together, we're going to be able to explore steps that lead to your transformative empowerment. NATV Network, SZTV Network. We just discussed when it comes to flying monkeys. I'm looking at what's here in the chat. Excuse me. I don't know if, Eric, did we say this one already? What is that?
He says PTSD was first charted in 1996. I didn't understand so much of my life would run at the rails for so long. Hard charger, and I got wrecked. But if that danger comes, you can call me and I will be there. Yeah. I remember when I was first told that I had PTSD, and I didn't know what that was either. And I was like, oh, so I'm not crazy, and these feelings are valid and real. And that's why I feel like this. Yeah. It was a major wake-up call. I felt better. I felt better that I knew it was a real thing that I was experiencing. And now if I get triggered, I understand I'm being triggered. And I can change my thoughts, change my surroundings. You know, I understand it. I get myself out of, if it's a place or a person, I just remove myself. So at least when we understand, we can do something about it.
When you remove
Glad you're better.
when you remove yourself, what do you mean by you remove yourself? If somebody had to try to get an idea, everybody's situation is different. But what do you mean by it when you say you remove yourself?
So say one, just something that popped in my head. I mean, there's so many things I could say, but maybe a year ago or so, I was at a family event and somebody rolled their eyes and disrespected me. And instead of being upset or trying to, oh my, like in my mind thinking, what did I do wrong? Or being nicer or trying to, appease this person or make excuses for this person, I simply said, okay, goodbye. I'm leaving. I'm not going to be treated this way. And I calmly got up and removed myself. And I felt great. It's like, oh, that was easy. I don't have to sit here and silently suffer. You remember the story probably.
So you didn't pull a dynasty and knock the tables over and the champagne bottles
No.
over and the glasses.
No, that
and,
wasn't that the Housewives of New Jersey when Teresa
I
flipped the table?
I would know. I don't watch the show because I deal with
It was
enough narcissistic stuff. I'd rather
yeah, you
watch
know,
my black and white movies on Saturday and stay
yeah,
at peace.
it's
But go
safer
ahead.
there.
But
Stay
you
with
you
it.
understand what I mean. And you're going down the right path. It
No,
wasn't like I had to declare that I am standing up for my boundaries.
no, simply said, I'm leaving. I'm not going to be treated this way. And I quietly got up and left. Nobody even realized I left except for that person. I didn't announce that I was leaving. I didn't make a scene. I didn't argue. I didn't defend myself. I didn't people please. I didn't do anything but remove myself. I did the right thing.
You know,
And it took a
go ahead.
lifetime to get there. Yeah.
You know, this is not behavior that you will tolerate what you experienced. Was that the way you were before you married a narcissist?
No.
Why not?
I was tougher. I don't want to say stronger. I was tougher. I defended myself better then. Yeah, I don't yeah. I mean, I still had traumatic situations and things happen to me, but I wasn't broken. I wasn't a shell. I was still strong and kind of held my own.
Yeah, we find ourselves talking with the public about these subjects via the internet, you and I, and others. Billions of people come to this platform, YouTube, every day. And for individuals to spend a little bit of time with us, we are truly honored that you take out of your time because we want to encourage you to remember that the first step in your journey, let's take the word journey out, another common word. The first step you're going to take as you take care of yourself and your loved ones is often the hardest one, but also the most important one. Let's not call it a journey. This is you just living your life, period. Destination, whatever you make it. Just don't let someone else make that destination for you. Others want to make whatever your destination is for you. It can ruffle your feathers. It can rattle you. It can upset you. It can make you really, really angry. Take the first step. Take the first step as if it's the first step of you getting out of bed. Can be challenging. Build a momentum. Accomplish the mission or the task at hand, no matter how small or big. And eventually your loved ones, especially if they're your children, they're watching. And they will do the same. And now you created a support network because they will respect you for taking the first step. When you've been through narcissistic abuse, it can feel confusing. It doesn't matter whether Susie's been through it, I've been through it, or does that person know what they're talking about? It doesn't matter. You know what you've gone through, and it's left you confused, isolated, and even surreal at times. The manipulation, the gaslighting, yes, we know the terms. We know them all. Let's take them as reminders more than downers. The manipulation, the gaslighting, the way your sense of self might have been eroded, that's real, baby. That's valid. How much you are able to remember may change and vary. Don't ignore it. They're your guideposts to not go back. Don't let social media make you feel that you're just another person complaining about something trivial and you just need to work it out. Let me say it this way. I'm just a man with a mic. Susie is just a woman with a mic. But this is something we know for a fact. I won't say it so loud, but I hopefully will say it clearly to your heart, to your mind. Your feelings matter. Acknowledging what you've been through is not about blaming yourself or staying stuck in the pain. Don't fall for the fake people that want you to build their subscribership and buy their constant products. It's about giving yourself permission to recognize that what happened wasn't good. What actually happened was painful. It wasn't okay. And you didn't deserve it, but it happened. It can't be swept under the rug. It can't be thrown out with the trash. You can't go around the corner and it never happened. So take a moment today, take a moment in time, your time. Take a moment today to honor your story. Write it down. 1, speak it out loud. 2, share it. 3, with someone you trust. 1, honor your story by writing it down. 2, speak it aloud. And 3, share it with someone you trust. Honestly, that's really how we met. Yes? I just thought about what I just said.
Yeah.
I didn't really give thought to that until just now. You decided to speak it out
Share my
loud.
story.
Yeah, when you reach out and
Mhm.
look at where what
And
we're doing
I
right
never-
now. Well, no, this was
Who-
not even.
yeah, this was not
I wish I
even-
could have recorded that conversation. You have no idea the way she was the first time we talked, and this was not whatever she's doing right now was not on the radar.
Last thing I wouldn't even
That was
know
like
what this.
you wouldn't even. It wasn't even. Yeah, you have grown immensely by naming your experience, and I mentioned that to you in the other session. We were talking to everybody. And if you're wondering, yes, we have visitors that pass through the channel, may see this or whatever the case may be. We're not here to blow up on YouTube or any. We've never done that. My daughters and I. It's not our intention. Our intention is one and the same as Susie, Crystal, and others that you've seen on the channel. By naming your experience, you're reclaiming your power. Let me say that again a little bit clearer with my voice. By naming your experience, you're reclaiming your power. I don't have a lot of talent. Susie has a ton of talent, but she's humble. Well, what does that mean? I don't have a lot of talent, but I'm arrogant? It really doesn't matter. The point of the matter is, together, we want you to reclaim your power. It's not about us. Be careful of the shows and the platforms that make it about them. There are people that literally, consistently, of their own money and time, want you to reclaim your power. Huddle with them. Follow their platforms. Take what works for you. Setting appropriate boundaries is the win. Boundaries are your superpower. That's nice to say, but how do they work? Don't fall for flying monkeys. Right, Susie?
No.
Just because the narc is not around doesn't mean your boundaries start to lose their power. Keep them high, keep them strong, keep them fortified. Get others to help you see what your boundaries are so they can support you in that process. They're not walls, as it were, to keep others out, or fences. You've heard that before. But there's a pretty good chance you are living behind a fence or a wall or something protective, even at an apartment complex. They're there for a reason. It's a deterrent to those who will make an effort to take from you, to think twice. Make them think twice. Make them think longer than that. The beautiful thing about boundaries is that they entirely work for you because you set them up. If you set them up, they work for you. Well, how do you know about even how to make one? I had a few people write us about that, Susie. How do you even go about, like I always tell people, they're writing me, I go like, okay, you understand I'm not the guy to write, right? You need to call Susie, you need to call a therapist, but we'll put a show on so that you can get an idea. Here's an idea. How to set a boundary. There is something that you know that if you experienced it, it would not make you happy. There's some behavior, words, set of words, actions, that if it happened to you, said in your presence, done to your child, that's just not cool. Right, Susie? It's just not.
That's a good
I'm going to tell you right now, as a dad, if my daughter came and told me, I go, okay, that's not cool. Okay, you can't be letting that happen again. But actually, I probably wouldn't even got to that point because they would have probably told me, you know what I had to do today? And I'm going like, that's my girl. Set your boundary. Don't let them treat you. Because they treat a guy like that don't mean they need to treat you like that. Remember, you deserve peace. You deserve to be respected. You deserve to feel safe. Yes, there are instances, and I repeat, I said it in the first session. I'll say it again. Yes, I am not dishonoring all of you men that write me and tell me you've been falsely accused. We will deal with that. But I am mentioning to you at this moment in time, everyone, you deserve to feel safe. You deserve to be respected. You deserve peace. Not because you're a female, not because you're a male, but because you're a human being. And as a human being, your feelings matter. And one of the things that I've come to learn from Susie is that you can have a number of emotions coming your way. Yes, not all of them are factual. Some of them are motivated because facts have been gathered over time. But you can tackle this, taking excellent care of yourself. Maybe you didn't have excellent caregivers, but one thing is for sure, you can do this. You can tackle this. Susie, if you could please, what is my man talking about over here? What you got for me? Eric? You got a bunch of
Eric
stuff.
says, for real, Paxton. Love that. Love that. Love it. Feeling it. Yeah. Authenticity never been an issue here. Not once, never. Ha ha ha, Paxton. No offense, but my man, you sound so much like my mom. Should I do all the ha-has?
I was trying to count them while you were reading that.
Mom said, I need to be a simple man for real. Just like
Bingo.
Neil Young says.
There it is. That's a good one.
Simple
That's
man.
a good one. Simple man. Yeah.
That's a good
That's a good one.
song.
Hey, if you young people don't have no idea, if some of you old people don't know what we're talking about, you may not like him.
That's
just
a
go
good
listen to the song.
Good song.
Be a simple man.
It's that simple.
Even when others paint you as complicated, be a simple man. Because the history will never lie. Facts, numbers don't lie. There are more people that love you than will disrespect you. In an echo chamber, in that moment, it could seem like the gang stalking, flying monkeys, everything seems to be against you. I point to Susie. Susie's back home. What you got there, Susie?
Susie is super cool, and I trip out that she is taller than a lot of models
Oh
working in
wow,
Paris.
that's
You are adorable, Susie. Well, thank you. 5'10",
didn't see
really?
that coming. Didn't see that
I
coming.
thought they were. I don't know how tall the models are in Paris. I always
No, that's
assumed most were pretty tall. So
no,
I
about.
guess I'm.
Oh, now you're gonna make me look. All
I
right,
think they're like
we
5'8"
need
and
Crystal here
over.
so she can do it. So, what did you say? What did you say?
When I was a kid, it was like 5'8" and over, but that was a long time ago. So I don't
I
know.
think it's 5'9" now, if I
Is it
remember
5'9"
correctly.
now? Okay.
We'll look at it for another time. I think we're gonna. I am going to need to come back. Hopefully, Susie will do the same. I'm not trying to pressure you in front of everybody here, but I know Crystal's supposed to be joining us pretty soon. She sent me a message. She's going to be joining us in a little bit, and we'll see what happens. But Susie, why can't you just be a model working in Paris?
I don't know.
She goes like, Paxton, I just
Because
got
I
home.
was
She goes
in
like, I just
prison
got
for
to New
a
York.
while. I was.
Okay, we're gonna let that go and leave it as it is and let people go like, what does she mean by that? No, we're not gonna answer it. We just want you to wonder. You got another one. What does he say here?
They don't hold a candle to you, Susie.
Oh,
They are kids working in Paris.
oh my
Aw,
goodness.
thank you.
That's a good one.
That's so sweet.
That's pretty nice there, Eric. I really appreciate you
Thank you.
saying that about Susie. Susie, we're just gonna have to get you on the runways in New York. Is that how it goes?
That's
They
it.
can get you.
It's closer. I could just jump on a train.
You know, we're gonna have to get with Karen and do
Mm.
a fundraising fashion show.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
You had to,
Maybe
you
when I meet
you work that out. You work that out.
when I
and
meet
we,
the women from
I
the
got you. I
shelters
got you.
here
Yeah, I
in
know
Long
what you mean.
Island.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah. When you go do that, yeah. You know what? You could be the person who puts it out to them and see who wants to volunteer.
You know what
And
that would
then
do for their self-esteem,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and then
self-worth? Yeah.
we look for. I'll talk some more about it. Well, I'll tell you.
Okay.
We'll look for the things necessary and see who wants to volunteer, from makeup artists to whomever and all the above. You know what I mean? Then I just have to come out to New York and we just do it out there.
Sounds
We
good.
do. Yeah. I'm just making this up on the fly. But what did Eric's got more for you? What did you say?
Eric said she shines pretty brightly here. I mean, my God, what does a woman have to do?
That's pretty good.
Ha ha ha.
That's
ha.
very. Thank you, Eric, so much. I am
Thank
going to
you.
need to. I need to take a break. The stream will stay open. Crystal reached out and said that she's going to be joining us also. Hopefully, I have not kidnapped you beyond your time frame. I do need to ask a question of you, and if you could end it, this segment that we're doing right now, with I'm going to end it this way. Give me a second here. I got to get over here to this little doohickey and doohickey. I'm going to make a statement, and then you tell me your personal opinion on what is said. Here we go. Recovery from narcissistic abuse is a journey, but it's one worth taking. You are not broken. You are becoming. Every step you take, no matter how small, is a step toward freedom, peace, and joy. You've got this. Now, those are some show notes that I had from way back when.
Mhm.
You are not broken. You are becoming. Every step you take, no matter how small, is a step toward freedom, peace, and joy. You've got this. Your
I love
thoughts?
it. No, I love it. And I feel like I've experienced everything you just said. I just wanted to add that just a couple things that I've learned from this relationship and these flying monkeys. Looking back, I think I've learned some of the most important lessons of my life, that I need to trust my intuition. It's so important we trust our intuition. If something feels off, it probably is. I learned that we don't need closure. Sometimes we're not going to get closure. We're not going to get an apology or an explanation, and that's okay. And no one has the right to define our value. That is up to us. Like you said, we're human beings. We deserve to be loved and cared for and respected. Progress that we go through, the healing takes time. The progress isn't linear, but every step forward counts. And remember, you're important. As we said earlier, you're important and you're worth it. And if you need help, I'm here for you. You can reach out to me at SCTV Network, Susie Cosman on Facebook, Susie Cosman on Instagram. And I'm happy to share my experiences, what I've learned, and I know I can help you.
Never, never, ever think you're alone. But when you do, when it creeps in, take care of yourself. It's going to creep in.
Yeah.
Never, 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 ever, ever let it happen. And never say never.
Don't stay by yourself. Reach out. Please
right.
reach out.
Talk to the grocer if you have
You're
to.
not alone. Mm-hmm.
Talk to the butcher. To go old, go 1940s and 50s and go in there and just talk to the butcher.
There you go.
Talk about meat cuts and what you're doing and what's your life like and do you like your job? And if you don't want to do that because you don't feel safe and the narc is watching you or he thinks you're trying to hit on him or whatever.
Do it
just
when he's
listen.
at work.
Look at you. Look at you trying
Go
to
out during the day.
start trouble. Look at you go out during the day. Take care of yourself because you are worth it. And whatever you do, listen to the advice she's giving you. Freedom, peace, and joy is an opportunity. Sticking to your principles and guidelines that are laid out for you or that you've chosen, sticking to those guidelines and principles will work to your benefit. Don't sweep it under the rug. Recognize it for what it is. And if you need clarity and understanding of certain issues or terminologies or other things, there's a number of things at your disposal. But you have to do the homework if you're going to listen to this channel. What is the homework? The homework is, can I find it again? Can I even find it? Did I even find it? Where is it? I lost it. Where's the movie? Did I get rid of the movie? No, The Count of Monte Cristo.
Oh.
I'll put it back up in a moment. So I'm asking that question because of the comment section, the chat. This is the question. Paxton, what film version of The Count of Monte Cristo? There is a bunch of them, is what the question that Eric asked. The movie that you're looking to watch that I'm recommending is a 2022 movie. I'm sorry. Please, I'm wrong. Please forgive me on that. Let me correct myself. It's 2002 movie. It's a little over 2 hours long. And it's got, what's his name? 1 second. It's got Jim Caviezel in it and Guy Pearce. And it's got, what's his face? The guy that played Superman. The current or the last Superman or whatever it was. I don't remember. Anyhow, so Guy Pearce and Jim Caviezel in it. And it also has what's his name from the music group? What's his name? Is it Richard Harris? No, it's not Richard Harris. Doggone it. What's his name? The guy from AC/DC. Oh, I think it's from AC. Yes. AC. Oh, man, I don't forget.
I'm thinking of Ozzy Osbourne. No, I'm way off right now.
I saw the Grateful Dead twice.
I saw Ozzy. I saw
You
AC/DC.
did? I've never seen Ozzy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not when he bit the bat's head off, but I saw.
Oh, now you're gonna now I'm gonna throw up.
It's not even real. I don't know.
I'm a big Eagles fan. I saw them. Oh my goodness, that's the best concert I've ever been to. Oh, actually, I saw them three. I saw them 3 times.
That's awesome.
I'm just a big Eagles fan. I've seen them a number of times. The best band, my number one band that I like was the Eagles. But now we can start about music. We can talk about that on the other half if she comes back here. But the movie is that one. The 2002 version, Eric, is the one that I'm talking about. Go ahead and look that up. I see you typed that in the chat. You're going to go ahead and take a look at that. And The Thin Red Line. I think I've heard of that. But Jim Caviezel is in that. Man, you talking about dealing with a narcissist? And you know, I have to say this now that I'm thinking about it. Everything you're describing, Susie.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to give the movie away, everybody. But the way they wrote him and the way he played that role, he is so naive. But what's awful is you know how you watch a movie, you can tell who the other person's a jerk, but he doesn't see it.
Yeah.
And that reminds me a lot of what you were saying about your situation.
That was my family watching. They tell me now, they're like, they even said to me in the beginning, like, what are you doing with him? And then now, and I didn't listen.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah. And I was like, what do they know?
That was an intervention more than anything else.
I was young. And now they're like, we've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my gosh, thank God you woke up, because no one can do anything unless you want them to, you know?
So you look back. Do you look back
It's
and go like, how
embarrassing.
could I possibly have been with that person?
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God.
I've
It's
heard
so
that a lot
embarrassing.
from my guests. And sometimes I want to go, can I see a picture? But I go like, no, I'm not going to do that. But I do. Sometimes I want to go like, can I just see? What do you mean by that?
Sometimes
And then
it'll
sometimes I have seen and I went like, yeah, that don't even look like you
I
shouldn't
can
even be buying
see
groceries.
what they
You can't even be at a
mean.
yard sale with that person.
And because of what happened to me, no one's very nice. No one is very nice for
No one's
you know,
nice.
obvious reasons now. So
It's
it's like sometimes I just cringe.
I can only imagine the
You don't
conversations.
e-
Susie,
Oh, it's pretty
you go to
graphic.
say something and they look at you and go, Susie, do you want us to bring it up? Oh, no, that's
No,
okay. That's okay.
I'm like,
Just-
oh well,
I'll be
God, I
quiet.
can't stand when someone brings it up now. I'm like, oh, have to remind me. It's like, but I have to let them do it. I put them through hell for all these years, right? Everyone's like,
Oh, man.
yeah. I guess
They were
hopefully
worried
it'll
about
die
you.
down.
They were all
Yeah,
kind of
they were.
stunned. You all,
They all say to me now, we should have just picked you up
oh, man.
3 years ago, 5 years ago. We should have just did an intervention and like kidnapped you. Would have spared me a lot.
You would have been on that intervention show. I don't know if
I
you remember.
needed to go on it.
With those
They
drug
should, we
intervention.
should do. Why don't we do like narc abuse recovery intervention?
A whole program funded by the state or federal government.
Well, no, but wouldn't that
We
make
dress
sense
like the
to
Men in
save
Black.
them?
We dress like the Men in Black.
I'm saying you're coming with me, baby.
We got a
You've
little
had
thing that
enough. Trust me, you've had
flashes their
enough.
mind. You're
That's
not.
That's
just
it. You
look
won't
into the
remember
light, please.
anything.
Just look into the light,
It's all
please.
gone. You
And they're
don't even
gonna go
know
like,
him anymore.
No, I think I can help him. No, please, just look into the light, please.
No, no, no,
Please,
no.
just look into the light. No, I really think he's redeemable. I think
That was me. That was me.
if I just shower him, if I just wear
Yeah.
this, he'll love me more.
Oh yeah, yeah.
If I just
Until
dress
you
like
wear it
him
the wrong
and walk in the
place.
streets at night, he'll love me. You're like, will you please just look into the light, lady?
That's
just look.
it.
Lady,
We're gonna make it all go
lady.
away.
Let me just put this to your forehead because you can't just look in the light. You need it to touch your head because
Mhm.
you've been indoctrinated.
It's like an exorcism.
We need to excavate him out of your brain.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like, what is
No
what?
lie is right. No lie. Eric is saying I had full access when Nina Simone last played the Greek theater in LA.
Oh,
I was
wow.
backstage and all those cats were looking at me wondering how'd this white cat get back there. Great memories.
That's funny. That's funny. That's my place.
It's
I love that
cute.
Greek theater, man. If you come out, hopefully we get a chance. You got to go see that. Or
Okay.
man, to listen to something there or the Hollywood Bowl, blow your mind. The acoustics are amazing.
Awesome.
I agree with you on that one. Greek theater. Anybody you can have somebody that don't know how to sing and play there, and it'll still
sound
sound
good there?
good.
That's it.
It'll
I'll go
make them,
sing
it will
Saturday
make
night
them
for the
sound
Bay
good.
City
There you go.
Rollers.
Oh, we sell at least 7 tickets to that. We sell at least 7 tickets. Me and my daughters are going, so that's 3.
That's it.
When
I
we
got
call them
3.
Leon and Claudetta, that's 5. And we tell Eric to come from Portland. We just,
That's it.
that would be funny. Yeah. And see, Eric, you know Eric. Eric knows. The Greek is the bomb.
Greek
That
is
place,
unbelievable,
man.
yeah.
It'll blow your mind. You go and listen to some acoustics in there. You go like, am I listening to headphones? No. They built that thing right. You love that place. I agree with you, man. I love that place. Been there a bunch of times. Great concerts. Next week, we're going to be listening to Susie sing renditions of Saturday Night, the Bay City Rollers. One performance only. It's karaoke style.
I know 2 lines of
No, you know what? We should write them. We should write them.
karaoke. Yeah, we could.
I should
rewrite
have my
them.
daughter write them.
Okay.
One of our professional letters to ask them to come on your network.
Are they
And you
still
get to
alive?
interview them.
Are they
I don't know, but we can just write their children
Find
and ask
out.
them to come on.
Maybe their kids or their
The kids are still-
grandchildren.
it's just, they go like, can you sing? And they go like, well, I wasn't in the band, but can you at least sing it a little bit for us? It'll be, is it,
Pretend.
pretend.
Sing it with
Pretend,
her.
Rodney.
Do something. Help
Just
her.
pretend. Everybody, we're going to be back in a little bit. I have no idea what button I'm going to push here, but I'm going to push something. We're going to put some other things together that we have for you. Yes, our show is not, what is he saying? What's he got?
He
What?
says, Mom and I
Oh,
went
man.
She
Oh,
got to
wow.
see Paul
Oh,
McCartney,
that's pretty
and
cool.
she wouldn't stop squeezing my arm.
Oh, that's cool.
Aw, great time. All the
That's
all
cool.
time memory. Great life experience.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I
That's
have
great.
heard from many that have seen him that it's an
Mhm.
experience. I don't know what it'd be like now to hear him
Mhm.
sing, but I've heard the same thing about what's his name? John Lennon
Paul
before he died.
McCartney. Oh,
Yeah,
John Lennon.
but
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but they
Yeah,
said
yeah.
Paul McCartney when you hear him sing. But well, him and Linda, his first wife, before
Yes.
she died, they said both of them really sounded great together. Some
Oh, I
popular
didn't
music
know
for our house is his group, the Wings.
that. Mhm.
Right? Wings, rather.
Wings. Yeah.
Yeah. So, great music. Oh my
With
goodness! Don't get me
with a
down this
little
road.
luck? Was it with a little
Yeah.
luck?
Uh huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
a good song.
That man
I
was in
forgot
love
about
with that
Wings.
woman. You
Yeah.
could hear it when every time he talked about her. He loved that
That's
woman.
good. That's
That's
nice. That's
that's amazing.
refreshing.
Hey, if you're confused about being in a relationship, go listen to interviews with Paul McCartney and Linda McCartney before she died.
That's it.
That's the way a
Role
man's supposed to talk
models.
about you. That's the way he's supposed to talk
Yeah.
about you. If you're
Go
confused
figure.
and go like, I don't have a good example, go at least listen to that. That man was in love with that woman. And when she talked about him, them two people liked each other, which is a really good indicator of whether somebody is
They're
toxic or
doing
not.
something right.
If they don't like you, it's not really a good thing. You want to go down that path.
Yeah. Eric's saying,
Condescending.
yeah, Paul and Linda, epic love story.
Yeah,
Epic.
yeah. Some of their interviews, amazing. Some of the stuff when you know, they had an amazing reputation, even out here
Nice.
in California whenever they were somewhere. But bottom line is, this is not a far off fantasy for you. Focus on yourself. Build a lifestyle that works for you and your loved ones. And freedom, peace, and joy. Yep. Positivity, serenity, and tranquility can be yours. It is not a far off thing. It just has to come when it's time for it to be there. Don't force it. Go watch Count of Monte Cristo instead. So watch that.
Yeah.
Go
there
watch
you go.
Princess Bride. That would you say The Fugitive? Let's see what other movies. We'll give you guys some other movies. We'll give you some other movies. We're gonna be right back in a little bit. Susie, I'll talk to you in just a little bit. All right.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks. I don't know what road you took to get here, but we are glad that you are with us. So we have a few more things to share with you. Susie's going to be with us in a little bit. I'm going to be with you in a little bit. But for right now, we'll be right back. Well. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for hanging in. Thank you for getting something to drink or whatever you needed to take care of. NATV Network. NATV. SZTV Network. SZTV. What do I got over here? I got buttons. Our whole objective and mission when it comes to our purpose on YouTube is to be a source of encouragement to you in a world full of stress. Yep. And I'm going to be goofy because that's just how I roll. Susie, on the other hand, a class act like Susie. And Eric, who's in the chat, people got skills. Here to support you as well. Our next subject is healing strategies. Get into the third part of our live stream today. Appreciate you being here. Open stream for you on a free network. Oh, not us, YouTube. So thank you for stopping by. 10 minutes a week is what we ask. 40 minutes a month. And that's about all you can take of us. If you can take more, that means you are awesome. Totally awesome. Awesome. What are the healing strategies that we need to take a look at? Well, let's do a recap of the first two sessions. And that means I am bringing in the lady herself, Sir Susie. Sir Susie? Susie. I don't know what I get Sir from. Uh-oh. You'd have to unmute yourself there. I think I hit a button. You there?
I am.
Okay. Okay. Just checking. I hit a button and I shouldn't have hit a button.
I might have hit it.
Okay. Then we both hit it at the same time.
We both hit the button.
Yeah, it looked at me
out,
and it
time
gave
out.
me a message like, stop doing that. That's what it kind of said in short. Healing strategies. I want to kind of do a little recap of what we went through as we enter this third session. And I'm just going to toss some things out for those who may be joining for right now. And then we're going to embark on a few other things that people need to keep in mind when it comes to narcissistic abuse recovery. One of the things that Susie brought to our attention and we were able to discuss with everyone, on your healing journey, it's very important to acknowledge and accept your pain. If you want to number these, feel free to do so. I don't have them numbered here on my show notes. My show notes for today and other shows. So we'll start by saying acknowledge and accept your pain. Feel free to give a number to that. We're going to stop right there, though. We're going to stop right there because I'm going to put some stuff up on the screen that are from the chat. Here we go. Let's go back over here. Where are we here? Oh, Eric said, okay, the Count of Monte Cristo is sitting on my server. Check you out. He rented it. Gonna be a battle of the wits, and I'm
a little jealous.
down for it. Oh man,
I'm not going to be left out of this one.
Okay, I'm trying to think if it'll make you cry. It's a good story. I'm
Crying
not gonna
is
say
good
anymore.
now. I like crying now.
Oh no,
because I didn't cry for so long.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother show we're gonna need to talk about.
That's a whole other show. Allowing ourselves to feel our emotions in a healthy way.
Bingo.
I like that.
Don't let them call you weak just because you teared up. That's your body letting you know you're alive, but you're dealing with a person dead inside.
Forget them.
You're dealing with a person that's dead
yourself
inside.
To feel. You're allowing yourself to feel again.
Love it. Good point. He says, gonna be a battle of the wits, and I'm down for it. I know the tale, but I will look with fresh eyes. Thank you. I did the same thing because it was presented to me, and I was like, I already know the story, so like, why should I watch this movie? It was better than I thought, and I love the way they did the movie. But anyhow, what else he got for me, Eric? I'm gonna get to the list. We're gonna recap in just a moment, everybody. Feel free to read that if you could, please. I'm gonna do something.
He says, I Eric says, I came by the way of the untrod road. That is judging by how little wear I actually see on the path. Not many have traveled the same course, and I was smart enough to leave some marks in case I got lost.
Interesting.
Where was that?
Okay, you got a question there, Eric. Got to answer it.
I'm curious.
Interesting.
Like the road less traveled.
Mm-hmm. Eric be trying to make us think.
There you go. That's good. It did.
I'm sitting here thinking about it, right? I'm trying to dissect it in my brain.
Where could he be?
Where could he be? I know you're in Portland.
Gone?
Interesting. Oh, wait, what you got for us? Hold on a second. Let me do Eric, and then we got to do something for Mia.
New England, Eric says, is crazy beautiful in autumn. Every color in
Crazy.
that part of the country. Intense beauty in autumn in New England. Yes, I lived in Vermont as well as New Hampshire for a while. And I'm obviously Connecticut, but it's absolutely gorgeous. Eric continues, during the break, Paxton curried the road that led us here.
Yes, I did. And he picked up on it because I didn't say it the way I wanted to, but he picked up on it. In other words, what road led you to NATV, SCTV, to us, essentially, is what I was saying.
Road less traveled.
Yeah.
The journey.
It's amazing how so many roads can seem the same when people start to talk with one another. How much they have in common with someone else. Yeah. There are more happy people and innocent people than there are toxic people. But not everyone speaks up. Let's give some love to the lady herself. The myth, the legend.
Mia. I missed you, Mia.
Thank you, Marianne, for being here. Lady Mia, appreciate it. NATV Network. Oh, go ahead. You were going to say?
No, I'm sorry. Eric said Frost. I don't know what that means. Frost American?
Was there frost in New England? Is that what he's talking about?
Oh, well, it's, it's like 21 degrees here. And I'm in New York. I'm on Long Island, so it's cold up in New England, yes.
But you're cold there also.
Time of year.
You're cold there also, but not the same, right?
Different cold.
Yeah.
Wet cold. Yeah.
Oh, I get what he's saying now. I get what he's saying.
Robert Frost, poet, American.
Okay, you keep talking to us enough, Eric. We're going to figure out how you laying it down, how it comes out of your head. We'll figure it out. We got you now. You're talking about the poet. Got it. So, lovely people, no matter what road you traveled, you made it to us here on a Friday. Go everywhere else, you know the saying, but always, always come back home to us here on NATV Network. All right, so what strategy do you have to move forward? Are you winging it? Listening to everybody's advice? What experience do you have in protecting your mental health? Don't have one? Looking for one? Willing to spend money and buy one? Let's try talking it out right now on NATV Network and SZTV Network. Mia's got something for you.
Mia says, try to support Susie as much as I can. She's like a little sister. Mia, you are part of my journey. You're part of my getting to New York, and I am so grateful for you. I I love you. I do. I couldn't have done it without every person, every little piece of the puzzle that got me here, that took me back home. So thank you.
There are pieces that make everyone's recovery, their healing journey, eventually become complete into a transformation and a restoration. Yeah. Never saw it coming, huh?
No, I made it. Like I told you, on our conversation when I arrived here, I made it. I did it. I did it. I couldn't have done it without all of you, and I'm so grateful. And
There,
it takes a lot of support, family, friends, outside support, therapy. It
mm,
really does.
when it comes to this journey, this life experience that you've moved through, you had to acknowledge and accept whatever had taken place and the pain that you've experienced. But there came a moment when you needed to set some intentions and goals in place so that you can begin to grow again, like a like a normal human being. Dealing with a toxic person, there is no room for growth or growth at all. But you
There's nothing
began,
normal about it. Yeah,
but
nothing
you
normal
laid
about
out,
it.
at some point you had to lay out a plan, or you had a plan in place. Yes or no?
Yes. Save myself, get out, sell the house. Like there were steps. I would say more steps because I couldn't think far enough in advance to make a plan. It was more like, okay, do this, and then I survived it. Next step, I survived it. Next step, I survived it. It was different. It was more short. I couldn't think out that far in advance to make a plan. And that's what I did. I did
Mia's got
one
something
step at a
for you.
time. Yeah. Every step in the right direction, Mia says, no matter where it comes from, counts. Yeah, it's very true. Susie had to go forward or she would not have survived. She was in terrible condition. I truly was. And quite honestly, I I revisit it a little bit, but I don't know if I am ready yet to understand exactly how severe it was because I was in terrible condition. I was in a terrible circumstance. Um, and it took everyone around me to help me, to support me, to encourage me, to lift me up, to hold me, literally hold space for me and keep me afloat while I figured it out because ultimately we have to do it ourselves.
So there was a need for you to seek support. Um, we're going through a recap and also discussing other things. Mia, thank you for putting that in. Eric, I see your thought. I'm going to put that up in just a moment as well. Um, but acknowledging and accepting the pain of disappointment, grieving, the loss of a relationship, a number of things can come into play. But mainly, that next point we're discussing right now, setting intentions and goals, helps you move past the first one. The third one is seek support. That's what you're discussing right now. Look for the puzzle pieces that fit with the type of puzzle you personally are. Everyone can be a puzzle to someone else. There are certain pieces that fit with you, and then there are others that don't. Find what works well and work accordingly. Explore healing modalities, but try not to go broke doing so. It can kind of take you down that path. Susie, any thoughts?
Yeah. When especially if you're married to to an abusive person or an unhealthy person, you're going to more than likely suffer some kind of financial abuse. So, yeah, and that's part of the planning. That's part of your escape plan, your safety plan is protecting your financial assets. Eric is saying echoes hit all of us. I get where Susie is underscoring about the power of community. There is something very primal to what we are all part of. Survival is in the DNA. You know, that takes me to Dr. Mack, and he talks about like I don't know where you get it from kind of thing. Like it's in your DNA. And he says DNA a lot. You have strength. And I listen to it and then I think about the stories of my ancestors and my family. And I'm like, it's got to be in my DNA because as many times as I wanted to give up, sometimes I tried to give up in the past, but I'm still here and I'm a survivor. And I'm grateful for that. But yeah, that's where like encouraging others comes in because if they don't have the strength and they can't find it, we need to be there to support them and encourage them and keep them feeling hope and give them hope. Eric says, for real, sometimes language fails to capture the pangs of the human condition, let alone the stuff we have all been through. Yeah. Um, I know I've expressed before that it was hard for me to articulate things and communicate and think, have my own thoughts and communicate how I was feeling because I was shut down for so long. But we've all been through so much in this community, and it is so important for us to share what we've been through because, like we said a couple hours ago in this live broadcast, we need each other. I needed everyone in the women's group, Dr. Mac, my family, my friends. It's important we share our stories so that we can encourage others and let them know they're not alone.
We have another thought that everybody can embrace. Embrace self-care. Know the importance of taking care of one's needs, baby steps. Or as we had a little bit earlier, what did Mia tell us? Mia said, let me see if I can find it here. Bam. Every step in the right direction, no matter where it comes from, counts. If it's a gentle reminder from your children or someone else, a friend, maybe it's your husband or your wife, business partner, reminding you of something you need to do to show that you still love yourself, even though someone outside of you disrespects you. You can still do things to show you love yourself on a daily basis. Embrace that. It can be challenging. It will be challenging. Everyone speaks of it as being hard at times. But you'll make your way at your own speed and at your own time. I hope I'm not missing anybody here. Yeah, Mia says something for you there, I think.
Mia says, we were all told by our abusers that we were weak, but look what we survived. We are strong, but we just didn't know it at the time. Yes, we are. Eric says, I am a reader. There's a dude on YouTube soliciting 8-week recovery program for trauma for 12,000. That's insane. I want to wreck that dude, but that's my ego. I got tore up. I know it's a lifetime commitment. Yeah, that's a bit extreme. 12,000, Eric continues, ain't gonna fix what I got. Not even $1 million in cold hard cash is gonna fix what I must face and reconcile. Mm-hmm. I hear you. You can't put a dollar amount on your sanity,
Eric, your words,
your
Eric.
health, your sanity, right? Your life.
No, it may be a moment when something like that. If you're approached with something like that, practice some self-compassion. Do what you would tell somebody else to do. I mean, how often will we find ourselves telling someone else, "Yeah, you need to spend 12 grand so
No.
that somebody can fix you." I'm gonna say some words. I think it was you and Dahlia. We did a show together, and Dahlia said, "You both had the experience with horses." That's what I'm thinking of right now. I think it was in that part of the show.
Okay.
And Dahlia talked about it was her family that helped her, similar to what you're saying right now, and that cost nothing.
Right.
And so you can find situations and circumstances and scenarios in which you don't have to pay someone else's credit cards or mortgage payment. that you will be able to find what you need at no cost. If you decide to expand on that, expound on it, and bring it out more, then yes, maybe you need to do something different. There are services that are available to you to dive deeper and go further. In the next 6 months, you will see some of the people that we know that we could recommend to you. Some of you have already reached out to us and we recommend privately, and then sometimes I recommend publicly. But overall, you have to get a customized fit. 12 grand. Wow, that's interesting. That's a lot of money. Really embrace your self-care. Practice self-compassion. Find healthy ways to release your stuck emotions. Emotions that seem as if they're not moving toward a resolution. It really is an opportunity that your body's taking to purge some files that it doesn't like, that it sees don't work for you. These files are corrupt. You've been hacked. Your body's trying to get in a position to keep you safe. Your mind is trying to purge those negative experiences and move toward ones that it wants you to have. Happy ones, safe ones, secure, so that you can be an example and continue to be exemplary to your children, to your family, to your pet. Your pet is picking up on that something's wrong. So be exemplary to your dog or your cat, to your turtle or your hamster,
You know,
that you're
if
okay. Go ahead, Susie, please.
one thing I've
Please.
learned about having self-compassion for myself is that you can't heal if you're at war with yourself. And I was constantly at war with myself.
Hmm.
Self-compassion isn't about letting yourself off the hook, right? It's about recognizing that you're human and that you've done the best with what you knew at the time.
Absolutely. Bingo.
I used to replay moments in my head thinking, like, why didn't I see this sooner? Or
Yeah.
how could I have let this happen?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But every time I did that, I was just torturing myself. I was pouring salt onto the wound instead of letting it heal. Like I was revisiting all that
Wow.
old pain and trauma.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's a hard pill to swallow, you know?
At some point, you start to recognize you can't stay down that road, right? You had to choose a different direction, because if not, you were just going to keep maybe beating yourself up.
Torturing myself. Yeah. I was abusing myself at that point, right? What do we do? We're abusing ourselves. We're allowing it. We're not even allowing the abuser to abuse us. We're doing it to ourselves at that point. I felt I did. I was anyway. So I started practicing like talking to myself in my head, like, it's okay. I would comfort myself saying things like,
Mm-hmm.
it's okay
Yeah.
to feel this way, or I'm
Mm-hmm.
proud. I'm proud that you're acknowledging it. Like, okay,
Love it.
I
Yeah.
know what's going on and I'm going to do something about it. I may not have done something that day or that week or even that month,
Right. Got
but
it. Yep.
eventually I
Yeah.
caught up.
I acknowledge this month.
That's it. I know
That's
this
right.
is
Yeah.
wrong.
That's all I got. At
And
least I
one
got
day
that
I'm
far.
going to do something.
Yeah.
I'm not
There you
ready
go.
yet.
There
But
you go.
but it's true. It takes little baby steps. And that's kind of the process that it took for me to get to the point where I was done and I had to do something about it. Because when you start to heal and get out of the bad, abusive relationship, it doesn't just happen. We have to do it. We can pay the 12 grand. We could do this, we could do that, but ultimately it's up to us to do it. And that means building habits within ourselves. We have to start to care for ourselves, self-care. Our body, our mind, our soul. We have to protect ourselves. And for me, it was volunteering. And like you were just saying with Dahlia, it was the horses, it was equine therapy. And it got me out of the house, away from the abuser. The horses inspired me, they strengthened me, and they started to put me on that path
Mm-hmm.
for feeling good about myself and healing. So we need to find something outside of the abusive person, outside of the situation to help ourselves.
Outside of the situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Take a different road, different approach, and start
Change
building
it up.
momentum.
Change it up.
Change. I like that. Yeah, change it up.
Change it up. You
Now
know?
the road could be rocky. It could seem like a treacherous trail that you have to climb up, but if you make the necessary adjustments for your feet, not the abuser's feet, they want you to focus on where they're trying to go. You won't be sidetracked by the terrain. You will stay focused on where you're going. Enjoy the beauty along your journey. Don't get lost by looking at what they're doing. Stay focused on where you're headed. Stay focused on every step. Stay heel to toe in your steps. They want you on your toes and tiptoeing around. Plant your foot, plant your heel, roll to your toes. Stay firm, stay strong, stay grounded. When it comes to what we've talked about so far, a number of things. Watch your back, people. You'll find out. But I do want to touch on a few more. Be patient and persistent. It's okay to be patient, but what do you do while you wait? You work or you rest. So work hard when you play. Work hard when you work. And don't forget to rest. And be persistent at holding on to those and not being distracted. Eke out those moments of time, whether it be dealing with someone who's a secular or work colleague or whatever it may be. You'll find a way to navigate around a narcissistic parent, sibling, whatever it may be. You will. You will find a way because you're not a quitter. Ask for what you want and deserve. Your needs will be attended to. Maybe in the moment, it may not seem like it. You had moments like that, Susie?
Oh, yeah. You know, I realized really quickly that healing takes time. There's no magic formula. There's no magic fix. There's no magic book. There's no shortcut. And it was really frustrating at first, but trust me when I say every tear that I ever cried, every sleepless night, every hour that I spent staring at the wall,
Yeah.
seriously, every boundary I tried to set, every moment that I've worked on myself little by little, dragging myself up out of the bed, brushing my teeth, functioning again, was leading me towards where I am today. Every little piece fits together and makes us stronger, wiser, and more at peace. And we need to remember that we don't have to figure it all out right away or all at once. Just take one step at a time, one day at a time. Trust the process. And most importantly, we need to trust ourselves. Eric says, Paxton, that's a straight Longfellow. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart of any fate, still achieving, still pursuing. Learn to labor and to wait. Longfellow. The Psalm of Life. Mia says, and you have to be ready for loved ones to turn on you. Yeah. Even though they saw and heard everything. That's a hard one, Mia, because I had to, this is part of my letting go. And I know we talked about that earlier in the episode, in the show today, is letting go of those people that saw and heard and even after the fact knew. And it's just an empty void. I don't know if you can relate, Mia, but it's like, I couldn't sit back or not validate or say something or pretend it didn't happen or excuse it or whatever. That hurts, but it's a reality. It's a reality for many of us. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. You just saying that validates my feelings, so thank you. One moment at a time, Mia says. Yes, I agree. One moment at a time.
When we're
Takes
working, I'm sorry, please. You were
No, I
going
was
to
just
say?
going to say it takes as long as it takes.
Yeah. Working
Mhm.
toward getting what you want. which is peace of mind and having the situation come to some type of conclusion, and things that you may need for yourself, for your loved ones, for your children, for your pets, whatever it may be, things that matter to you. You're trying to do your job, but yet this is still having an impact on your life, dealing with toxic individuals. It can seem and be overwhelming. Just get back to basics. Think about how you would like to feel. Write down or tell someone how you feel. Get that outside perspective from a trusted individual or source, or the guy behind the meat counter. I said that earlier. I'm just saying it again. Find someone and lay it out to them and ask them their perspective on the situation. But don't make it about yourself. Try it. I don't know. Make it a homework assignment. I'm joking about that, but kind of. Find someone and say, hey, I got a friend that's going through this. What do you think they need to do? And then you'll be surprised what someone off the street will tell you. Try it. You'll be surprised. And if you've already done it, then you're on a path of building your own self-esteem, not looking for the validation from someone else. But there are moments like what Susie just went through. Marianne said something, Mia said something, and it was like a validation for you, right?
Yes. Yeah. That the whole, everyone around you, not everyone is going to, be on your side or your cheerleader or support you, care or support you. And that's okay. Maybe they're not ready. Maybe they just don't understand it. And at the end of the day, it's not about them. It's about us.
Bingo.
Mia says, yes, you still want them in your life, but they are toxic. Yeah, I agree. And that's part of the letting go we talked about earlier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
That letting
important.
go part is very important. And please, cut you off there. Go ahead, please.
No, it is because that was another piece of the puzzle for me. Without that, I don't think I'd be in New York. I wouldn't be in New York. I don't have to think about it. I would not be in New York.
Mm-hmm.
I had to let everyone go, good, bad, indifferent, supportive or not. It was imperative for my transition to this part of rediscovering and doing the things I want and living my life again.
Yeah. There is no finality to healing,
No.
but there is an upgrade. You get an opportunity to go rogue when you step outside of quote unquote the healing pack and step into the recovery zone. When you step into the recovery zone, it's different. You were saying?
It's the fun part. It's the
Yes.
fun part because we can create the life
Yes.
we want. And it may
Absolutely.
sound outrageous or whatever to some, but I'm creating my life. I'm becoming who I choose to be now.
This is what is forgive me, everyone. This is what you were to experience when you were a teenager.
Yes. That's what my family says to me now. You're doing
This
the things.
this is what individuals experience now in their 40s, 50s, and 60s while they were scratching their head mid-30s thinking that nobody ever wanted them, only to find out they didn't want themselves enough.
Exactly.
So it doesn't take a degree to know the degree that you have lowered your standard.
Mhm.
You'll find out real quick when you look back.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord, what state was I in when I picked that person? And it will show you everything you need to know. Stay away from that state. How? You will have to find the answer to that. You don't do it for me. I don't do it for you. But as a community of humans on this earth, we can encourage each other to never let it happen again, because it will never happen again. Don't let someone play on your emotions by saying something's wrong with your picker in picking people. No. Consider the condition of life you were in when you made the choice. Were you hungry, angry, lonely? Look at what state you were in more than the state you found yourself in later. You'll be surprised that nothing's wrong with you. That episode can be deleted. You can write another episode. You can, I'm probably saying this wrong. Rewrite, I think I heard you say that. I may have said it wrong. You can write or rewrite a whole new script.
Yeah.
With a whole new cast of characters that will fit exactly perfectly with you. 10, 20 years pass, 30 years pass. You still got some juicy years in front of you. You're living one right now. So make choices that fit. How can you do that? Again, please consider these points, recapping what we've discussed. Think about how you would like to feel. And work to live that every day. Write it down. Tell someone that knows nothing about you, about your situation, but don't make it about you. Make it about a friend or someone you know, and what advice they can give you so you can give it to your friend. It's amazing what people will tell you. Build your self-esteem by building a life of peace. How do you do that? You got drama, you got bills, you got a number of things happening. If you're able to see this on your television screen or a screen that you're looking at, I'm going to put it up. Here's some words of advice from our chat. If you're able to see that on the screen, this is how you do it. Mia said, Susie?
One moment at a time.
Not step. Moment. Start looking for moments, not steps you can take. Be in the moment and use that moment to create another moment. Even if others are there trying to create problems for you, let it be. Let them have it. That moment is still yours. They're having their moment, and that's all they're going to get because you're moving forward, not looking back. Mia says it took me years to realize I had to let go of my ex and his side of the family. It was all I knew, and it hurt to be alone. Crazy as I am, I say to you, Mia, my dear friend, with your book, what's the name of her book again? You got it there somewhere. I don't know. I forgot the name of the book. It may be packed away. Yeah, I know. Oh, Mia, I'm sorry. Put it in the chat, Mia. Don't get old, people. I'm sitting there. I got half of words in my head, but it may be wrong. But check out her new book. We'll get the name in just a moment. Now you have your book. You've been moving forward. It hurts to be alone. You've moved so far. Definitely not alone now. Right, Susie?
Yeah. Feels good. You know,
Eric says, my teenage years were epic.
Mine too.
I can't even tell you how many people tell me that overall. I can't even give it a real percentage. I'm going to throw one out. I'm going to say 80%, 85%. Often say my teenage years were good until I met this person. And it's like they took those happy years away from you and what you were going to do because they were jealous. Susie, you were going to say.
Yeah. No, my teenage years were the best. But healing was it's so personal. And I think for me, it started to be, I had to learn to be self-aware of my surroundings and what I was living in. And then it's so important for us to realize that we need to create a healing path. Like Mia was saying, one moment at a time. So however long that path looks, just live in the moment and whatever works for us, right? And we don't need to understand ourselves in the beginning. We just need to live in the moment. We need to start feeling our emotions and our triggers and start recognizing our own patterns. We're so focused on the unhealthy person, but I think we forget to look at our own patterns and how we're reacting and how we're not taking care of ourselves and start adjusting, work accordingly to help ourselves. Don't make it all about them. We need to look inward. And for me, this meant slowing down and turning inside, looking inner. I started paying attention to what was draining me versus what gave me energy. So obviously, I avoided the things that drained me, the things that made me feel sadder, certain people that brought me down or didn't encourage me or understand what I was going through. I started to like ask myself questions. All right, what do I need right now? Like, how am I going to get up and brush my teeth? That's how
Hmm.
desperate I was
Yeah,
feeling,
yeah,
but
yeah.
that's how simple it is. All
And
right,
that's
just
real.
brush
Yeah.
your teeth.
Mhm.
And if
Yeah.
I could get up and brush my teeth, I accomplished something for that day. That was a big deal for me.
Most
And
of the situations that people find themselves in can seem so distraught and overwhelming that the most basic thing that you're talking about right now seems impossible to achieve or do.
Mhm.
Don't beat yourself over that. Beat yourself up over that. Your ability to seize another moment, another day will happen. What's in front of you? Let's do a quick recap of what's in front of you. There are 24 hours in a day. There are 168 hours in a week. There are 672 hours in a month. When you take time out of those numbers, let's take the last one for the month, and subtract out time that you're sleeping, give whatever average you want to it per night, and subtract those numbers out, you got a huge chunk of time. You have a huge chunk of time sitting in front of you. To continue to think about the narcissist? Come on, y'all. Seriously? Be aware of it, acknowledge the pain. We can feel stuck in all kinds of situations. A toxic work environment, an unhealthy relationship, poor healthy habits. Being stuck can feel helpless and sometimes hopeless. Listen, anxiety grows here and in situations like that because we carry a lot of bad memories, cognitive dissonance. It's a discomfort in the brain. What are we going to do about it? What can we do? You Google it, you research it, you watch 5 zillion videos on it. You are a person of action. Even if it's not the actions that others would take, you have to find that moment, like Mia said, that works for you one step at a time. Like Susie just highlighted, please, please don't quit. Don't give up. Please don't stop. What you're trying to achieve is just around the corner.
you know, when you think about healing and getting out of the bad situation, it seems like work. It seems like a chore. Mia says her book is called Stepping Out of the Darkness into the Light. Yes, thank you, Mia. I knew it was about darkness and light, and I didn't want to misquote it. So thank you.
I got to the stepping out part and I couldn't remember the rest.
Yeah, I know, right? Like I could see it, but I couldn't. So I feel like sometimes we think it's like a chore, right? Healing or getting out of the or finding ourselves again. And what worked for me was trying to make it like a journey of self-discovery. So instead of thinking like, oh, I have to get up, I have to do this, I'm being lazy, or I need to take care of myself, it just seemed like work. And then when I switched it up in my mind, like healing isn't just about mending my wounds. It isn't about surviving. It seems so desperate and hard. I made it more like, okay, I get to rediscover who I am and who I want to become. And that's where I am now, especially since I moved. I think the pain and the misery and the depression and all the things that we go through, it has a way of stripping us down. But it also, if we allow it, it'll create space for us to try something new, be something new. Try to, like I was saying, like find my life, get a chance to make my future, make my life. a new chance to emerge into something fresh and new and healthy. I was so unhealthy physically, mentally, emotionally for so long. And when I started to see my healing journey as a chance to find myself, explore myself, work on my self love, self worth, it felt less like a chore, less like a job. It felt easier and more like an adventure. I started to say to myself, like, what makes me happy? What kind of life do I want to create for myself? What do
Hmm.
I want to be? Who do I want to be? And asking myself these questions instead of focusing on the doom and the gloom and getting up and doing one little task after I did that for a little while, obviously, because that's where I needed to be at the time.
Hmm.
It just made it more intentional and it was easier to progress quicker, if that makes sense.
No, it makes a ton of sense. Thank you for the compliment, Eric. Stepping out of the darkness into the light is Marianne's book, Mia's book. Please make sure you grab a copy. Again, Stepping Out of the Darkness into the Light. We are working on getting Mia to be a part of SZTV Network. We look forward to you joining us for her show. She'd be a part of that with Susie.
Yes. Now
Eric,
that I'm in New York, thank
yeah, I
you.
was going to say now that you get settled,
Mm.
we were working on it before then, but we wanted to hold off. So Mia, we're looking forward to producing and directing the show that everybody will be able to enjoy. Thank you. I got 2 brain cells left and they fight one another all day. Paxton, you're holding up much better than I might be. You sound way more coherent more of the time than what I might. Yeah. Let me tell you something. This is a joint mission with you, Eric, Susie, myself, and Marianne. And we may or may not get Crystal in here, but listen, everybody else that's a part of this channel, Gemma and others, there's others that are part of the channel. Many of them, many of you don't see them that support us. So I'm letting you know this is a joint mission to be positive, informative, and encouraging. We could give you the top 10 of this or that and a whole bunch of other things and talk about this or that. We want you to tell us what you need us to do to be a source of encouragement to you. And one of the things that you told us is to have an ongoing conversation instead of you having to sit there and flip through pictures of the past. You can stay focused on something else. What's the something else? That's you. Mia says, I wanted my ex-father-in-law in my life always. But in this moment, I know I don't need him because I've moved away from that toxic environment. Very important set of words that she's laid out there. If you're watching this or you listen to this later, watch it later, dissect that statement. It's a combination of the past transitioning to the present. It's not how a matter begins, it's how it ends. It can begin one way, as in most of these situations. But the way it ends shows much clarity of who you actually were dealing with.
Yeah. I feel like it's almost like we want the people that we shouldn't have in our lives in our lives. And clearly he's not in your life for a reason. And it's probably for the best.
I think, yes, you're absolutely correct. I think now you're going to make me look for it. Okay, everybody. She got my brain going. So everybody hold on here. That's absolutely a good point. And in real time, here we go. Let's see, it's not that one. I posted something at the beginning of the show. There's Susie. Susie.
Hi.
And there's me. Look, there's me. I'm a big word called live. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna start pushing stuff because no, I can't. I don't have to push stuff. I just have to hover. And I'm gonna find something that says just that because I can. It's my show. I can do what I want. Here it goes. Let me get this statement out of the way. Like that.
I like that. Life often removes people for your own protection. Think about it. Think about that before you go running after them. I like that.
Eric says cheers.
Cheers.
All right. So give some serious thought that we can emotionally still be holding on to something that is taking up space in our heart that needs to be removed so it can make room for some new people.
Mm-hmm.
Be fair to your heart. What did he say? What did he say? I have been misspelling your name.
OMG, I have been misspelling your name all
You just
day.
caught that.
Sorry, Susie. Oh, that's
Yeah.
okay.
It's all right. You're all good, man.
I knew what you meant.
It's all good in the neighborhood.
Oh, you
It's all
see my
good.
shirt. Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah.
Yeah, my
Oh,
Susie
hey.
with the Z
Good
Network
point.
shirt.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me do this. Oh, man. Let me get that out of the way. There. What am I, rookie? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. There it is. Hey, with the
Susie with the Z.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
No, don't pull it down.
You see my room, Paxton. My new room.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
By the way, you like my butterfly?
Oh, wait, let me move some stuff here. Wait,
bed?
I'll make sure everybody can see. Let me do that. Oh, yay.
You right?
We were talking about that, huh? I didn't see that. That wasn't there the other day, everybody, but it's pretty. No, it's pretty.
Pretty, right?
By the
Home
way,
goods, baby.
she doesn't. I don't think I told you this.
What?
I love butterflies.
Me too.
Now you guys, now it's out. No, I'm just kidding. Not that I care.
Awesome. Do
But
you?
I love butterflies. I mean, I literally am fascinated by butterflies.
Aren't they amazing?
My other daughter, oldest, she loves birds. Everything about birds. And I forgot. No, man, I'm in so trouble. I just went blank. I can't remember what the other one likes. Okay, I'll have to do something. I have to cook a meal now. I literally went blank. Anyhow, I love butterflies. So there's tidbits about me. Go ahead. You were going to say?
No, I love butterflies, birds, cardinals. I love cardinals.
Really? Cardinals, huh?
Well, yeah. They
Why is
remind me
that?
of my great
I'm
grandmother.
trying to think where. Oh, okay.
My
All right.
great grandmother. And we're on the East Coast, and it's
Okay.
colder, so the cardinals are pretty prominent over here.
I did not know that. Cool.
Yeah.
Now I got to check them
Cardinals
out.
are cool. Yeah.
He said sorry to you and about misspelling your name. Mia was agreeing with us in that posting. He said, yep, there's all goods in the neighborhood. And oh, that's sweet.
Thank you. Thank you
He
so
says,
much.
welcome home, Susie.
It's so good to be home. Like Charlie Brown. Wait, was it
She's like,
Snoopy?
no, you're
Snoopy.
right.
No,
It's
Charlie
right.
Brown.
It's Charlie
Brown,
right?
and Snoopy. Snoopy Come Home was one of my favorite movies when I was a little kid. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
We're going down memory lane there. I remember.
Yeah.
I still send. I think I sent you guys some. I sent you or whoever I'm talking to sometimes. You and Crystal probably the Snoopy stuff or different things every now and then. I think I sent you one. I sent you Red Fox the other day or something like that, or Sanford.
Yeah. I was laughing.
I just saw it. I went
What's
like,
your name?
I'm going to send you Elizabeth. Or
you were probably shocked that I did my work.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. You're funny. Yeah. I'm everybody. Before we go, here we go. I'm going to toss some things out to you. Give it some serious thought. Number 1, awareness. Awareness is very important. Number 2, clarity. Clarity is very important. Number 3, action. So here we go. Get your workbooks out, everybody. Here we go. There are challenging situations that we just can't avoid. That happens. Understandable. You know, illnesses happen, circumstances within our family arrangements, friends pass away. A number of things can happen. Loss of a job, other things can happen. The strategies for these types of storms are different than what you have gone through dealing with a toxic person. They found a way to worm themselves like a worm, tapeworm, look that up, like a tapeworm, they're living off of you, inside of you. It can be hard to get them out. Many times they want out because they felt they've eaten enough off of you. Let them go. Let them go and focus on what you need to focus on. Here are some basic steps to keep in mind. You may need to put into practice, if it works for you, to make change. Change is easy for people to talk about, but we're talking about growth, really. Steps that you can use to make growth take place so that you can get back to feeling what Susie was describing she feels now in New York. Is our life going to be perfect? Is my life perfect? Are you going to, let's not go down that road because we know what those answers are. but it will be better.
A lot better.
You will be feeling free, feeling like yourself, feeling joy and peace. Why? Because the price of eggs go down? No, but because you have a place of safety, serenity, and tranquility. How do you get that? Number one, awareness. Now that you know the word for what you've been going through and recognize the brain trauma, your trauma brain, and other things that come into place, future shows that we'll discuss more of that, you've identified the situation and the problem. You're not looking for blame. You just want to excavate the bad. You want to take out the trash so that your house doesn't smell anymore of toxicity. You identified the problem and you know that it's possible for growth. But you need to do a little digging around that plant to protect it so it can grow. You have to do some weed pulling. You have to turn over the soil. It's okay if you don't know how to do it just yet, or have the stamina to work out in the sun to make it happen, or where you're going to get water from to keep it growing. You just know now and are aware, I got to do something. It's not important for the first step for you to have all the answers. Susie has made that quite clear. Anyone else you've recognized that come on NATV network or anywhere else will say the same. That's why number 2 is important. Clarity. Clarity is important. Why? It's important to get real, very real, to get really honest about what's not working for you. And then to get really clear about what you must either discuss, do, or put in place so that things go safely for you. You need to speak to a police officer. You need to speak to a therapist. You need to speak to someone who can protect you. Do it. Do what you need to stay safe. Even if others don't see the threat, recognize that you need to seek clarity. We can't create a map if we don't know where we're going. It's very important to know where you're going. Escaping to escape doesn't make it better. Seeking protection and safety makes it better. Those words everyone with common sense understands. It's fine to make a list of the problems as long as you then use that same list to create a list of desired outcomes. A list of the problems does nothing for you. It's not going to work for you. In order to move in a direction where you're able to do what Susie said earlier, letting go, it's more than just making a list, right, Susie?
Oh, yes. It's one of the steps, one of the puzzle pieces, letting go. Yeah. Healing is a deeply personal journey, and no one else can define it for you. No one else can give you a time frame, but it's up to you ultimately. Eric says, I am all about penguins. Those little flightless turkeys cannot survive harsh environments, swim with the whales and sharks, but they are loyal as it gets. I didn't know that about penguins. I'm all about penguins. Not only they survive harsh environments, swim as sharks and whales. Yeah. I didn't know. Well, you're right. They don't fly. I never thought about that they swim with sharks and whales. Don't they have like one partner and they're with that
Mm-hmm.
partner for life or something? Something
Mm-hmm.
like really cool like that.
Seriously connected.
Mm,
And maybe an
like it.
individual, maybe you feel you were seriously connected with this person because they ran a smooth game on you.
Mm-hmm.
You're not the first. At present, you won't be the last. But also at present, you may be making it clear to yourself and to others, this will never, ever happen again.
Never.
Ever, ever
Ever.
happen again.
Ever.
And they know it, that they will never, ever be able to do what they did before again. Ever allow yourself the luxury of making a list of problems and not afford yourself the true luxury of making a list of where you're headed. It's more important. Just make this list as if you were a 9-year-old. Make that list as if you were going to go to that favorite amusement park and you knew, okay, when I get there, I'm going to get some of that and I'm going to go over there and get me some of those. Oh my goodness. And then I'm going to go do that. Oh, I never tried those. I want to do. That's called recovery. Healing is, I feel good to, I don't have to deal with them, but I'm still mad at them. That's understandable. Step over to recovery. It's a lot more fun. You get to be a kid again. And all kids,
It's the
all
best
children
part.
need to be loved and respected and protected. And that's what will start to happen. You will feel the love of being respected and protected. It's what you were missing the whole time. Being respected and protected was not a part of the agenda of a toxic person. Okay, we get it. Let it go. I don't want to let it go. Don't let it go then. Hold on to it until it serves no purpose and is fully deleted from your brain. But until then, you know there's a door open to you toward recovery, the step above healing. It's not a journey. It's a lifestyle. Have a recovery lifestyle that leads to a restoration destination. Opens the door, a big double door, set of double doors to transformation. Make sure you take action, number 3. Now, this one is the most important one. Number 1 was awareness. Number 2 was clarity. Number 3 is action. You know, action movies. How does an action movie make you feel? You watch a documentary, it brings an awareness to a subject. You watch a rom-com, you get a measure of clarity. Oh, that's really cute, they're together. But when you watch an action movie, your juices get to going. Even if you try to sit as calmly and go like, you know, I'm cool. It's hard to watch an action movie and not have a measured amount of testosterone start to kick off inside of you, whether you're a man or a woman. This one is the important one. This one is the cycle breaker. This is how we break that cycle. Action. If you feel stuck and anxiety prevents action, at least you know what's preventing the action. Go into action against what's stopping the action. Make your first action step. Susie said it. Eric said it. Mia said it. Pick something simple. Eric says, I don't watch action movies for most part. If I were Eric, I'd say the same thing because his life is an action movie. The toxic person, greedy person, is not our monkey. It's not our monkey. It's not our problem. They're in a different action movie and they're recruiting. Don't accept the offer. Turn it down because you're your own executive producer of the life that you can write, direct, and star in. Consider this when it comes to action. Don't worry about the big picture. Start with an independent film. That doesn't work? Okay, then make a documentary. That's too big? Make a mini movie. Okay, that's too big? Make a reel. Make a YouTube short. Get really good at that on one platform and then move to the next platform and then to the next thing. And before you know it, Susie and I are watching you, Mia, Eric, we're all watching you at the Academy Awards because you made a big picture that affects everybody. A transformation to your destination for complete celebration of the type of person who has unstoppable determination. Don't play around. Go get you your life. This one tiny little action, brushing your teeth, putting your shoes on, taking a 3-minute walk instead of a 10-minute walk, whatever it is, share it with a friend. A true friend is going to be proud of you, supportive of you. You don't got that? Talk to Susie and I. Eric could give you a shout out. We're here for you. But you need more than us. That one tiny action is helping you to shift your brain from victim to hero. You have always been a hero. From frozen to an action taker. These words are not for anyone who teaches others. These words are for anyone who wants to learn to teach themselves. We are not here for you. You make us better. We hope we can encourage you to share that, well, in your home, in your communities. You can't solve the world's problems. The important thing is to take some action that will give your brain a sense of movement, not completion, because you're not done yet. You're not done. You're just getting started. Even if it's been 20 years after the fact, you are not finished yet. Your brain needs a sense of movement in the right direction. You can use all the small momentum to build on later. Let it go. What is the it? The feeling that they gave you. The more you start to deliberately let it go and replace it with 2 other feelings, not one. You don't do 1 for 1. We don't do that. For every 1 bad feeling, I'm going to go get me 2. 2 healthy, good feelings. What are the 2? Look, if it's ice cream, it's ice cream, but it should be more than just food. Let it be something that your brain knows. Okay, so you're telling me that stuff that they did and what we don't want, okay, well, I won't bring it up anymore. What do you want me to bring up? That's what the brain is asking. What do you want me to bring up? I only know what you gave me. Read out loud. Read a book. Read something out loud so your brain will hear it back. It will kill those brain cells and pathways with new ones. Fortify yourself. Strengthen your video habits. Don't always watch NATV and SCTV. No, watch hers. Don't always be watching me. Watch SCTV. You are moving in a whole nother direction. It may hurt for a little bit. It may be challenging. You're going to be just fine. What did you say here? I watch live leaks during an actual war. That was enough for you. You lost your mind. The Center of Empowerment and Education has free groups for men too. Thank you, Marianne, for saying that. Very important for you to know that there are avenues for men and women to take time to retrain your brain to get a sense of movement. You give the brain the new marching orders, it will work accordingly. Right now, if you could, we're going to take a moment. I'm going to ask Susie, again, our shows are 75%. We're just doing stuff. 25% we gave thought to. I see you smiling. You're laughing at me, but you know it's true. So yeah, Susie's going to give a slight recap on what it means to let go. And then we're going to conclude the show, everybody. Thank you so much for being here and being with us. But we need, Susie, I know there's more that you want to say about this and other things you have planned. Share what you can. I'm not trying to step on your toes or your network and trying to get you to say too much, because you'll be making videos and stuff for your own platform. But share what you can in regards to this subject of letting go.
Letting go. Probably one of the most important steps for me has been letting go. It's been recognizing people, places, and things that weren't helping me to heal and grow and recover and transition now. Probably one of the hardest things I've had to do was let go. Mm. Yeah. I think it hits so close to me because I just went through this. It's like everything falls apart, but we have to let it all fall apart in order to progress and to go to the next level and to reclaim our self-worth, our self-love, and to reclaim our lives and our futures. We need to realize that things weren't working the way they were, and it's time for a change. So letting go to me was the last piece of the puzzle in order to change the way I was living, the way I was feeling, and to get out of that rut, to get out of that cycle of misery that I was stuck in for so very long. Letting go doesn't mean forever, especially with people we love, but it's very, very necessary for us to let go, have faith, trust the process, and know that when we grow and when we heal, others are watching and we'll come back around. I think we're teaching people by letting go how to respect us because we are learning how to respect ourselves. So it's not an easy thing to do, but it's a very necessary thing to do. And I promise you that you're not alone. I'm here for you. If anyone needs my support, needs to vent, needs guidance, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, Susie Cosbin, on Instagram or Facebook. Email me, Susie with a Z podcast show at gmail.com, SCTV Network on YouTube. And I'm just so grateful to be able to share my story with all of you, my experiences. And if I can help one person, I'm forever grateful. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for letting me share my experiences with you. And please, when it comes to healing, please remember to be easy on yourself, be patient with yourself, to take one step at a time, be kind to yourself, and please trust the process. Trust yourself. Even if you do nothing for days and weeks on end, it's okay. Everything will be okay. I promise. You're stronger than you realize, and your personal journey is uniquely yours to create. You now have the opportunity to live the life you always should have, always wanted to. And even if you don't know what that is right now, it will come. Please take care of yourself and just keep moving forward. I'm here for you. And thank you so much for being here. Have a good night, everybody.
Love you guys. Love you very much.
Bye-bye.
Give you something on the way out. I see a number of words that have been put up while you were talking. So I thought they were done typing. But everybody's got a little something there. Everybody, it's time for us to go. It's 8:00 on the East Coast. It's 5:13 thereabouts over here. We need to go. So enjoy some Friday music on our way out. We appreciate all of you. Stay out of trouble. Thank you, Susie. You were awesome. Love you.
Thank you.
Later,
Bye.
people.